Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Saga of Avatar Korra in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Book, Metal. Chapter 15, Eve of the Revolution. There are no equalists in BA Sing SE. There are no equalists in BA Sing SE. The voice droned on and on, the point of light painful in its intensity. Bolin squirmed, the chair hard against his back, his rope bonds biting into him. His mouth felt parched and his head pulsed with pain. What were they doing? How long had this been going on for now? No equalists. No. They were here. He and Kuvira had followed them here. And they had Asami. He needed to find her. At least Pabua should be safe back with Grandma Yin. No equalists. No. Bolin clenched his teeth. He had to hang on. Somewhere in the distance something shifted. Movements, impressions of voices and shouts of alarm. Then, a mass of people moving hurriedly. A door was flung open somewhere beyond the light, and between startled blinks he caught impressions of the darkened stone room. A figure surprisingly close to him who whirled in surprise to address the intruder. "We're under attack," the newcomer said breathlessly. "Equalists," he added. "Equalists." The other man in the room queried in an angry tone. "How close?" "They're in the main access tunnel. Hundreds of them." With an exasperated sigh and a sharp crack, the lamp extinguished, and for a moment Bolin in darkness. "Equalists? Here?" Bolin struggled in his chair, his bonds no weaker than when he first tried. The equalist attack should at least mean he could get out of this room. At the same time it might mean he wound up in Amon's clutches. Was either better right now? Dim lighting flickered into life all around the room, and the Daily figure gestured at him. With a screech of metal on stone, Bolin's chair moved forwards. "Make sure everyone is prepared," the older Daily who had been droning said. "Of course," the other man replied. The Daily dragged Bolin out of the room, down a dingy, damp corridor to jail cell. The man severed his rope bonds roughly, but before he could rub feeling back into his limbs or even attempt earthbending, the door ahead of him was flung open. A glimpse of hopeful, curious faces as he fell inside. Every expression darkened in the same moment, a singular spark of hope extinguished as the door clanged shut and locked with a screech of metal. Who were these people? And why were they imprisoned? He had to get out. Get free. But the walls, floor, and ceiling, all metal. Nothing for him to use. There was nothing he could do. Bolin slumped back against the wall, relieved at least to be out of that light. The others imprisoned with him crowded against the bars, eager to see what was coming as the sounds of conflict grew louder by the second. The Kyoshi warriors had come back for her. Asami strove to hide the fluttering excitement the nurse's S-words evoked in her chest. The disappointment tempered the emotion easily. As much as they had tried, the attempt had come a fraction too late. Could she have gone with them this time though? They had some form of assistance, or so the nurses said from the garbled reports of the aftermath and those left behind at the camp. Maybe their companions could have managed to get her father away too. Or maybe they could have simply rescued him and left her behind to face Amon alone. Asami sneered to herself. Why were they even hanging on to her? A few modifications and some sabotage did not justify the expense of keeping her around and alive in addition to ferrying her father too. She was worthless, had been worthless since Amon dragged her from the mansion. For the first time in a long while her thoughts turned to Korra. How had she handled the public accusations? Republic City still thought of her as a criminal, a willing participant with the Equalists' plans. A turncoat waiting to betray the Avatar at the right moment. A cold-hearted seductress who used her wiles to make Korra lower her guard and allow her to get closer than anyone else. No. Korra would not believe that for a moment. Would she? No. Asami needed to believe Korra would not be convinced by any of the slanderous accusations made about her. But how about Mako and Bolin? Were the trio safe back in Republic City? Were the Equalists attacking the capital even now? It had been a while since she had last convinced herself to listen to the radio. At least with Amon here there was no way for anyone back there to lose their bending. Korra, Mako, and Bolin would still have their bending. And not just because Amon would be unable to stay quiet if he had successfully stripped the ability from Korra. Asami sighed. It seemed all too likely her friends knew she had turned down the first rescue attempt. The Kyoshi warriors would have responded to Iroh. And Iroh could easily have communicated with Korra. What would he or Korra have made of her refusal to flee? Would they conclude, like that one Kyoshi warrior, that she was now aligned against them? That the Equalists had somehow swayed her in the past weeks? Or perhaps she had always had the inclination to seek the elimination of bending. She smiled for a moment. Iroh telling her he wished all Equalists were like her, the desire to not have to rely on bending rather than seeking its elimination. Pity the people here had driven the mindset to the extreme necessity of the latter. There was a faint tremor in the deck. They must have reached their next destination, the airship was docking. Asami sighed. And just where were they now? Predictably enough, Amon entered the infirmary a few minutes later, the nurses saluting as he passed. Miss Sato, Amon greeted her. Amon, she said, her throat tight. I must thank you for your continued patience. It is with the greatest pleasure I can inform you we have arrived in Ba Sing Se. Asami jumped to her feet. Then dash. Yes. Amon gestured to the nurses. Please see Mr. Sato delivered to the medical team. The nurses nodded and began disconnecting the equipment. Within moments they were able to wheel the bed and its patient out of the room. I'm going with him, Asami said. Amon's hand closed on her arm, halting her in her tracks. Not just yet, Miss Sato. Please, allow the doctors to examine him first. I have another matter I require your assistance with. Do not worry, your father is now in the best hands imaginable, Amon said coolly. Asami cast one last glance at her father's bed as it vanished down the corridor. All right, she said. The familiar drone of the airship's engines had already faded and the craft's running lights were off as she walked down the gangplank. The airship rested in the center of a dimly lit, walled compound. It looked somewhat like they were in a wealthy residential area, but it was too dark to see much of the city at present. It felt as it was somewhere just past midnight. The realization felt strange. She had not cared about the time of day for almost a month now. Hordes of Equalists were unloading equipment from the airship and ferrying it down a steep slope under the ground. Amon guided her away from the underground entrance and towards a cluster of nearby buildings. He halted as an old man flanked by curious guards in green uniforms and wide-brimmed hats approached them. Amon, the man said smiling. His gaze immediately flicked to her and his grin widened almost imperceptibly. Asami resisted the urge to shiver. Quan, Amon replied with a nod. Miss Sato, this is Magistrate Quan. Quan bowed to her. Miss Sato. A pleasure to finally meet you. She nodded vaguely, glancing towards the underground for a hint of where her father wound up. I trust your trip was comfortable. As much as it could be, Asami replied distractedly. Good, good, Quan said. Now, if I might have a word with you Miss Sato, Amon. Asami blinked and looked at him. What is this about? Quan looked around, seeming nervous. Please. He gestured towards the structure nearby. Let us go somewhere more private. I suspect you are tired after your long trip, I will provide refreshments. Thank you, Quan, Amon replied. He pressed his hand into the small of her back. Not much display of force, but a touch more intimate than felt comfortable. Asami repressed another shiver, and trailed after Quan, Amon at her side. How could she have remained with him for so long? Quan seemed no better, something fake in every one of his movements. The old man led them inside to a room reminiscent of an office. Cabinets and drawers filled the walls, and a single sheet of paper lay on the desk. Quan took a seat on the opposite side of the table and gestured Amon and Asami into the chairs facing it. Tea? He asked. Please, Amon said. No. Thank you, Asami replied, eyeing the paper. Quan smiled. Some tea for Amon. And in the absence of tea, for you Miss Sato. He pushed the paper forward. Familiar. A moment of distance and memories of her old life came flooding back. A bank document. Unexpected but so mundane in this would-be office and in the early hours of the morning. Here the amounts, there the destination, and Asami blinked at the source account and reread the page from the start. The described transaction would transfer every single yuan of her inheritance into Kwan's account. The document was all but complete, it lacked only her thumbprint and a signature. What? What is this? She was almost ready to laugh. Asami reread the paper. There was no other way to interpret the text as written. So, this was what they needed her for. For all Amon's ideals about equality and compassion, for all her father's supposed importance, this was why she was still here. This was why her father still lived. The personal fortune of the Tan family, all that remained of her mother's name and birthright, the equalists wanted her money. If she completed the form, everything really was lost. The last bright spot she clung to, the little fantasies of somehow getting the money and leaving everything behind to at least try and start again. Had Amon not taken enough from her that he now wanted this too? But faced with the paper, it was hard to feel much of anything. Did it matter if she lost this now too? If it truly was all she had left, what good could it do her now? Why hang on? No. She would not simply roll over for Amon, not simply give in to the man who took everything. I should have known this would be what I was needed for. Amon sighed. How quickly you forget, Miss Sato. I gave you permission to leave us dash. At the expense of leaving my father with you, she snapped in response. Several times. Yet you chose to remain, Amon continued without missing a beat. You are here because you did not take the opportunities offered to you. And you refused a rescue mission on behalf of some mysterious savior. Magistrate Kwan here has gone to great lengths to hide us and provide facilities for the care and protection of your father. It is on account of his dedication to the cause that he has done so until now. As vast as his fortune is, he cannot continue indefinitely. Kwan requires additional resources. So my inheritance was the price all along, Asami said, her chest numb. Miss Sato, you misunderstand the situation. With your contribution, Kwan's smile was too large, too perfect, too hungry for comfort. I will be able to provide your father with the best doctors in the city. And I swear on my life I will do everything in my power to help him recover. He had placed his hand over his heart and was looking at her earnestly. This would not be a bad arrangement for you, Miss Sato, Amon added. Asami licked her lips and cleared her throat. Won't anyone be suspicious that I, a wanted criminal, was somehow able to sign this document? And why can't I just hire these same doctors? Kwan smiled and leaned back in his chair. I can easily pass it off as a result of the Ba Sing Se police arresting you, and that you personally paid a hefty sum for your release. You would have been remaindered into custody of the Fire Nation royal family for your crimes, but he chuckled. The diplomatic procedure would take time and you might easily be lost in the cracks as paperwork went missing. You are free to refuse, if you think as a wanted felon you could possibly find, contact and hire people to help you. His smile was not comforting. If this was all they needed her for, she would quickly become disposable. Whatever had kept her alive up until this point would be gone and she would be useless to Amon. She needed time. My father first. She stared into Kwan's eyes. I will sign this document when my father is in a good condition. When he's healthy. Kwan's next smile was faker than any of the others, a frown almost forming on his brow. Miss Sato, you must be aware that I am not making a request of you. My condition stands, Asami shot back. Kwan's hand slammed onto the table. I asked you nicely, he growled, all pretense at charm gone. But you didn't seem to like that, did you? Don't think for a second this is the only way. His next smile reminded her of some underwater predatory creature, its prey helpless and cornered. I can just as easily accomplish this with nothing more than your dead body. No one wants to let money languish in some account no one can get it. Be sensible. Bloodshed is so unnecessary. But if it comes to it. Asami sat rigid, forcing her features into a mask and not reacting to the outburst or the threat. There was no protection to be had. If she did not sign the document, she and her father would certainly die. If she did sign, well, hopefully at least either she or her father would live. The pit in her stomach deepened. This was still bad, wrong, and irrevocable. Permanent. The end of everything she had known, her whole life changing beyond recognition. If freedom was even possible anymore, she would face it with nothing more than the clothes on her back. Less even, she would need to hide, disguise herself. Cut her hair short, change her style, her clothes. Food. No. If Bolin and Mako could survive with nothing, so could she. But the cost to not sign was far too high. At least her hand did not tremble as she picked up the pen and scrawled her name on the indicated line. She jammed her thumb into the ink pad with a little too much force. Maybe, if she was lucky, the print would be illegible and they would have to prepare a whole new document. No such luck, her thumbprint was crisp and clear on the paper. Should have deliberately smeared it on the paper. No. Even that might not have been enough. For a moment she wanted to snatch the paper up and tear it into confetti, but instead she forced herself to sit back and set the pen carefully down on the desk. Quan plucked the paper up and peered at her signature. Wise choice, Miss Sato. If you will both excuse me. No choice at all. Amon nodded, but Asami just stared ahead, all the implications of what she had just done still churning through her head. Miss Sato. Yes. Her voice sounded unnaturally calm. She should be shivering, crying, pleading, trying to strangle the maddening individual beside her. But she did not. Asami replied as if this was any other occasion she had spoken to Amon. I need you to do something for me, if you are willing to help us further. Why not? She had nothing to lose. Of course, she said, biting off the words, ignoring the prickle of tears in her eyes. Good. There are specific communication channels in use across the city. I would like to be able to take control of them as and when it becomes necessary. Just like back in Republic City then. That voice, preaching to everyone who would listen. She wanted to squirm away from the man, refuse this request. She could not possibly assist him, help with his terrorist endeavor. But if she refused, she had little more to offer beyond her technical skills. No choice. Fine, she said, trying not to clench her teeth. Excellent, Amon said. You can begin in the morning, for now dash. I'll start now, Asami interrupted, blinking rapidly. She forced a charming smile. Why wait? Commendable, Miss Sato. Amon sounded pleased. Commendable. This way. He led her out of Quan's office and under the ground. The underground chambers echoed with footsteps and people moving. How much was down here? They entered a tall building nearby, a massive warehouse. Strange, squat metallic figures stood in ranks inside. What are those? She asked, peering at the strange mechanisms. There were like nothing she had ever seen before. No, not quite. They looked like something her father had idly sketched close to a decade ago. The reality was cold and imposing. The figures looked sinister in a way she could not quite articulate. Your father's greatest work, Amon replied. Mecha tanks. Pure platinum. They are invulnerable to earth and firebenders. The tire tracks are rubber and the interior is fully insulated, making them invulnerable to lightning bending. Their strength is theoretically enough to resist water-based attacks and the cockpits are watertight. In addition, they are capable of generating electrical charges sufficient to incapacitate any bender. Their mechanical strength is enough to smash through stone. I think it is somewhat fitting that they will now protect their creator. There had to be a weakness in the design. Some oversight. But she could not think of one, could not even see a place to start looking. Nothing else the Equalists demonstrated came remotely close to the horrific potential of these machines. Amon kept on walking and she followed, trying not to keep looking back at the machines, the mecha tanks. At the far end of the building was rank upon rank of shelving. Cables, relays. I want to override any frequency within the city. There are technical notes from the original construction here. These maps of the city will indicate the relay towers. He gestured at the shelves as he spoke. I trust you will not displease me. Now if you will excuse me, I have other business to attend to. Carry out my request and nothing shall befall you. Please, he beckoned to a nearby Equalist guard. When you tire, inform this man and he will show you to your room. Amon turned to the guard. Please find a suitable room for Miss Sato in our guest suite. It sounded like he was smiling and close to laughing. Asami turned away to stare at the components and the maps. Layers upon layers in the city. Equalist camps hidden in between them and interlinked with a bewildering web of tunnels. It was hard to concentrate now. She had to escape. She had left it far too late now. Find a way to escape with her father and tell Korra. No, tell anyone who would listen each and every one of Amon's secrets. That he lied to everyone. And after, she needed to go somewhere, anywhere. Somewhere she and her father could have peace. Somewhere no one would ever think to look for them. Somewhere they could rebuild their lives as much as they were able, starting with absolutely nothing. In the days that followed, Asami stalked along endless corridors, her equalist guard duty ever trailing behind her as she dragged cables and wired them into the necessary networks. The man was there to keep her on the right path. But he was not Amon, he missed so many little things. Her wiring was more complicated than it needed to be, terminated in odd places and doubled back on itself. Amon's second network flowed to two nexuses, a control panel in Kwan's warehouse and, much more secretively, to Asami's room. Amon had long since stopped trying to recall the names of his subordinates. Names were a luxury for later. When the revolution was complete. For now, masks made them impossible or perhaps simply unnecessary. At least no one seemed to expect him to remember. A messenger interrupted his conversation with Kwan. Sir, we've defeated and captured Daily operatives in the Kansai and Gansu districts. The tunnel systems in both regions are now under our complete control. Excellent, Amon replied, smiling beneath the mask. We should expect the Daily to begin their retaliation soon. See that this news is cascaded out to the other division leaders. The other man dithered. Something else? Amon asked. When we took the tunnels we found large numbers of imprisoned Earth Kingdom citizens. They were captured under suspicion of equalist sympathies but none are aligned to our cause. According to the prisoners, the Daily have been suppressing any knowledge of our organization. Noted. Amon waved the man away and turned to Kwan. You assured me the Daily would be ignorant of our presence until our operations began? How can this have happened? If your numbers had not grown so vast then yes, that would have been the case. As it is, there are thousands following you now. Kwan shrugged. It was simply not possible to suppress any and all rumors with so many at work. I can assure you, the Daily know nothing of our current location. Amon refrained from responding. Kwan and his Daily associates had been so easily bought with Hiroshi Sato's wealth. Amon was not so naive to be unaware of Kwan's ultimate goal, escape the Earth Kingdom as the revolution occurred and buy citizenship in the Fire Nation. Somewhat futile, the Fire Nation would be their next target after the Earth Kingdom, any wealth Kwan had now would only be his for a short while. Still, he would allow him to have a short while of being a little richer than he was at present. For now at least the man had hidden them from the Queen while they prepared. Expensive, but necessarily vital to the operation. And an easy cover. The Queen so quickly bought into the lie Kwan spun about constructing an earthbending sporting arena and was currently engaged in heavy excavations the foundations she had left the site well alone to facilitate a hasty construction. Kwan liked to brag about the revenue the arena would rake in, something that delighted the monarch no end. Absurd man, so excited over purely imaginary money, money he would not only not receive, but that he had no intention of passing on to the Queen. And it was not as if he gained much from insisting on the Tan family inheritance. Asami's wealth was a drop in the ocean next to the man's existing finances. But a deal was a deal. Another equalist burst into the room. Sir. We found one of the Avatar's companions among the Daily prisoners. Amon leaned forward. Which? The Earthbender, Bolin. Was the Avatar here too then? As per the last broadcast from the decoy airship, Korra had pursued them to the south rather than utilizing the sabotaged vessel. The crew had failed to report in for some time now, and it remained plausible the Avatar had indeed made it to the city. More plausible than whoever had been on the decoy vessel. Hard for the Avatar to be easily reunited with her companions and thus an interesting turn of events. He had another pawn in the game now. He toyed with the idea of having Bolin brought here and taking a certain enjoyment in suppressing his bending. No. Let the boy think they had overlooked him for now. Find a better use for him as the opportunity arose. The lieutenant entered the room. We stand ready. Excellent. Tell me, how is the riot in the Sichuan district? I would prefer it if it could possibly coincided with the Queen's speech, Amon said. I shall ensure it does. May's unit is already in place and I can add others, the lieutenant replied. Magistrate Wang has hired some 300 men to add to the confusion. More than enough to distract the imperial troops. Sir? The Earthbender. The first equalist asked. Earthbender? The lieutenant asked. Bolin, Amon replied. Then the Avatar dash. Might be here, yes, Amon replied. Leave him for now. If she is here, the Avatar will inevitably come looking for him. And when she does, we will have the perfect opportunity. The moment she confronts me. Amon smiled. We will be able to show the whole of Ba Sing Se the moment she fails. The moment all the avatars fail. What about the Sato woman? The lieutenant asked. Amon shrugged. She belongs to us now. Do not mention Bolin unless necessary. He paused. Curious. I wonder if she could possibly betray her friends again. Her father is such useful leverage. And keeping him like that would necessitate ensuring Hiroshi stayed unconscious for longer still. Small price for the boon of his daughter's skills. Her paternal love made her weak and she clung so futilely to the hope of his recovery, never suspecting Hiroshi should have recovered long before. Whatever did she think of his repeated visits to his bedside? Some romantic notion of care, no doubt. Maybe when the revolution was over, maybe then Hiroshi could reawaken. A repayment, less than what she had paid. No. What she deserved. If not for her, then the Avatar might be dealt with already. Regardless, it would be enough to keep her quiet. She has given us all her resources now. Why do you hang on to her? Quan asked. Never eliminate a piece before its value is completely expended, Quan. You are clearly not a military man. Quan sniffed, annoyed by the comment. Miss Sato still has her uses. And thanks to her father's continued incapacity, I will see her provide the recompense for his past failure. Thanks to her we do not control either of the capitals. He cut himself off. The role came first. At least. Amon smiled. At least when the city falls to us, our operatives in Republic City can take solace in our new bastion of enlightenment and freedom. There are few places better designed for defense than here. The anti-monarchy groups help, the lieutenant added. They do, Amon almost laughed. So zealous. Willing to do anything to remove the Queen from power. We know the members. The lieutenant nodded. Good. Ensure they are restrained once the revolution has commenced. Any benders in the group are to be dealt with first. Bring them to me as soon as we have control. Kuvira slapped her foot against the ground and closed her eyes. Another tunnel right below her. Another place to investigate. Ba Sing Se was simple enough to figure out, with seismic sense at least. The tunnels were here to conceal secrets from the public. Secrets for how many generations now? Su had once told her of Tofa's mission to sweep the city 40 years previous and search for any remnants of the Daili remaining. For a decade or more the organization was all but extinct. But time moved inevitably on, the Avatar died and Tof was who knew where by now. With no restraints Ho Ting's influence grew and from all Kuvira witnessed, it seemed the Daili thrived under her. A few well-placed queries, some casual conversation, and holding her emotions in check, sufficient payments for the information necessary. The hierarchy under the Queen was not terribly complex and there was as yet no direct heir to the throne. In the event of her removal as Queen, control would temporarily pass to the government as they figured out which branch of the family tree to pluck their new ruler from. Kuvira scowled. Their new, possibly inept, likely corrupt, and definitively ineffective ruler. She was not about to let that happen again. Kuvira shook her head and with a quick glance around, levered up the nearest access panel. No sensations of movement from below. No one here just yet. Kuvira dropped inside and sealed the panel shut behind her. A moment to visualize the city. A map right now would make this so much easier, but the chances of one mapping this network beneath the streets was unlikely. She would need to work with what she knew. Kuvira aligned herself with the street above. Behind her was the outer edge of Ba Sing Se and Bolin. Ahead of her was the palace and the heart of the city. Kuvira strode forward, staying light on her feet. The Daili were supposedly expert earthbenders, it should not take much to draw their attention. She carried on walking and met no one. Kuvira frowned. It seemed so unlikely she could have so completely evaded detection, but still the tunnels remained quiet. Nothing. Not even when she slammed her foot down to check the surrounding area again. Nothing nearby. Surely the Daili would have noticed her by now? The Gokongways confirmed the organization was still here and active. Unlike her predecessor, Hoting had taken direct control of the organization while on the throne. She at least had that much sense to keep such a devastating secret force under her remit, a pity that her sense had a knock-on cost to the rest of the kingdom. Wait. Movement ahead. Kuvira flattened herself against the tunnel wall a few steps from where it intersected into a larger passageway. Daili. But they were not coming for her. They did not even glance in her direction. Something had happened, something far more pressing than a singular intruder. Kuvira trailed after the group, hanging back far enough to avoid obvious detection. Faint sounds echoed off the wall, shrieks of pain, fizzles of electricity, the sounds of conflict. The Daili ahead of her moved increasingly faster and at the tunnel's end, sprinted around a corner and into battle. Kuvira paused in the tunnel and peered after them. The Equalists. She had finally found them. Masked troops were advancing through the cavern beyond, many swiftly knocked down by Daili attacks, but there were more Equalists behind them. Sparks and bolos rushed through the air, rock hands and rough stone chunks flung in response. For a moment the battle seemed equal. Then the tide turned. The Daili were losing, they fought bitterly, but in between the cracks of electricity, it became clear that the earthbenders were falling faster than the Equalists. Kuvira slapped her foot down again. There was a panel nearby, a good enough hiding place. One final check on the battle, and she darted into the concealed pit, closing the panel behind her. Placing both hands on the rock panel above her, she concentrated. The battle came alive via sensation, the whispers of shouts, the slam of footsteps and bodies on the rock floor. The wrenching tear as rock ripped from the ground to form new projectiles. She needed to know more, needed to know just what the Equalists planned to do here. Remove bending naturally. But why operate in the tunnels? Amon reveled in spectacle before, what kept him lurking in the dark? She expected rumors, some hints of a goal. But people were extremely hesitant to say anything about the Equalists. How long had Amon been in the city, and just how many could he have laid his hands on in that interim? A decision, her goals more closely aligned with the Equalists than the Daili right now. Kuvira smirked. So strange, the Equalists remained a fundamental risk, she could not afford to lose her abilities for a moment. And yet, they would remove these more dangerous member of the Queen's forces for her. Time passed and the battle above quietened, the movements slowing, and the frenzy fading. Unconscious Daili breathing fitfully. Equalists began dragging prisoners away, others moving off further down the tunnels. Patience. Wait for the right target. There, a lone Equalist heading back up the tunnel she had followed. An earth cone to pin them, a blow to the back of the head to render them unconscious. Simple. The uniform fit well enough. Kuvira dumped her clothes into the concealed pit and dragged the woman to a side tunnel. The uniform should be disguise enough, at least until someone found the missing Equalist. Hopefully she would be elsewhere by then. In the maze of tunnels down here it could be days before anyone found the woman, if Kuvira was lucky. Kuvira walked as if she belonged to the Equalists. Confidence was key, do nothing to attract attention. It was strange to move within and among the group now, the people she despised. Su had gotten much from the captured spies in Zaofu, but the internal dynamics had been a mystery until now. It became quickly clear there were no ranks, nothing to distinguish one Equalist from the next. No one was more important than anyone else. Somehow appropriate, equalize bending, equalize the organization. And yet, Amon was still the unquestioned leader of the group. Kuvira resisted the urge to sigh, the group seemed inherently hypocritical. Now, hopefully someone would let slip what she needed to know, asking directly felt too risky. The Equalists still in the area were sweeping through a series of chambers branching off from the main tunnel. The buzz of conversation ahead slowly resolved into coherency. "Hey, release us too," a voice called. The floors, walls, and ceiling were all metal here. Deep alcoves lined each side of the corridor, each bounded by metal bars and filled with people. Prisoners of the Daily. "Shut up," an Equalist snarled, smacking his hand against the bars. "We'll let you out soon as Amon has cleansed you." The prisoner flinched and cowered away, the others in the cell mimicking his action as they tried to get as far away from the Equalists as they could. "Benders. Wait." The crowd shifted, revealing a familiar person slumped on the ground. Bolin. She forced herself to act casual. Why was he here? He should be with his family and out of the way. And hopefully in a position to meet and distract Korra with his feelings. It ought to be a natural escalation after everything she had said. Now this. Rescuing him was possible, but she could not easily do so with this many Equalists. Plentiful metal but... Wait. Asami should be here too, the airship she was on would have come here. And she, more than anyone else, might be a better route to the information Kuvira craved. But who was Asami aligned with at present? Korra insisted Asami could not possibly be with the Equalists. Maybe she was right. But maybe not. Maybe Asami was now aligned against the Avatar. There were studies on kidnapping cases where such a thing had happened. Either way, it did not matter too much. Bolin was innocent enough to ask for the information without thinking. Based on every conversation on the way here, the pair had to be close enough for Asami to not think twice about why he was asking. If Kuvira primed him with the right question. The bulk of the Equalists were moving away now, heading back down the tunnels, the prisoners still cowering away from the bars. Bolin did not even look up. Good. Kuvira followed the group. They moved too freely, too confidently to be always on edge. Wherever they were going was a safe haven, and one hidden by someone with power and influence in the city. Most likely the result of bribing one or more of the officials. Based on the Kyoshi warrior's summary of events, if Asami was here, she would be close to her father. And her father, unless miraculously recovered, still required medical care. Simple. Kuvira made her movements stiffer. She clutched an arm against her side and deliberately labored her breathing. Few even glanced at her as she exited the tunnels into an artificial cavern nearby. A few pained words to a nearby Equalist soon sent her towards the infirmary. She limped and stumbled towards the squat, two-story building convincingly enough, but staking out the center itself was just going to draw attention as to was going in. There were more daily panels here, all empty of any waiting surprises. No daily waiting patiently to strike when the Equalists' lead expected it. Something of a shame, more chaos would be an even better mask for her movements. At least the Equalists could have no idea these were here. Easy to slip inside the closest and wait. Her breathing sounded so loud in the confined space, she ignored it, concentrating only on what she could feel through the rock. There. A set of footsteps, a flutter of a heartbeat. One she felt a few times before, unmistakable. Asami Sato was walking nearby. The door flew open and Asami jumped. Equalists rushed into the room and dropped other wounded members onto the spare beds as they groaned and grimaced with pain. "What?" Asami asked. "Apologies, Miss Sato," AI said as she hurried into after them. "The common ward is full, this was intended for another general ward before you arrived." She grimaced as she turned to the nearest bed. "What happened to them?" Asami asked, staring at the Susa's Zion of injuries. "The Daily," AI replied grimly. Can I help?" she asked as the occupants of the beds writhed and groaned. "Oh. Yes," AI said brightly. "Please." It was a repayment of sorts, for everything AI, Kaji, Akira, and Riki had done over the past weeks. Without them, her father might never have even made it here, might not have survived when the stroke left him immobile on the deck. There was no way Asami could agree with the equalist ethos, but she refused to stand idly by and allow people to suffer while she did nothing. Asami kept working as long as she was able, but at last she could not stop yawning. It had been hours, and yet AI was still going. Asami apologized and stumbled away from the infirmary. She was too tired to do any good anymore, but the others, they were nothing short of amazing. If only they were not aligned with Amon. If only they had not succumbed to a prejudice. Her room here was not far, but by the time she reached it, it felt too troublesome to do more than kick her boots off. She slumped on her bed and after a moment of forcing her eyes to stay open, sat up and clicked the hidden radio on. This particular channel 1 was wired to a microphone she had secreted in the rafters of her father's medical ward. Once more, Asami regretted not getting a similar device into Amon's lair or Kwan's office. Possibly for the best, doing either massively increased the risk of detection. The resulting audio from the infirmary was faint and almost lost in the babble of voices, but if she concentrated, she could just about make out a conversation. "Daily have a load of prisoners," one voice said with a sharp wince on the last syllable. "Yeah," a second voice agreed. "We let all the non-benders out. But we figured we'd leave the rest for Amon." "Naturally," AI said brightly. "Could you just thanks? That Sato woman, she's not coming back, right?" The first voice asked. "Oh, I don't think so, press here please." "Great. Now. There we go. I think she's exhausted herself," AI replied. A pause. "What? You still don't trust her?" Another pause. "Oh, come on. Look how much she did for all your comrades. She's totally on our side now." Asami smiled. At least AI believed in her. Shame it was a lie. No matter what happened, she wanted to ensure AI had a good life after this was over. "Can't be too careful," the second voice said. "And look, don't tell anyone this, but Wang told me they found her earthbender friend earlier." "The fire ferret?" AI asked. "Yeah, that's him," the first voice said. "Can't remember the guy's name, but Yukina said she recognized him right off." "What is he doing here?" A long pause, the sounds of the other conversations in the ward too faint to make out. "Maybe it means the Avatar is here," AI said at last. "Doesn't matter if she is." That sounded like Akira. "Amon'll take care of her this time." He chuckled. "Now that is a fight I would pay to see." "Bit sick, isn't it?" The first voice. "Not like she has any chance." He started laughing too. The second voice joined in too. "Enough of that," AI said sharply. "The Avatars, just misguided," she said. "And chained to the past. It shouldn't be a fight. It's more like it'll be her freedom. Amon will free her too." Asami barely heard the rest of the conversation and soon clicked the radio off. It could only be Bolin. How? How could he possibly be here? Wait. The second rescue, the Kyoshi warriors had reinforcements that time, and if the chatter was to be believed, their forces included 2 men. No. That did not necessarily follow, the organization had long since allowed men, ever since Saga became the first. She could still hope, there was still a chance. Mako and Bolin could have come for her. And if they were here, could Korra be here too? News of her assistance in the infirmary seemed to ripple through the ranks. The Equalists grew increasingly relaxed around Asami and she did as little as she could to provoke any curiosity or suspicion. Or perhaps it was because her direct usefulness to the cause was over. Sure, she could wire in the communication channel just as Amon wanted, but it was not something only she could do. Either way, she could probably run away without problem now. Possibly even escape successfully, but to what end? Inevitable arrest, trial, and absolutely no means of defending herself. That was what awaited her outside, an exchange of one prison for another. She did not want that. Asami continued to work, and held on to hope. Her apparent subservience made the double-edged nature of her task that much easier. More wires than necessary, better connections, more interlinks. More movements in and around the Equalist staging area. More chances to observe, though none of it comforting. The Equalists were stockpiling explosives. Asami almost did a double take when she first saw the crates stamped with stark warnings. Just what did they have planned? Why did they have mining explosives, whose use was primarily for carving deep into the mountainside and removing the very tops of mountains? There was enough here to destroy a mountain, more than enough to level the entire city. Asami needed to know why. Had to know what they planned. The lack of active observation gave her opportunity to smuggle a few necessities into her room. A mask, a black uniform, a shock glove. The device still induced bitter feelings, her self-defense design used to suppress and incapacitate benders. No. Not now. She had so much to apologize and atone for. At least now it was simple enough to now pass herself off as just another equalist. Her guard barely glanced as she strode out of the block her room was in, just another equalist now. All she had to do was move as casually as she could. Everyone underestimated her, no one thought she had any spirit left. She had plenty and a rebellious streak besides. Asami sauntered back towards the stacked crates of explosives and the pair of equalists currently wiring detonators into material from the crate. "Hey, that's pretty awesome," she said in an awkward, Broadwater tribe accent. The female equalist glanced up at her. "You think?" "Yeah," Asami said emphatically. "Wish I got to do that kind of thing. All I get to do is scrub the toilets." She glanced around. "Just between us, that Sato woman's a pig. The state she leaves that place in. Ugh." The male equalist snickered. "I feel ya, sister. But this here's a job for the professionals." "Yeah," the female equalist added. "We mess this up. Well. First we all die. Then we leave a massive hold under Kwan's construction site. Then we'd have to deal with Amon. And I don't think being dead is going to stop him getting to us. Spirits'll help him hunt us down and... yeah. Don't want to find out what happens then. We only got one shot at this." "So," Asami said leaning against a crate, breaking down the components in her head. "All future industries stock. All benign, at least intended to be so." She tried not to think of just what she was leaning against. "What we gonna blow up?" "The palace. Gonna tear that whole thing down to rubble." "Big bang," the man said chuckling. "Real big bang," he stressed. Asami suppressed the shiver that ran through her. "Wow." Her throat felt tight. "Hope I get to see it go." The equalists did not seem to notice her trembling. "I almost guarantee you will." "Hopefully." "Well. Depends on what the queen says when Amon gets to her. Or maybe Amon will give the order anyways. Or the spirits will tell him to do it." He looked up at her. "And if you don't mind." He gestured at the half-assembled bomb. "I want to blow up the palace, not myself. You mind letting us concentrate and go someplace else?" "Yeah, we all have our jobs. Get back to your toilets." "Sorry," Asami said and hastily wandered away. Blow up the palace? That was far worse than she had ever suspected Amon would go. He was always preaching about equality and peace. At worst perhaps Amon might have laboriously dragged every bender in the city dragged in front of him to do what he did. But it seemed there was another plan at work here, and helping Amon was accruing a greater and greater cost. What had she facilitated with those handful of favors he had asked for? All those little fixes to help get her father here faster. No. It had been to help Amon get here faster and she had not even noticed. Bolin needed her help. But so did her father. Maybe it would be possible to get them both out. Bolin could help her. If he could get them somewhere secluded down here, at least he could then earthbend them out of here. It would take a while and they would be in darkness almost the entire time, but if she pushed the bed and Bolin tunneled, no one would be able to find them or track them. Her heart skipped a beat. Korra would come looking for Bolin, she was sure. Did she still believe in her enough? Would Korra take Asami too if she came for him? More chatter on the wires. Reports of operations, progress through the tunnels, the number of daily operatives captured. There, an odd report. An equalist who lost her uniform sometime during a pitched skirmish with the daily. Asami tensed for a second, but soon relaxed. They were not referring to the stolen uniform folded beneath her bed. The discussion seemed to relate to a more recent event, one in which the equalists were sure they had captured all the daily. The timing was terrible. Now they would be checking equalists more closely. Her disguise was not worth a thing without familiarity with the Equalists. She had not even thought of a false name, and it was not as if she could trust that pair working on the bombs to vouch for her. But there was a traitor or some saboteur within the Equalist ranks, or at least that was how it seemed. Who was it? A Kyoshi warrior? Korra? Mako? Mako was highly likely. He would come for his brother no matter the cost. But a Daily spy was much more likely. She scanned the frequencies for a short while longer and reluctantly shut the audio off. Whoever the intruder was, they had successfully vanished into the mass of other Equalists. She needed to know more, but if she hung on any longer then someone would notice her absence from her father's side. It was still vital to avoid unnecessary attention. No change in her father when she reached him. She was numb to the sight now following the depressing succession of day after unchanging day. And no one paid her any kind of attention for a moment. She was just part of the background now. Or was she just assumed to be on side? Her lack of retaliation might be evidence enough. Asami slumped into the chair beside her father. She could kill him right now. Kill him this very moment and no one would ever know. Asami shivered. Where had that thought come from? She could not possibly kill her father, never. As easy as it would be to end his life right here and now. No. No. Not after so long and so much effort to bring him here, to get him here fast. Enough. She needed to get away from him, away from the others. Asami was a day ahead of the wiring anyway. She could afford to just lie in her room and try to escape her thoughts. The nurses remained busy with a new wave of the injured as she left. There was nothing more to do until the next wave of Daily tunnels fell. Asami trudged back to her room. Odd. It had been so long since her Equalist guards had bothered to trail after her. They had apparently abruptly decided to restart. Asami grimaced. Had someone noticed her? Her subterfuge uncovered? What had given her away? The unusual wiring? The stolen uniform? Or had Amon somehow seen the inside of her head and noticed that murderous impulse from a moment before? No. Amon could not simply read her thoughts. He would not have let her get this far if he could see into her mind. Asami repressed a sigh. Best to deal with this situation however as best she could. Remain calm. She walked home, closed the door and scrambled for her shock glove. Asami blinked and stared at the weapon. Why had she grabbed for it? She was not about to attack one of the guards. Best to take it off. Pretend nothing was wrong. But somehow she did not and nothing happened. There was no knocking at the door, and no one burst into her room. Had she been mistaken? No. There was someone outside in the corridor now. A brief stamp of a foot, a pause, and the door opened. Asami tensed. A woman Equalist pushed her way inside. The stranger stared at Asami for a moment and hurriedly closed the door. What was this? Korra? No. Asami Sato, Kuvira said by way of a greeting as she pulled the mask off. Kuvira. Asami gaped. She remembered the weapon on her hand after a moment and scrambled for the shock gloves off switch. Why are you? I came to rescue you, naturally, she replied. So Kuvira was one of the Kyoshi warriors' reinforcements. Was Korra the other? Well, unless you've been swayed to the Equalists. Kuvira trailed off and her hands twitched at her sides. No, Asami said loudly. Kuvira winced and shushed her. There are people all around us. Try not to attract attention. I will take your answer though. Another rescue. Still the matter of her father, and now. Kuvira, they have Bolin. We need to help him too. Is Korra here? Kuvira summarized the situation in brisk terms. She knew about Bolin. Korra and Mako should be in Zaofu by now. Asami listened with a sinking heart. Kuvira had been on the airship she sabotaged, and as a result she, Korra, Bolin and Mako were all separated and in trouble. But, they had come for her, all of them. They had come to rescue her, Asami realized with a thrill of excitement. But should they have? They had no idea what was in store for them here. Asami, the Equalists have been on high alert ever since I got here. While I agree we need to rescue Bolin, we cannot do so like this. We need wait, someone's coming. Asami panicked for a second. No. She knew what to do. Practice, a set sequence in her head. She could do it. Asami stripped the shock glove from her hand and flung it beneath the bed. Asami cursed silently. She had never imagined another person would be here and needed hiding. Kuvira glanced around the room hastily. The bed was too low to hide a person, there was no cupboard, the window was small and too much traffic passed close by. Kuvira, take your clothes off. Asami said as she pulled her shirt over her head, and started on the rest of her clothes, her fingers fumbling with buttons and clasps. Need to be quick. Kuvira blinked at her. Do what? Get naked and start moaning as loudly as you can, Asami hissed. I need a reason for you to be here that no one is going to ask awkward questions about. Her fingers scrambled for the button Kuvira's pants. Understanding seemed to cross Kuvira's face. She let out a deep groan. Good, Asami hissed. But a bit more like this. She gasped out a throaty moan as Kuvira stripped the equalist shirt off and dispensed with her underwear. Their clothes came to rest strewn in heaps across the floor. It gave the right impression at least. Someone began pounding on the door. Onto the bed. Asami tugged Kuvira into her arms and fell back onto the mattress. A little awkward like this, someone she barely knew lying between her legs, cool skin and overly tense muscles against her own. She tried to relax a little, but the situation was nothing close to erotic. Moan, Asami breathed as she wrapped her arms around Kuvira's back. Kuvira let out another breathy moan as the knocking continued. I hope this is going to work, she commented, as she squirmed uncomfortably on top of Asami. It will, Asami replied in a soft voice and tried to ignore the feel of Kuvira's chest against her own, the feel of their legs against each other. What? She called towards the door with as much impatience and annoyance as she could. Miss Sato dash, a voice began. Go away, she yelled back. Miss Sato, we need to check dash. I said go away. Don't come in here. Kuvira raised an eyebrow, Asami tugged her head down to her shoulder. Break it down, a muffled voice said from the corridor. Ready? Asami whispered. As much as I can be, Kuvira said. Her whole body was tense. The door flew open with a splintering crash and Asami screamed. She pushed Kuvira off her and grabbed for the sheets. Kuvira mimicked her action and they awkwardly tried to cover themselves. The trio of equalist troops stared hard at them for a second before looking away awkwardly. What is this? Asami yelled. What? You want to watch? Perverts. Out, everyone out, the lead equalist said. He paused in the doorway, facing away from them. Apologies. Miss Sato. We're looking for an intruder. He swallowed awkwardly. Yeah. He pulled the door to and his footsteps faded away down the corridor. Asami held her breath for a few more seconds before finally relaxing and flopping back against the bed. Impressive, Kuvira said a second later. She clambered off the bed and immediately began dressing. Very impressive improvisation. I doubt they'll be back anytime soon. Shame this isn't likely to work again. Asami sighed. I know. And I apologize for doing that. She idly watched Kuvira for a moment as the other woman rapidly pulled on her uniform. Asami shook herself and looked away as she drew the blanket around her shoulders. Kuvira shook her head. No need to apologize. Very effective, and I'm not sure I had any kind of better plan. She shrugged her shirt on. While we have a chance right now and little risk of being interrupted, what do you know of the equalists' plans? What do they intend to do here? Kuvira blinked. And have their plans for the AV for Korra changed at all? Revolution, Asami stared up at her. Amon plans to overthrow the queen. It's going to happen soon. And there is a strong possibility they'll destroy the palace, dependent on the queen, they said. Kuvira's eyes narrowed. That palace is centuries old. And they're threatening to just blow it up. She made an angry noise in her throat. We have to stop them. And we need Korra to help us. I have been trying to get in contact with her. Kuvira sighed. If only Bolin wasn't captured, he might have joined up with her by now. If Amon recognized him Some of the equalists know who he is, so I doubt Amon is ignorant, Asami interrupted. Then it is likely Bolin will be used against Korra. Kuvira stared at her. I have to ask before we can go any further, are you committed to stopping them? Bolin's my friend. Asami said hastily. But I'm scared. I don't know what to do anymore. Amon needs to be stopped, but my father needs me. I can't just leave him. Her face contorted with sorrow and her eyes filled with tears. Please. Can we take my father with us? If we have a plan. Maybe Korra She broke off as Kuvira's hand struck her cheek, the sharp noise of the impact ringing in the air. Fool, Kuvira muttered angrily. You are nothing but a selfish fool. Asami raised a trembling hand to her cheek, the skin hot and stinging. You disappoint me, Asami Sato. Korra and her friends dropped everything to chase after you. They risked their lives trying to save you from Amon. From your father's co-conspirators. And yet you insist we drag him with us when we try to save you. Asami could not bring herself to say anything. If Korra was here and she forced you to choose between your father and freedom, which would you choose? The equalists or freedom? All Asami wanted was to apologize to him. Have one last conversation with her father. Kuvira glared at her and continued speaking. It does not seem a hard choice, your father helped terrorize an entire city. He poisoned the Avatar, the girl you at least seemed to be once be besotted with. He kidnapped you and helped fund this whole organization, one that you insist you oppose. And yet, you still care for this man. Kuvira shook her head. I cannot begin to understand you, Asami Sato. But say your father recovers? What then? Will he now side against the equalists, or will be once again side against Korra? And what about after? When the revolution is over, what life can there possibly be for him? You think he, and you, can possibly live happily ever after now? Her most secret thoughts on Kuvira's lips. They sounded so fantastical, so impossible, like this. So childish. Your choice, Miss Sato. Go down with your father, or save yourself. You have no other options. Bolin. Asami blinked. The earnest boy who loved everything and everyone, somehow caught up in this mess. Thanks to her. She could not let him suffer for her mistakes. Asami cleared her throat. The equalists are going to wait for Amon to address them in just over an hour and a half. It'll be our best chance to free Bolin. And I'll try and hack the communication tower. I should be able to get in touch with Zaofu at least. If Korra's there, we can warn her or ask for help. Kuvira smiled. Finally. After 2 days of wandering the city, reading all the scrolls in the room and getting herself flustered all over again. 2 days of killing time. 2 days of innuendo and sly comments from the inn owner. 2 days worth of unexpectedly tasty contraceptive tea. After what seemed like an eternity, they had a response from Zaofu. The note on Angela's leg was from Opal in her overly neat, tiny handwriting. She related that she had received a similar message to theirs via Archie, an excitable note half written by Kuvira and half written by Bolin. The pair had made it to Ba Sing Se some days after the equalists. Asami should be there. Korra smiled as she read the note and passed it to the bemused Mako. Seriously. He stared at the letter. Dear Mako, I found Grandma and the rest of our family. Korra, this is amazing. Amazing or not, we need to get moving. Korra said, flinging their supplies into the bag. Can't waste any more time. She paused. I'll miss the room, Korra said, taking one last glance around the overly pink room. I won't, Mako growled as he stalked past her. Mako has refused the tea every single day. The owner never seemed to know if she should be worried or impressed with him. I might finally get a decent night's sleep. Sorry. Korra said. Sorry? What did you do? I meant all the moaning from everyone else, Mako said. Honestly, I think some of them are competing to see how can be the loudest. Oh, Korra said. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry for getting us this place to begin with. Mako sighed. Well. At least we're away from it now. Now we just need to find when the next airship is headed over there, he said as they retrieved Naga from the stables. Korra shrugged. I was thinking we'd try a more direct approach. Which is what? Mako asked baffled. I am Avatar Korra. I humbly request your assistance in a mission of the utmost urgency. Please take this airship to Ba Sing Se immediately. Korra stared down at the captain who blinked at her. He dithered but nodded after a moment. Korra grinned at Mako who just sighed. Nothing like subtlety, is there? Mako asked. Right now, subtlety is overrated. She stared out the window as the airship raised up and left people shouting in confusion on the ground. Mako, we can pay something for our unscheduled flight, right? Mako scowled and rummaged in his bag. Yeah. Hope this goes some way to cover the cost. Korra tuned him out as she watched Omashu fall away below them. This journey had gone on so long now. At least now they were again definitely headed towards Asami. And Bolin and Kuvira. She needed to end everything in Ba Sing Se. Deal with Amon once and for all. Save Asami. Deal with the rest of the Equalists. Maybe deal with the Earth Queen. No. She was still thinking like the Red Lotus. Try and ruffle as few feathers as possible while they did this. Get Team Avatar back together, save her friend and defeat Amon. Just that. The airship swept low over the swamp. Korra peered down looking for either the swamp benders or the airship wreckage, but saw neither in amongst the tangle of trees and vines that shielded most of the ground from view. Beyond the vast reaches of the swamp was an almost endless sea of sand and rolling sand dunes. The great desert, the scale of it was staggering. But even that ended eventually, and the sand flowed at last into the ocean. A few hours later the very tops of Ba Sing Se were visible in the distance, the sheer size of the city daunting even as far off as they were. Wow, she breathed. Wow is right, Mako said beside her. No matter what pictures you see or what anyone tells you. He shook his head. I know it's the biggest city in the world. But I just never thought it would be that big. And our friends are somewhere down there, Korra murmured. The city was almost overwhelming the moment they landed. Almost. So much to see happening all around them and people, so many people. It took a few attempts to get someone to pause long enough for her to ask how they could find the address from Bolin's letter. A few more attempts to find someone who recognized the address and could point them in the right direction. Ready for this? Korra asked as the helpful woman vanished back into the crowd and Korra ran over the instructions one more time. You're going to meet all your family after all. Mako looked pensive. Ready as I think I ever could be. They followed the streets, the crowd thinning as they went and moved towards the outer edges of the city. Korra's gaze drifted to a display of vintage Water Tribe artifacts in a shop on one side of the street. When she looked up again she could not be sure what the previous step in the instructions had been. Korra stared at the street. Okay. Did she say left at the end of here? Or was it right? I don't remember, Mako said, frowning. There was definitely one left involved. Mako, there were 3 left turns. Korra trailed off and looked back up the street. Or 4. Maybe? Maybe it was the 3rd left before then the 2nd right. Let's find someone else to at least point us in the right direction, Mako said with a sigh. I've got a better idea. Korra grinned and patted Naga's flanks. You remember what Bolin smells like, right girl? Naga barked an affirmative and Korra scrambled up onto her back. A weary Mako climbed up behind her. We could have just done this back there, you know. I know, Korra replied as Naga started forward. But I don't want to just rely on Naga like that. And she deserves a rest just as much as we do. The polar bear dog trailed after Bolin's scent, and from what Korra remembered of the instructions they seemed to be heading in the right direction. It was at least a relief to not trudge down the stone streets on foot, and Naga was moving far faster than they could have. They should be there well before evening and be able to plan out what to do next for finding Asami and Amon. Hey, I think we just passed the last landmark that woman gave us, Korra said. She leaned forward, keeping watch for the large multi-storied building described by both the stranger and Bolin. One building ahead of them looked promising, but instead of heading for it, Naga abruptly veered off down a sequence of alleyways and moved away from the area. Korra frowned as Naga picked up speed. Odd. Well, maybe Bolin was in the habit of strolling down these alleyways and the route would eventually lead them back to the family home. One reason not to use Naga for this kind of thing. Or was she losing her touch? Korra tried to remember polar bear dog life expectancy. Was Naga getting old? No. She was still moving fast and seemed excitable and full of life. But how could she be so wrong, and how could Bolin be so far removed from where he had claimed? Mako voiced his own wariness after the first hour, and during the third Korra considered calling a halt to Naga's tracking. Before she could, Naga stopped in front of a solid stone wall and barked at it. Hey, girl. Bolin isn't here. Is he? Naga barked again. Okay, now I'm confused. Korra dropped down off Naga and pushed against the wall. It did not move in the slightest, solid and complete. Earthbending would take care of it in a moment, but why would Bolin hide somewhere only accessible with earthbending? A sudden chill swept through her. Earthbenders in Ba Sing Se. The Daily. Too close for comfort. It's not like Bolin could have left his scent here, she said, trying to assure herself. Mako hummed. How about Kuvira? She's here too, right? Korra glanced at Naga. How about it, girl? Can you smell Kuvira? And please do not just lead them to another blank wall. Earthbending through them would be no problem, but she would rather know what was on the other side first. The polar bear dog sniffed around for a moment before sitting back on her haunches and barked in the opposite direction. So, she's not here. And Bolin is apparently. Korra stared at the wall for a moment. Hey, Naga? How about people? Are there any people here? Naga sniffed around again and began to paw at the ground. Something there, girl. Korra grimaced but scooped the mud away from around Naga's paw. A deep layer of muck and then stone underneath. Stone foundation of the street. No, something more. The slab was larger than other paving slabs and hinged along one edge. There's something here. Mako peered over her shoulder. Looks like a trapdoor. For earthbenders. That same horrible notion of what might have happened. Bolin might be in serious trouble. Then let's see why Naga thinks Bolin's down here. Korra said hurriedly as she bent the slab open. The stone floor was not far below, and after a quick listen it seemed as though the coast was clear. Korra dropped into a wide tunnel and Naga squeezed through after her. Mako paused and glanced around before following, and Korra bent the hatch closed again. Okay, girl, still smell Bolin. Naga sniffed at the air and barked loudly, the sound echoing. Korra shushed her even as she grinned. Okay, girl, lead on. Asami was breathing hard by the time they reached the cells, a trail of unconscious equalists in their wake. If she lived through this, she was getting more exercise. 3 times a week. Being on Team Avatar was exhausting. Did Aang's group have to do all this running? Probably not. They had Aang's air bison after all. If she could possibly persuade Tenzin to donate one, or just insist Korra take on for additional transport. Asami shook her head. Now was not the time. Kuvira checked the passageway behind them and with a wave of her hand, gestured Asami forward. This one? Asami asked when she caught her breath and paused beside the first of the underground jail cells. Kuvira nodded. She was not even slightly tired. Asami gritted her teeth. She was not going to spend this time wheezing and feeling terrible. They were rescuing Bolin. Cautiously she approached the bars and peered inside. A sea of strangers peered out at her, curious and nervous at her appearance. Is that Amon? One muttered. Don't be absurd, Amon's a man, another prisoner replied. Maybe she's here to take us to him, a third voice said in a quavering voice. The prisoners erupted into plaintive pleading as they backed away from the bars. Please, Asami called. I'm not with the Equalists. I'm just looking for my friend. Please. Listen to me. I'm Dash. Asami. Bolin called and pushed through the mass of people in the opposite direction to them. He hauled himself closer to the bars and stared at her wonderingly. Asami. Asami. You're. Wait. We were supposed to be rescuing you, weren't we? He sighed. Can't believe you wound up rescuing me when I was helping rescue you. Asami smiled. Oh Bolin. She took his hand, the contact so wonderful after so long without her friend. There were some scrapes on his cheeks and forehead, but other than those and the dark rings under his eyes, Bolin looked just fine. We're getting you out. We. Bolin glanced around. Kuvira. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I wound up getting caught. Well. Guess you figured that, huh? Kuvira rolled her eyes. Next time, if I leave you somewhere with a mission, stay there. She studied him for a few moments. I figure, maybe it couldn't be helped. Okay, listen up, all of you. We're getting you out of there. With a series of hand gestures the cell door crumpled like paper and Kuvira pulled it from the door frame. It fell to the floor with a loud crash. Nervous at first, but soon confident, the prisoners poured out of the cell, excited babbling still tempered with fear their rescuers might turn against them. Asami caught Bolin's hand again as he stepped out and pulled him into a hug. Bolin squeezed her back and Asami felt the familiar prickle of tears in her eyes and immediately began sobbing into his shoulder. It had been so long since anyone had exhibited anything like this much warmth towards her. Since she had last had this chance at sharing another's warmth. Missed you, Bolin murmured. Me too. Asami said smiling as she wiped her eyes. You and everyone else. Kuvira turned away from and addressed the crowd. All of you, you are now free. Please get out of here and if you are able get clear of the city. If you follow this tunnel until you see daylight you will find yourselves in the outer ring of the city. Alone you may be recaptured, but together, you will have no problems with either the Daily or the Equalists. The prisoners cheered and began to stumble along the tunnel en masse. We need to move, Kuvira said as the last of the prisoners vanished around a turn. We need another route if we want to keep moving, that crowd is just going to hold us up. If I remember. Kuvira closed her eyes. Yes, this way. She headed up the tunnel, Bolin and Asami walking fast just to keep pace with her. Bolin. Asami said, still gripping his hand, afraid to let go, but at the same time afraid of what she was about to say. I'm sorry. I betrayed everyone. I helped him on. Don't say that, Bolin said, smiling. It's not your fault. It is, Asami insisted. This could not just be allowed to pass without comment or penalty. I didn't have to help them, but I did. How can I face Korra? I've lost the last of the little honor I had. Asami murmured. Asami. Bolin grabbed her shoulders and turned her to face him. Please, don't do this. The moment we found out you were gone, Korra was so sad and she wanted so badly to rescue you. And me and Mako, we both felt the same. So, please don't beat yourself up. Doesn't matter what you did, what matters is we found you and we're going to get you home. If I still have a home. Asami said bitterly. Bolin opened and closed his mouth a few times. We'll take care of that. You're home. He sighed. Let's get out of here first. And I assure you, we'll take care of anyone who badmouths you. Mako already started as soon as you were taken. He got in this massive fight at work because people insulted you. Of course, he got fired because of that so. He did. Asami felt bewildered. He did that, for me? How could she have kept on choosing her father over these people who cared for her so much? Friends who had dropped everything in their lives to chase after her into another kingdom. Who missed her when she was taken. They were her friends, but Asami was not sure she ever quite appreciated what that meant until now. They cared so much more than she thought. Even Mako. She had misjudged him. Mako was a good person. She had been unfair to him for so long now. His methods remained hard to stomach, but she needed to let that go now. And she owed him a dance on her birthday. And, Korra stormed into Iroha's office and ordered him to rescue you, Bolin said excitedly, his face becoming more animated. Though he couldn't, because, politics I think. It was something like that. And that just made Korra angrier and then, she wound up taking out his desk. She what? Asami asked, blinking. kicked it way up in the air and threw everything on the floor. And Iroh was like almost unfazed. It was amazing. He just started picking stuff up off the floor. He didn't yell or anything. And then Bolin smiled. We were on the docks and Iroh came to talk to us and it was like the confrontation scene in that episode of Do You Remember? He blinked and frowned. What was it called? Can't remember. He shook himself. Guess the dialy got some of my memories. Anyway. The one with the love triangle where it gets undone and they have the last confrontations and everyone pairs up because of it. It was so intense. And Iroh and Korra were admitting all this stuff and, I'm not sure I should have been there. What? Asami asked, her head feeling light. Love triangle? Confrontation? Iroh confronting Korra? Well, Korra challenged Iroh to an Agni Kai over you. He trailed off as she felt the blood leave her face, but at the same time a strange excitement enveloped her. Korra challenged Iroh? Over her? I'm kidding on the last part. But Bolin cut himself off and glanced nervously at Kuvira. Asami smiled and laughed with a touch of disappointment. Hopefully not much of the rest was true, otherwise things would be very complicated back in Republic City. I'd have liked to have been there, Kuvira said. I would have rooted for Korra. Or at least fought the prince alongside her. Oh, now that is a great storyline. Remind me to write all this down when I get a chance. Bolin carried on talking excitedly. So much had happened to her friends without her and they had all done so much to try and save her. She had almost nothing to say in reply, endless days on an airship, endless days in an infirmary, nothing worth relating. A few rare moments when she helped the enemy. If only she could have been there with the others. But if she had, they would never have had those experiences, they had them because of her. Asami smiled. She had never been alone, even when it all seemed hopeless, Team Avatar had cared for her. Home seemed that much closer now. But they had to deal with Amon first, this was not over. Naga picked up speed as she sniffed at the air and before long she was charging down the tunnel, Korra and Mako on her heels. Hopefully she had found either Bolin or Kuvira. Then at least they could get the group partially back together and start the next part of the search. Abruptly Naga screeched to a halt and hunched closer to the ground. A growl developed in her throat as she glared down the tunnel. Mako peered into the gloom ahead. Equalists or dialy most likely, he said. Neither good and it's best if Amon doesn't know we're here. Right, Korra said. I'll make us a detour, Naga. Wait. Naga darted forward as three figures, two in equalist uniforms became visible further down the tunnel. And Naga was running right at them. When had she cultivated such a hatred for them? Wait. Naga did not look angry. She was panting and her eyes were bright. She was heading straight towards the equalist on the right. Wait. No, she was not wearing a mask. Her long black hair was messy but would be beautiful if treated in the right way. And that smile, that was a smile that always made Korra's knees feel a little weak. Asami. Korra gasped. Asami. She yelled, forgetting herself, stealth, everything else. Korra started running towards her. With a whoop Asami grinned and started forward, but Naga reached her first. With a grunt Asami fell back onto the stone floor, Naga licking at her face vigorously as Asami squirmed and tried to push the polar bear dog away. Naga, she said with gasping laughs. It's great to see you too. She giggled. Someone, help. Hey, girl, just, give us, a moment, Korra said as she gently pushed Naga's head away and offered Asami her hand. Asami hesitated for a moment but took tight hold of Korra's hand. The Avatar pulled her to her feet and into a tight embrace. With a hoop of her own, she raised Asami up and twirled her around, gazing up at her eyes. They were both laughing and unable to stop looking at each other. Slightly dizzy, Korra stopped turning and let Asami's feet drop to the floor again as she kissed her cheek. And again. And Asami was kissing her cheek in return. It felt too good. If they did not stop they would get a little too close to their lips, and Korra was not certain she would care who was here if they did, would not be able to stop that kiss. No. Not the time, and after their last day together, possibly awkward. First things first. She rested her head on Asami's shoulder and hugged her tight again, glad to feel the other girl squeeze her back just as tightly. "Hi Bolin," Korra said grinning, feeling a little giddy. Bolin wiped a tear from his cheek and waved. Kuvira meanwhile looked somewhat smug while she watched them. "Hi Kuvira." Bolin cleared his throat. "Glad you guys made it," Bolin said. "And, did you get to meet the family?" he asked Mako. "Not yet. Introduce me later," Mako replied. "Glad you're okay, bro," he said and hugged Bolin. Korra smiled at them, Asami showing no sign of letting go of her. They needed this moment. Just for a little longer, finally Team Avatar was whole once more. I missed you," Korra murmured into Asami's shoulder. She took a step back, Asami moving with her so she could lean against the tunnel wall, the comforting weight of Asami pressing into her. How long had it been now? How long since that tea, the last hugs, hello and goodbye? How long since the last time they just spent time in each other's company and talked? How long since they last kissed? Too long since any one moment, and in the same instant it did not matter in the slightest. They were together here and it was all worth it. Korra vowed to never let someone else split their group as Amon and Hiroshi had. Asami's body began shaking and she started sniffing as tears ran down her cheeks. "I missed you too." She glanced around. "All of you. And I'm so sorry. You came all this way, just for me. And after I could have come back sooner. But..." She tried to pull away from Korra, her arms slackening. "I helped them. I can't." Her words became muffled as Korra pulled her back into her arms and after a moment, Asami clung onto her again. Korra shushed her as she started sobbing and began stroking her hair. When Asami calmed a little further, Korra took her face in both her hands. Asami had lost a lot of weight since they had last seen each other. Her lips were missing the red lipstick Asami always wore and they seemed so pale and dry without the coloring. Her eyes were missing the dark eyeshadow but had gained dark rings that spoke of sleepless nights. Asami's hair was a complete state, matted, tangled and riddled with split ends. She needed a break, needed to recuperate and find herself. Become the Asami she had been before. First thing after they wrapped things up here and she would get Asami a good home-cooked meal. Then maybe let her sleep for the week or more it looked like she needed. "Asami. We're here now. I have to admit I am somewhat not a fan of your father, but you can't keep blaming yourself for caring about him or for staying with him and ensuring he was safe." "She's right," Bolin spoke up. I don't think I could have treated my parents like that. No matter what they did. And whatever you did, it's not as bad as the Equalists. They kidnapped you, Asami. No way would you join this lot voluntarily. Yeah. And when we get back, we'll sort everything out. We just need to get you someplace safe, Mako said. Thank you. Asami gently pulled out of Korra's arms and took a few shuffling steps towards the brothers. With a deep breath she threw her arms around the two brothers and pulled them both into a hug. I can hardly believe how lucky I am to have you all as friends. Thank you. Anytime, Korra smiled, her expression twisting into a grimace. She blinked. Oh, Bolin, your face. Bolin pawed at his cheeks and winced. It's nothing. It's fine. He said dismissively. Korra shook her head. Let me take care of it. She pulled one of the water bottles from Naga's saddlebags and stepped close to him. With a few flicks of her hands slid the water across Bolin's face and began glowing faintly. He was staring at her, his breathing faster as she concentrated on the healing. As she drew the water away, thankfully his injuries had closed up, but his face still looked red. More practice was probably in order. Thanks. Bolin murmured, glancing away, his lips twitching into a smile. Should we get moving? He asked. Yeah. And first thing is I need to deal with Amon. Once and for all. So let's go, Kuvira said, peering up and down the corridor. Korra mimicked the action. No one in sight fortunately. For all their noise, no one seemed to have noticed them here. Amon is planning to oust the queen. And soon. He is prepared to kill her and destroy the palace. Korra clenched her teeth as her hands curled into fists at her side. No. Not now. She could not afford to think like the Red Lotus now, she was the Avatar. What would Aang do? As much as I don't like her, I can't let him take over like that, and I cannot stand by if he tries to kill her. No, we'll decide what to do about her later. We need a plan for Amon first. I know about their operations. Asami said as she took a deep breath. She briefly summarized everything she knew about the Equalists, weapons locations, tunnels, communication lines, allies. Mako muttered something darkly at the mention of Quan's name but did not interrupt. Asami felt oddly proud. She had not been idle during her capture, even effectively tied in place by the presence of her father. She named names, the other corrupt officials she had caught sight of in the compound and underground chambers. Those whose wealth and power within the city could not sate them and so had turned to Amon to gain even more. Asami bit her lip before concluding her summary with the specific location her father currently resided in. Asami. We'll get him away from her, Korra insisted. And we may well be able to treat him in Zaofu, we have some pretty advanced equipment there, Kuvira added. I can't vouch for Amon and Quan's doctors, but I would be extremely reluctant to trust them. Yeah. Asami said. Though I have to warn you, if he is cured, he would have to stand trial for what he's done, Kuvira cautioned. I know, Asami said, trembling a little. I can't keep hanging on to his promise. Just, as long as my father's alive. He does need to stand trial and I don't expect anyone to forgive him easily. Thank you, she added. Let's see if we can do anything first, Kuvira replied. The communication channel, Korra asked. I think I can use it. You can? Asami asked. Wait, what for? I can't just defeat Amon. Even if we do capture him or... When we capture him, Korra said firmly. His ideas, his preaching can still be spread. It's too damaging and risky to let people keep thinking that kind of thing. So, when I defeat him, I need to do it as the Avatar. Everyone in the city, possibly everyone in the world needs to know it's me there and that they should no longer be fooled by his lies. Yeah. Bolin exclaimed. Show the world what you can do. No. Korra smiled. What we can all do together. I have my team Avatar with me. We'll take him down like we took the Red Lotus down. And I want everyone to know Asami helped me, a non-bender challenging Amon. They need to see the truth about her. Miss Sato is missing. Amon asked. The Equalist still stood at attention. Yes sir. Mr. Sato? Amon asked. Still in the infirmary, he replied. Amon sighed. But the Earthbender boy is missing too, no doubt. The Equalist nodded. I underestimated her in that capacity. I thought she would dote on her father more. At least it worked as long as it did. Do you wish us to recapture her? The man asked. No. What can she do now? Amon asked. No money, no legacy, and a singular earthbender to assist her. She is the least of our concerns. If we can recapture her, so be it. If she successfully flees, it is less of a concern. However, if you can, recapture the earthbender. He remains useful bait. Amon smiled behind the mask. She completed the communication channel at least. Yes sir. And it has been successfully tested? She completed the assigned work. Amon asked. Yes sir, the Equalist nodded. Miss Sato may run, she might even evade us forever, but I doubt she can do that and keep the boy safe for long. If anything, I expect him to make some foolish bid to protect her. Then we shall have him once again. Amon stared levelly at the man. You have your orders. See that I am not disturbed. I will now address our brethren. Amon picked up the microphone. Finally. It was time. He waited until the door banged shut before flicking the on switch and began the speech he had waited so long to give. My brothers and sisters. It is now the appointed hour. The day, the hour that our glorious revolution begins. The spirits have spoken unto me once again and now insist we commence our operations. They begged me to wrest the Queen's communication channel from her. They insist she must leave her throne, whether by our hand or her own. Today we deliver our ultimatums to the corrupt heart of this city. And soon, so soon, we will begin the liberation of Ba Sing Se. We shall free the city from the curse of bending and let it stand as a testament and an example to the entire Earth Kingdom. He smiled as he sat back, imagining the roar of approval from his followers, from the anti-monarchy groups. The Avatar would come for him, there was no doubt. Holding the Earthbender boy would bring her more directly to him, but there was little chance the Avatar could risk allowing him to carry out his operation. And he would be waiting, ready to break the Avatar cycle and truly begin the Age of Equality, all under his sole control. Team Avatar looked as if they had a problem with not smiling all the time. This was hardly the most appropriate time or place for it, but Kuvira supposed they needed to have their moment. As long as it then allowed them to focus sufficiently. Still, after spending so long looking for a Sammy, it made sense they indulge in a small celebration. The group had found its missing member. And now was the time to move on and deal with the Equalists. Kuvira suppressed her sigh in impatience, gratified when Mako proved once again he was the most pragmatic of the group and pushed the conversation in the direction Kuvira desired. We need a plan. We can't just attack, there is absolutely no way we can defeat all the Equalists on our own. But, he smiled. We can damage the revolution sufficiently to let the Queen's army take out the Equalists. The others bought into his enthusiasm, everyone so swiftly fixated on Amon as the enemy. Perfect. And in the process, it would be trivial to remove the Queen in the aftermath. A convenient accident, a change to the succession process, and she was perfectly placed to select that successor. Kuvira would ensure the kingdom received a better ruler. It did not matter who would begin the change, either Amon or Team Avatar would perform the necessary actions to cover her plans. Kuvira allowed herself a faint smile as sirens began to blare throughout the tunnels. Book, Metal. Chapter 16, Team Avatar. The radio crackled and the burst of static interrupting the afternoon's radio drama. The announcer paused for a moment before finally speaking in a slightly trembling voice. All citizens within Ba Sing Se should avoid the Sichuan district. Anyone still apprehended in the district now faced immediate arrest on suspicion of Equalist sympathies and allegiance to anti-monarchy groups. Amon smiled. Quan had already ensured the deployment of far more troops than necessary to the district, and as a side effect, reduced the upper ring Imperial Guards to little more than a skeleton force. The meager remaining group would be easily overpowered by the mecha tanks when the time came. Everything was all going precisely as planned. Quan barely looked back as he scurried onto his airship, the vessel stuffed full of his combined wealth and antiquities, both that of Hiroshi Sato and everything once intended for his daughter. The airship lifted into the sky and rapidly vanished out of sight. To the Fire Nation, no doubt. Perhaps it would have been better if this vessel also met with an unfortunate malfunction in transit. Too late now. And he was the one lecturing Quan on not sacrificing a piece before its usefulness was over. No, let Quan leave for now. He would likely prove useful when they arrived in the Fire Nation. Money bought wealth and connections easily. Connections they would once again rely on to accomplish their grand plans. An Equalist hurried up and bowed to him. Amon. The Queen has announced the cancellation of her speech today. Has she? Amon asked. The excuse. Official word is illness, but the prevalent rumor is that she has safety concerns, the man responded. Amon hummed. Then she has learned or suspects something of our plans, Amon commented. And yet, she will likely be unwilling to withdraw the troops from the riots. This changes the dynamic slightly. For now we proceed as planned. And we should thank the Queen, Hoting has admirably demonstrated our power. What is the status of her troops? The Queen can still draw on the 500 troops held in reserve, and we still do not have a complete count of the Daili, the Equalist replied. We have suffered no further resistance, but it remains possible they are in hiding. Do you want to order another sweep? No. Amon shook his head. No need. We can manage as we are. Ensure all shock gloves are fully charged before we make our move. The real power of the Equalists was numbers and technological prowess. The anti-monarchy forces within the city would unwittingly provide the cover to this next stage. 1,000-strong group were on parade today. The organizers stressed peaceful protests, but there were enough specially selected newcomers among their ranks to turn the group to something more destructive. Destruction was seductive. And if the plants should happen to note the gates were not guarded, or that the guards could be easily overpowered, they would lead the way. The group should rise to the occasion alongside them. Mob called to mob, the queen had been too greedy, too tyrannical. The city would turn on her easily. You have your orders for when the call is made for reinforcements. Yes, but, what then? We will be hard pushed to deal with the suppression of the protesters, the Equalist said. Do not worry. That becomes the moment we demonstrate the full power of the mecha tanks. No bender can stop them. Let the troops think whatever they wish until then. Now, to your post. Amon turned to the man beside him. Lieutenant, you remain in command of the mecha tank battalion. The lieutenant nodded gravely, the trace of a smile on his lips. Dispatch the bomb squad and ensure they adhere to the agreed timing, Amon said. What about the Avatar? Amon smiled again. If she does not appear, then she will appear weak to those around the world. If she does appear, her public defeat will be a far larger and more effective blow against all benders. Do not worry, the spirits guide my every action. I cannot be defeated by a relic of the past like her. 5 versus a few thousand Equalists, Asami said. Sounds fair? Well, interesting if nothing else. Yeah, but we have the Korra. Bolin said. And we're Team Avatar. He pointed at each member in turn. Earth, metal, fire and... He blinked as he pointed to Asami. Technology. He finished weakly. Asami smiled at him. I'll petition later to have a new element added, she quipped. Still only 5 people. Even Aang didn't take on the entire Fire Nation just with his friends, Mako said. He had swamp benders for one thing. He clicked his tongue. We could have had swamp benders. Yeah, if we could foresee the future, Korra said with a sigh. If possible, she said after a pause. I want to settle this as quickly as we can. I would prefer to just take out Amon and leave the others unharmed if possible. Without him, the group has no leader and he's still the only one we know can take bending away. Without him, what can they do? They're just a group of people chanting prejudiced slogans. Better hope they don't believe that hard, Mako murmured. He shook his head. But we are talking about someone planning on taking on the whole of the Queen's army. Who have had the equivalent of both Water Tribes and the Fire Nation's military budget spent on them ever since Hotang took the throne. But... Kuvira grimaced. Not all of them are in the city. The troops are spread around the nation. Recalling them will take a long time. There have to be significantly fewer Equalists. But... Asami sighed. My father built things. Asami? Korra asked. New weapons. Amon called them mecha tanks. I've never seen anything like them and I doubt anyone else has either. Amon was pretty certain they would be able to face the army with them and no bender would be able to harm them. She bit her lip. And that's not even taking into account the palace bombs. He might just settle for taking her hostage, Kuvira mused. Amon could easily kill anyone he took bending from. As far as I know, the Equalists have yet to kill anyone. If he does assassinate the monarch, that will indicate a significant change. They must be aware that as long as they hold the queen, the army, and the Daily will be effectively neutralized. Korra sighed. 3 problems then, Amon, the bombs, and these new weapons. She closed her eyes for a moment and concentrated. Unfortunately she said through clenched teeth, her hands curling into fists again. Can't let anything happen to the Earth Queen. Things'll just get messy if she dies. Like what happened with the Mata family, but so much worse and so much larger. She let out a breath, trying not to make it too obvious as she forced her hands to relax. Yeah. And, a lot of basing se? They're very loyal to the Queen, Bolin said. He glanced at Mako. Grandma's something of a devotee. He grinned. Best to keep the peace. Grandma. Mako murmured. Can't wait. You'll love her. She's like super sweet and everyone was asking so many questions about you, and I said you'd visit them soon and... Bolin looked around hastily. Sorry. After. Hey, we should go visit afterward. He smiled at Korra and Asami. All of us. Looking forward to it, Korra said with a smile. Fantastic. Now back to the plan, Mako said. We can't just take on one problem each. I'm not downplaying anyone's abilities, but the problems are almost beyond any one of us. Agreed, Kuvira said. But I'm not convinced all three need to be neutralized. Two should suffice to allow for the Equalist's defeat. Amon remains the most risky and potentially difficult to deal with, but as Korra said, without him, the threat from the other issues is so much lesser. Asami cleared her throat. The mecha tanks. While the design and weaponry is new, the base concepts are likely rooted in some machines we have in use at future industries. Which ones? Mako asked. The forklifts. Ah, Mako said nodding. Asami continued. I can't be certain, but my father can't have crafted them completely from scratch. And... She cursed. That's why the division was having so many problems last year, we were down on forklifts. Someone suspected theft, but we didn't mind too much. What could someone do with a forklift? Asami grimaced. If we'd known. Anyway. I think they're likely still powered by gasoline, but on top of that they'll have an electrical subsystem inside them. No way were those things purely mechanical. If we can find the battery connection, I think we can turn them into expensive piles of scrap. Asami bit her lip as she looked at Mako. You're lightning bending. It would be ideal, she said, ignoring the chill the notion still awoke inside her. Just tell me what to do, Mako said gravely. Without them, they might not be able to set the bombs if they have the Queen's forces causing problems. So, Asami said. Makes sense for me and Mako to go after them together. Leaving 3 earthbenders for the rest, Bolin said. And Korra is going after Amon. Me and Kuvira for the bombs. No. We'll be simpler, the 3 of us will take on Amon, Korra said. In front of everyone. Kuvira was nodding. Bolin and I can handle the other Equalists near him, or at least try and keep them off you while you handle him. Sounds as good a plan as we're going to get. Korra glanced around at her friends. Everyone know what they're doing? Asami knows where these mecha tanks are, and... No, this isn't going to work. Korra sighed. Do we even know where is Amon going to be? Asami swallowed. Probably aiming for the royal podium, if... Kuvira, do you know how to get there? Kuvira nodded. The Queen makes a weekly speech from there. It's the same system Amon had me wire everything into. It's a lavish, expensive stage, Kuvira said dismissively. I've heard all about it. All the important and rich people in the city gather to watch her in person. If he's anywhere, he'll be there, and typically he'll have his supporters too. Thanks Asami, Korra said, smiling. Asami smiled back. And, when you and Mako are done with the mecha tanks, get to the infirmary and wait for me there. I'm going to try and get your father upright. Asami gasped. Korra, no, you don't have to dash. Yes. I do. If nothing else he's still your father. But I'm not pardoning him either, Korra said watching Asami carefully. She smiled gently and nodded. Okay. And after that we can make use of your handiwork since you said there was a broadcast tower in Quan's compound? We'll call Zaofu and get Tenzin involved. She glanced around again. Everyone clear on what they're doing? Everyone nodded. How do we find each other after? Kuvira asked. We need some meeting points, Asami agreed. How about Grandma Yin's? Bolin suggested. We've got the address and... It's selfish, but if anything goes wrong, I want to get them to safety. Okay, Korra said. We meet there. If the city gets too bad, if things go really wrong, whoever gets there first gets them to safety, no matter what. Anyone else gets there and it's empty, get out of the city as fast as you can. Agreed. Some reluctant nods, but it was eventually unanimous. Zaofu is our secondary meeting point. Let's hope we don't have to use it. One last group hug. Bolin said. Korra almost protested, but conceded, and Team Avatar huddled together. Korra tried to bit back her grin as Asami's arm slid around her waist and pulled her close. She responded in kind, catching the slightly startled but pleased look on Asami's face. And we need a cheer. A cheer? Asami asked. Yeah, something like go, Team Avatar. Fighting for justice. Bolin raised his fist as he spoke. Okay. Korra said, trying to suppress her grin. Go, Team Avatar. Fighting for justice. She said loudly, Asami chanting in unison with her. Mako was shaking his head as he said the words and Kuvira was barely expressing an emotion as she vaguely thrust her fist upwards. Ordinarily, the journey from the outer ring of Ba Sing Se to the inner ring would take a day or more on foot, but in her wanderings, Kuvira had uncovered an underground rail system set up by the Daily. Easy enough for Korra and Kuvira to use their metal bending to get the cars moving without needing the whole system powered up and active. Bolin almost suggested Mako trying lightning bending to power the track but thought better of it as his gaze fell on Asami. Just over half a day to get to their destination this way, Bolin was glad. But more room would have been nice with the 5 of them plus Naga. My destiny is a dragon. Asami asked, still not wanting to move far from Korra. Yeah. Bolin said. And we got told you belonged with a phoenix. Bolin blinked and coughed. Mako's a phoenix. He said in a quiet voice. Asami raised an eyebrow and regarded Mako. Is he? Mako sighed. Yeah. That's what she told me. I'm a bird made of fire, or something. Yay. He sighed again. I don't know, maybe it was a prediction about us teaming up here? I don't really believe in any of this stuff. Perhaps it was. Asami glanced at Korra. How about you? I get to be involved in a battle that determines the fate of the whole. Korra grinned. Oh, not like that. Aunt Meng wants to check if this is something every avatar hears. Aside from that, she told me my love life is going to be pretty good though. Asami's smile widened a little. I'm sure it will. Korra held her gaze as she smiled back. Asami glanced at him. How about you, Bolin? I got nothing, Bolin replied, unsure again how to feel about it. You got more than that, Mako said. Bolin looked at his surprised. What? I don't believe in this stuff, but you do. She said you had no destiny because it's up to you. Remember? It does sound pretty amazing, Korra said smiling. Yeah. I suppose. It's a mystery. He blinked. I like that. A mystery life. Ignore Wan Shi Tong's words even as they sprang to mind once more. Makes things more exciting, Asami said glancing up at Korra who looked down and nodded. The pair seemed to only have eyes for each other again. They had broken up, right? Well. Presumably it was the stress of the situation, how long since they had seen each other and a lot of other factors. Maybe not. They were almost completely fixated on each other. And not even trying to hide it. As much as he wanted that fortune to relate to him, Bolin was trying not to think about how things might relate to Korra and Asami once more. It was hardly possible his and Korra's fortunes entwined like that. And anyway. They had a mission they needed to handle. Far more important than who was dating who or destined to wind up dating who. And in the end, Team Avatar together, that was the important thing. And everyone happy. Should he tell Asami about Iroha's involvement in their pursuit of her and the Equalists? He opened his mouth the same moment Korra asked Kuvira if she was still okay with keeping the car running. Bolin hastily bit back the words. Not a good idea with this audience. How would things be if Iroha and Kuvira met now? Kuvira still had so many grievances against the Fire Nation in general, and Iroha's family specifically. And that was back in Zaofu. Since then, well, the list had only grown longer while they had traversed the Earth Kingdom. Bolin blinked. He had zoned out and missed everything Asami had been saying. Something about what had happened since they last saw her? I wish I had gone with the Yamayuri in the end, she said. Korra wrapped her arms around her and squeezed, and Asami let herself fall against Korra, her expression brightening. We do understand you, you know? Don't beat yourself up too much. Maybe. Asami murmured. And I'm sorry I missed your two's birthday, Asami continued in a louder voice. I'll get you both something when we... Her expression wavered. Well, if I can, she said quietly. If I have anything left. You don't need to get us anything. Bolin said. As long as you were thinking of us, that's the main thing. Asami smiled as she twisted around so she was leaning back against Korra's chest, the Avatar's arms settling around her waist. Korra rested her head on Asami's and both wore contented smiles as their eyes slid shut. They looked so happy together like that. They clicked, they fit so nicely. Maybe this was indication enough they were going to pick up where they left things before? And if the rest of them were not present? Well. Bolin could feel the heat rush to his cheeks with the mere implication of the two of them in private. At the same time, it stung somewhat, a sense of loss, of missing out, of not taking a chance while it was there. He could have said something. But it could not be bad if Asami was back. Got to stop thinking about this kind of thing. Focus on facing Amon again. He shuffled closer to Mako and leaned against him. What are you doing? Mako asked. Bolin ignored the curious looks he was now getting from Korra and Asami. I missed you, Mako. We were apart for a whole week, he said as he clung to his brother. Mako sighed. It's not like I didn't spend longer in jail a few times. He broke off and smiled. But I did miss you too. He hugged Bolin back. Korra and Asami chorused, glanced at each other, then collapsed into giggles, still entwined. Bolin looked away as Korra kissed Asami's cheek again, and Asami went for Korra's neck and her lips possibly lingered there a shade longer than necessary. Hey, we never told you about the desert either. Bolin said, risking looking back to find the pair watching him again. He schemed over the after effects of the saw cactus. And then we were all on the beach, and now was possibly not the best time to mention he had vividly hallucinated Korra in her swimsuit. And mentioning Mako and Asami's surreal engagement felt even worse at this juncture. On the other hand, and Asami told me she was going to have a baby. Asami blinked at him and giggled. A baby? Me. Yep. A firebender too. She laughed again. I wonder who the father would have been. She smiled at him. Don't tell me though. Curious. Anyway. After that Iroh brought me this dragon and we went spearfishing with Tonrik. Skipping the virgin sacrifice moment, that was unlikely to impress Korra, and finished with a description of Princess Avatar Korra. Princess Avatar Korra? Asami asked and glanced at the girl hugging her. I kind of like it. Yeah, Bolin was rambling something about his princess saving him. Oh, and after that Kuvira began. Kuvira? Bolin protested. What were you muttering about again? Oh, I remember. Kuvira said, grinning. Did we miss out the part where we fell into Wan Shi Tong's library? Bolin blurted. He was still somewhat vague on precisely what had happened in there, but related as much as he could. And he did not want reminding of the giant owl's harsh judgment. I hope this means Wan Shi Tong's at least more amenable to visitors to his library, Korra commented. I should possibly apologize for Aang. At some point. Perhaps, Kuvira said distractedly. Still, more exciting than meeting swamp benders, as nice as they were, and then going through the cave of two lovers. We ran into these badger moles and... Korra giggled. Go on, Mako sighed. And it turns out Mako really can't sing. Korra chuckled, the others aside from Mako all joining in. So I guess you two wound up in Omasha then, Bolin asked. What's it like? Part urban and part ancient, Mako said. All the top layers are preserved as heritage stuff, while the lower levels are all commercial. Oh, and there was this theater that all it ever did was show the story of Omashu. And there were so many food shops, and souvenir shops and love hotels. Korra rambled. Mako hushed her with wary glances at the others. Bolin's heart skipped a beat. Korra ignored him. Oh. The Love Hotel, she grinned, the expression a little fake. Good thing we avoided them, right? Mako? I mean they looked curious from outside but... Yeah. Good thing we dodged that, Mako said somewhat nervously. Asami leaned back a bit to regard Korra. What? Korra asked. Nothing, she smiled. Bolin felt somewhat relieved. Though if they had almost gone into a love hotel, just what had happened between them? No, that was wrong. Nothing could have happened, look at how Korra and Asami were behaving. Mako and Korra were similarly vague on certain aspects of their time together, a faint flush suffusing both their cheeks. Certainly nothing much else seemed to have occurred while they were in Omashu. 3 days there and nothing to tell? Strange. Despite the obvious omission, this was so much fun. Like old times. A calm before the storm of whatever happened when they moved against Amon. The team was complete again, the group was together and Asami was back. He needed to enjoy this now while he could and hope he could somehow be useful later on. And then they could put all this behind them and back to the comforts of home. He hugged Mako again, gratified when he felt his brother squeezed back. There was already a large crowd in the city square by the time they arrived. Korra's heart lurched for a moment. Amon was up on the platform and speaking to a crowd that seemed to roar its approval. The man's smooth voice filled the air with his anti-bending rhetoric. How long had this been going on for? No matter. Asami and Kuvira would fade into the crowd with the equalist uniforms easy enough. Bolin looked like an utterly typical Earth Kingdom citizen. Mako and herself on the other hand were going to attract that much more attention. Korra pulled their traveling cloaks from Naga's saddlebags to at least make them stand out less. Naga, stay, Korra commanded as they slipped out of the underground tunnel. One last intense hug with Mako, one last lingering hug with Asami, another kiss on her cheek, a whisper from Asami of, "See you later," and the pair were off to the warehouse. All Korra could do now was hope they got there before the mecha tanks arrived, as she ignored the heat Asami's whispering breath had invoked in her body. Not now. Amon first. Bolin squirmed his way up a flagpole, mimicking several others in the crowd who all tried to get a better vantage point. He was going to be their sole early warning. If additional equalist forces or mecha tanks arrived, he would let her know. Bolin had worried at first if he would recognize the machines, but Asami assured him they would be impossible to miss or mistake. Kuvira vanished in between blinks, her uniform made her impossible to pick out here, and she had seemed the calmest upon their arrival. She was ready to protect Korra, if she needed it. Now it came down to her. With a deep breath, Korra pushed through the crowd and slowly approaching the stage. Close enough. She let the cloak fall from her shoulders, her motion through the crowd removing it completely. It wedged somewhere in the mass behind her, and now she was visible for all to see. Concerned whispers were all around her. There were a few grunts of recognition and a shout of her name and identity, but far too slow to stop her now. A brief surge of earth-bending and she was above the crowd on a column of rock, more or less level with Amon on the stage. "Amon," she roared at the top of her voice. He glanced at her, his words faltering, his gaze became fixed on her. "Avatar Korra," he replied slowly, his words booming from around the square, halting but soon gaining confidence. "I expected nothing less than an interruption from you, but it is honestly a surprise to find you here so soon. I hadn't realized we had some kind of appointment. But I'm here now and you can't run away again." She jabbed a finger at him. "We end this today." She turned to address the crowd. "To all those who follow Amon, to all those who swore allegiance, this is a fight between the two of us. Do not interfere." "I concur," he said, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "There is to be no interference, for I need none. The spirits have given me power enough to deal with this avatar." Amon took a step back from the podium, the microphone still clutched in his hand. "Today shall be your end, Avatar. But for me it will be but the beginning of a new glorious world of equality." Korra moved her earth column forwards enough to step onto the stage. So many people watching her at this very moment. So many more must be listening in over the radio. Korra almost smiled. This was just like being in the pro bending. The difference was higher stakes, no teammates, no referee, and a man who could take her bending away. No. She had faced him in an arena before. She was not afraid, the peace of an entire kingdom rested on the outcome of this moment. I want you to answer one question for me, Amon, Korra said loudly. Ask, Avatar. Ask, he replied. Just what is your aim? My aim. Amon chuckled. Avatar. Korra. I do not believe I have ever been subtle or less than forthcoming regarding my every desired conclusion for my movement. I say again to all those who can hear me now. I will settle for nothing less than the complete and total eradication of bending ability from every human in this world. Together we will destroy any and all material that relates to the teaching of bending. With the Spirit's aid I will ensure all are equal. And when all are equal in their abilities, we shall commence the equalization of wealth and property. Everything will be redistributed equally across the world. And, he paused to turn back to the crowd. I will carry out the task given to me by the spirits, the destruction of the Avatar sequence. The chain will be broken, we can no longer rely on you or your successors. But this is wrong, Korra yelled back, sounding feeble to herself. People are born with the ability to bend and people are born without. No one can control it, no one chooses to have it or not have it. But you've decided to just take it from people forcibly? What gives you the right? The spirits. Amon boomed with a chuckle. And I would put the same question to any bender, who is she to have power over non-benders and to have such an advantage? The crowd roared their approval. Why should they be allowed to retain such an unnatural abilities? Unnatural? Korra began. Animals can bend dash. Amon spoke over her, his amplified voice masking hers. Benders use their special skills to put themselves above others. I strive for a world where that is no longer necessary. Hypocrite, Korra growled. You have weapons designed to suppress benders. None of them are designed to make lives any better. They're just designed to cause pain and destruction. You rely on the creations of Hiroshi Sato, a man scarred forever by the death of his wife. Thanks for firebenders. But she died because of what they did, not because they were firebenders. Amon stared at her levelly. Hiroshi should have been more like his daughter, she strove to help people with technology. Amon started laughing. What? Korra demanded. What is so funny? His daughter? His daughter, you say? My brethren, the Avatar invokes Asami Sato as a force for what she considers good in this world. How misguided she is. And she calls me a hypocrite. I wonder what the Avatar might say about how Miss Sato refused to be rescued. Your friend stayed with us willingly. Because of her father dash, Korra shouted, but Amon spoke over her again and drowned her out. Asami Sato was so useful to our operations. She willingly helped with repairs and technological development. Why, she even designed a number of our many weapons herself. Asami did nothing willingly. You haven't said anything about her father and taking advantage of his situation. Hypocrite, she spat. I had hoped. Amon began and raised his hands to calm the now frenzied crowd. I had hoped the Avatar might understand the situation somewhat better. Ladies and gentlemen, equalists and those who have yet to see the truth. Before me stands the worst Avatar to be born into our world. Useless, corrupt, weak. How can you put your faith in this Avatar? Someone captured and raised for years by the Red Lotus. Utterly cut off from the Spirit's dash. What dash? Korra blinked furiously, unsettled by his implication. How could he know? What do you mean? Avatar. Korra. The spirits chose me to remove the curse of bending. But that is not all I was tasked with. You, as Avatar, should be in close communion with the spirits, should know of their wishes and desires. But you remain ignorant of the spirit world, do you not? You of all the Avatars have yet to visit it, yet to speak to those who dwell beyond our world. I ask you then, how can you possibly know what the spirits intend? If you could yet touch their realm, you would learn, as I have, that you are an outmoded concept, a relic that is no longer necessary. Korra tried to formulate a response and Amon took advantage of her silence. I have been given my gift in order to cleanse the world. I intend to use it as the spirits have willed it. No, Korra said, shaking her head. I don't care if the spirits decreed anything. All of this, it's still wrong. You spread nothing but fear and hatred. You are a cruel man who changes people against their own will. Instead of protecting the world, you lash out at it and those within it who have bending. All you've done is make the world worse. And you have done nothing at all, Avatar Korra. She was floundering again. Amon was not going to be swayed by her arguments, he had made that abundantly clear now. This was a waste of time, no. She had to defeat him on a philosophical level in the end. The people had to know that she was the Avatar and the meaning of that distinction had not changed in 10,000 years. Better than making things worse. Korra shot back and tried not to groan. Not a good retort, and I will do something now. I will bring you down. I will stop this revolution and you will surrender. Unless you wish to fight me? Be warned, you cannot hope to beat me. Korra raised her fists and shifted into a combat stance. Amon barely seemed to react. Then let us fight if that is all you can understand. We shall see who the spirits favor more in our actions. We will see who the true savior of the world is. From what he could hear below, Bolin concluded the crowd was a mix of equalists, protesters, and civilians. The equalists were steadfastly aligned with Amon, but a lot of the others did not seem wholly sold on what he was preaching. They were however somewhat interested in the argument developing between Amon and Korra. So, the Avatar really has come back, an old man said. Never thought I'd live to see Aang's reincarnation. And this guy, what was his name? Someone seemed to murmur it out of Bolin's hearing. Amon, eh? He's challenging her? I don't get this, but challenging the Avatar? Sounds a pretty bad idea to me. So he's the guy saying all that stuff on the radio? Another voice asked. The Avatar will win this, no contest. The equalists drowned out the rest. Down with the Avatar. Down with the Avatar. Korra was in trouble. And Bolin could do little but watch from here. The bursts of air and fire she shot at Amon all somehow went wide of their mark. Korra looked flustered at her inability to land a strike on the man. Even a wave of earth sent rolling through the rock platform, skewed away from the immobile man and missed him by a wide margin. Every time an attack missed, the equalists roared their approval. And through it all, Amon did not move an inch, still holding the microphone. His voice boomed in the air, the echoes all around the square as he mocked Korra's inability to touch him. Not good. The situation was looking increasingly bleak, and so strange. Korra was an exceptional bender. As horrible as the Red Lotus had been, they were notorious as some of the finest benders in their respective elements. Gazan was one of the only benders in history capable of lava bending. And these were the benders who taught Korra 3 of the 4 elements. Avatar Aang's son had personally taught her airbending. Korra should be unbeatable, devastatingly skilled, and powerful beyond measure. So why could she not land a strike on Amon? He was standing right in front of her. Korra's movements looked okay. Wait. No, there was something almost indefinably wrong with her stances and attacks. At quick glance there was nothing off with her form when she moved to try earthbending again, and yet, something so simple as directing a wave of rock straight ahead somehow missed the man. Her arms, they seemed to waver the moment she unleashed her attack. A flicker of memory, Korra unable to land a strike on Amon in the bending arena. No. None of them had been able to land a hit on the man. But not for long. He swiftly fled when Team Avatar prepared to attack him together. Was it? There was not something wrong with Korra. Amon was doing something. Something he could not do against multiple opponents very easily. But what? How was he doing it? Bolin shivered. It could not truly be the spirits doing. Could it? The crowd's opinion was beginning to shift. The Avatar's so weak. What's taking her so long? He's no bender, what's the hold-up, Avatar? Maybe the spirits really are helping him. Maybe he is replacing her as the keeper of balance. Bolin wanted to yell out and tell them they were wrong. The spirits could not want this. He had to keep believing in his friend. And even if it were somehow true, they could not allow Amon to continue. Not someone as callous and cruel as he was. Not someone who had caused so much chaos and pain. No. There was no way Amon could possibly be the keeper of balance. Bolin looked around. He needed to help Korra somehow. But how? Korra threw a burst of fire, a rush of air and a chunk of platform at Amon. All three attacks sailed past him and he still did not move. 3 elements. She was missing the fourth, she had no water. Maybe that would help, maybe that would break whatever was holding her back. He squirmed higher up the flagpole, checking all around the area. There had to be water somewhere. Maybe Naga had some water bottled in her saddlebags. Wait. There. A fountain. The water was not currently running but there was still some murky water in the bottom of the pool. Bolin slid to the ground and hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd, heading away from the stage. Okay. He had found water. Now how to get it to Korra? He looked around futilely. Something, anything. Nothing. No convenient bucket in sight. No waterproof container he could fill with water. He stared down at the pool. He could soak something, but how much water would that give her? Wait. If he got all his clothes wet then maybe. He knew how to get the water to her. Bolin leapt into the fountain. So. Asami said as the car rushed along the track. It had been easier than expected to get Mako to channel lightning into the rail and get at least this car running. You and Korra visited a love hotel. She arched an eyebrow at him. We saw love hotels, we didn't visit them, Mako sighed. Asami asked. Mako scowled. Fine. Korra didn't know what they were. So. He sighed. We spent 3 nights in this one Korra found. Oh. Asami said. Did Korra like it? She thought the room was fascinating. And she's not shy. Or especially coy about reading pornography, Mako replied. Not that, Asami said. Did she like it? It. Mako echoed. Oh. No. No. We didn't. Not even tempted to try? Asami asked, smiling. Not even once, Mako said, setting his jaw. Did she try? Nope. Mako said, his cheeks reddening a little. Hey, I wonder if the radio works down here. Oh, no. You don't get out of questioning that easy, Asami began as Mako clicked the radio on. A moment later the announcer's description of the situation between Amon and Korra blotted the questions about love hotels right out of her mind. They were almost to the warehouse, but Asami had to resist the urge to find a new radio. The last thing she heard before abandoning the car was that Korra was utterly unable to land a hit on Amon. There is something badly wrong with that, Mako said as they made their way through the tangle of corridors below ground. Asami responded between gasped breaths. Agree. She defeated Red Lotus. But not him. Did you see him at the pro bending arena? Asami shook her head. Mako looked pensive. None of us could hit him. Something felt weird when we tried to attack him. Telling the truth then. Spirits supporting him. Asami wheezed. I don't know. But I hope not. Me too, Asami said, panting. Rather have Korra. She sighed at Mako's expression. Not like that. Well, a little, but Avatar is better. And look, we're here, she said. She slumped against one of the many piles of crates stacked near the tunnel entrance as she caught her breath. A mechanical whir made her frown and taking another gulp of air, forced herself back to her feet and peered towards the warehouse. Her heart sank. The wide doors of the building were open and 2 mecha tanks were operational. They were taking it in turns to attack several targets set up nearby. The one on the left produced an arc of flame from its left arm, while the other shot a long cable from its right. The end of the cable thumped into the target with a sickening thud and unleashed a crack of electricity that ran along its length. A soul equalist was nearby, her gaze darting between the machines, the target, and a clipboard in her hands. So, that's a mecha tank then? Mako asked. Yep, Asami said, her breathing almost back to normal. They don't look so tough. I figure Kuvira and Korra could make scrap out of them dash. Platinum, Mako. They're still made of platinum, Asami said, taking a few experimental breaths. Better. From what I've heard no metal bender, not even Toph, can deal with that. Right. Mako grimaced. So how many of them do they have? He asked. I didn't get a chance to count them, but I figure the number has to be higher than anyone wants, Asami said. She led the way as they circled around the cavern to the warehouse, staying well away from the Equalist and the two functioning mecha tanks. At least there were few people around at present, though there had to be people standing ready to drive the weapons. Asami paused for a moment in the doorway. She had been so distracted before it had not sunk in, there were more mecha tanks here than she expected. There were dozens of the mechanical monsters and all of them capable of crushing earth, of unleashing fire and lightning at will. The irony, her father's hatred of firebenders, and his ultimate creation mimicked the master-class skill of those benders. Asami. Mako breathed suddenly, glancing back out the doorway. We've got company. Ranks of Equalists were marching into the cavern outside. Quick. Get behind the ones at the back, Asami hissed as they gingerly ran through the ranks of silent machines. What to do? Think, Asami, think. They paused and huddled behind one of the tanks in the middle of the back row, as far from the door as they could manage. Asami poked at the undercarriage of the machine, as she suspected, a modified forklift base. Some differences though, the exposed sections of the vehicle were plasma-cut platinum. The cost would be incredible. Could future industries have endured even without the public shame? The company was successful, but to afford the platinum here was absurd. Maybe her father had stolen it? Possible, but who could even provide this much platinum though some unofficial channel? They're going to see us at this rate, Mako said glancing towards the door as a squad of Equalists entered and busied themselves with the first rank of mecha tanks. Any ideas? I'm thinking, Asami replied glancing around hastily. There. Mako, she whispered. You see that? She pointed towards squat boxes in one corner of the warehouse. The hum of electrical generation was just about audible over the sounds of boots on the rock floor and the hiss of cockpits opening. Yeah. What is that? A generator? He asked. Yep. Fry it. Mako took a deep breath. Get ready to run if they notice. Any chance of more discretion? Asami asked. Lightning is if nothing else, not discreet, Mako said. So, unless you have some other idea, we have to risk it. Okay. Asami said, tensing herself to run. Not again. Not already. She was going to die if she tried running again now. Mako planted his feet on the metal floor and began shifting his hands and arms. With a thrust forward, a brilliant, blue arc of lightning leapt from his fingers and struck the outer casing of the generator. With a fizzle the buzzing noise increased momentarily and then with a loud bang it silenced. The warehouse plunged into darkness. Nice work, Asami said. Thank you, Mako replied ducking back behind the tank and looking warily forward. The Equalists were in chaos, but someone, sounded like the lieutenant, was calling for order. Flashlights on. Now. He barked. Didn't see that coming. Asami said as she peered around the bulk of the mecha tank towards the constantly shifting light sources. Mako ignited a small flame. Get that generator running again. The lieutenant yelled. And get the emergency lighting on. With a stuttering flicker, red light flooded the warehouse. Mako extinguished his flame leaving them in the red-tinged light. So much for darkness, Asami said. Check the mecha tanks. The lieutenant ordered. Going to have to move soon, Mako said. Where? Asami asked as they drew back out of sight behind the mecha tank. Sir, this unit is no longer operational, an Equalist called out. A few others reported similar issues. Other mecha tanks were apparently functional but at less than half charge. Way to go, Asami muttered. Huh. Sounds like you got a few of them with that. Wait. I have an idea. Asami. Any chance you can send a lightning like that through a cable instead of the air? Like. She scrambled for the mechanics power connector and roughly disconnected it. This one for example? Asami asked. I can try, Mako said. And how much lightning can you manage? She asked. You mean, can I incapacitate every mecha tank here? Mako asked. Something like that. Asami smiled. I'll do as many as I can. Mako took the cable from her and concentrated. There was a muted fizzle from the mecha tank. One down. They crawled behind the mecha tanks one by one, Asami tearing the charging cable from each and Mako sending a blast of lightning into each mecha tank. Over half the total had nearly silent fallen to their efforts when their luck finally ran out. Intruders! A voice yelled. Out of time, Asami muttered. I make it about 50. You okay to run? Mako asked. Going to have to be, Asami said, clenching her teeth. Okay. Go. Mako took off at a sprint, Asami on his heels. It was okay for now, but in a matter of moments she was going to have to try and ignore her lungs' protest. Leave them for now. We will deal with them in a moment. The lieutenant yelled behind them. Get in the tanks and get to Amon. Hurry. Mako glanced back smiling and then past her. He slowed to a halt. Mako! Asami exclaimed. Why are you? Is that? Mako asked. He grinned. Asami followed his gaze. A fuel tank. Oh. Oh, she breathed. Yep. He cupped his hands around his mouth. Attention all equalists. I'm giving you 30 seconds to get away from the mecha tanks. Anyone still there? Well. I'm a firebender, and that's one tempting fuel truck you have out here, Mako yelled. A moment of calm and then equalist troops began breaking ranks. A handful of equalists fled from the warehouse, some inside frantically scrambling with harnesses as they tried to detach themselves from their vehicles. Too many stayed beside the lieutenant, the threat insufficient to scare them. A few hauled themselves into mecha tanks and began strapping themselves in. Can't say I didn't warn you, Mako muttered. Time's up, he yelled as he flung a large fireball at the tanker. He immediately grabbed Asami's hand. We need to get out of here. Now. Mako moved fast and she could barely keep pace with him. There was a rush of warmth behind her and as if in response, Mako stopped and propelled her ahead of him and in front of him. She was suddenly right beside him, his body so warm against hers. With a damp roar, the room flooded with light and fire, the ground shuddering beneath her feet and Mako swaying on his feet. Asami's ears rang and she blinked furiously, trying the flashing spots out of her vision. She risked a look back. The warehouse was on fire. She could not see anyone inside, the structure soon began to collapse. After a moment the whole right side crumpled and the roof fell in. Water! We need water! An equalist yelled. There were sensations of movement in the rubble, not everyone was dead. But they remained trapped in the burning debris. Asami bit her lip and looked away. No. She could not feel for them. They had delayed the mecha tanks. They had done what they needed to. My father's still in the infirmary, Asami blurted to Mako. This way, she said. Nothing was working. Korra scowled as she panted. All her reserves were gone, she had nothing left. This should have been a decisive, victorious moment, not an agonizing, frustrating stalemate. There were so many people watching as Amon brushed off everything the Avatar threw at him as if it was nothing. The Red Lotus had been troublesome but they had all fallen in the end. This man on the other hand, unarmed, she did not seem to be able to touch him. Why was she missing? An admirable effort, Avatar, Amon said when she bent double and panted after her last fire blast. I hope you now understand how you are quite simply no match for me. The spirits have abandoned you. You did not listen to me, you have not listened to them, you are no longer the keeper of balance. I am. The equalists roared their approval as he fell silent and began chanting Amon's name. No, Korra roared. This is not over yet. She had to keep going. Had to defeat him. She blinked, her eyes feeling heavy. So hard to stay focused when the crowd cheered and championed her opponent like this. She glanced back at Amon just in time to see him run right at her with a shock glove on one hand. My turn, he hissed as he closed the distance. This fight was becoming dull. Korra twisted away from his outstretched hand. Close. Far too close. The buzzing hum of the glove almost brushed her skin. Something was wrong. She felt odd. Every movement felt slow, sluggish, fractionally delayed. She almost had to force her arms and legs to move. This was more than simple exhaustion. Somehow she was out of sync with her body. Every evasion was only just in time to avoid a direct impact and the blistering pain of electrocution. She sidestepped another flail. Not quick enough. The glove grazed her shoulder and pain racked her whole body. She howled as she threw herself backwards, her legs still just about supporting her. Her left arm felt numb, pins and needles filling her hand and fingers. If he grazed her like that again she would be in trouble. A direct hit and it was all over. Korra. Bolin was calling. Water. He yelled. The shout distracted Amon for a moment as Bolin scrambled onto the platform, his clothes dripping with water. Korra smiled. Something she had not been able to try. Bolin had not brought a huge amount, but there was enough to use. She quickly bent the water out of his clothes, and sent it shooting straight at Amon. He dodged it, of course he did. But then, so did a lot of pro-bending opponents. One of Heisuk's favorite moves, get them to dodge the main thrust and miss the water arcing back around to strike. Korra scowled. Her aim was still off somehow, even with the water swooping around at an odd angle, it still came frustratingly close to a hit but not enough. Gritting her teeth she arced the water upwards and let go. The stream separated into droplets and splashed down on Amon. Perfect. The shock glove fizzled and crackled for a moment and with a spark it went dark. Thanks Bolin. Korra called as Amon tore the device from his hand and flung it to the ground. Look out! She yelled. Equalists began clambering up onto the platform, their attention all fixed on Bolin. Korra. Kuvira sprang out of the crowd. You concentrate on Amon, we'll take care of this lot. Think fast. Bending was not working. So. No use in relying on that. At least she had other skills. It was almost a pain to thank Zahir for this, but without him. Enough. Deal with Amon. Korra charged at her opponent, her good fist clenched tight. Her other arm was feeling a little better but trying to make a fist felt weird. Have to make do. Amon barely dodged the strike, his eyes blinking rapidly beneath the mask as her fist schemed across his head. That had surprised him. Korra smirked. Close range, no room for bending. Just physical. Still risky even without the shock glove. If he caught hold of her now, she might not get free before he stole her bending. How long had it taken with Tano? An eternity and no time at all. Not thinking about that now. Another punch, he saw that coming too. Not her knee though. It sank into his stomach with a satisfying thump and Amon gasped in pain. His eyes looked furious, he struck at her. Amon knew how to fight. He was fast and smart, accomplished, experienced. Who or what was he? She blocked a roundhouse kick, the power of the blow almost too much, the arms hurting from the block. He was far bigger and heavier than she was. Her gaze swept across him. Too much armor to even try blocking. Brute strength was her only option. He hit out again with his fists and feet, the blows striking home. Korra suppressed the howl of pain his attack induced. Her body ached powerfully now. And something was still strange, her muscles felt odd and it was somehow as hard to punch as accurately as she wanted as it had been to bend. Still, she was landing blows now. Less margin of error at this range. Amon was not untouchable. Not so confident now, are you? Korra asked as she took a deep breath, her bad arm just about locking one arm, while her arm held his other back. You can't beat me, Amon said. He pulled back his arm with a speed that defied belief and punched right at her eye. Korra stumbled, refusing to even grunt with the pain as the injury left her wanting to do nothing more than curl up in pain. No time for pain. She closed her eye and stared at him through her uninjured left eye. Less periphery and a flatter field of vision. Enough. With a snarl she swept his legs out from under him. Reckon I can still kick you, she said as her foot smacked savagely into his ribs. Amon gasped with pain but her next kick barely touched him. She almost tripped for no reason that made sense and Amon rolled away, hastily getting back onto his feet. She moved to punch but everything slowed. This was worse than before. What was doing this? The world seemed to slow, everything barely moving. Except for Amon's foot. It smashed into her knee faster than she would have thought humanly possible. Another punch and her nose crunched horribly. Something hot and wet on her lips. No. Korra forced herself upright, as she smelled nothing but blood. With a lunge she wrapped her still unresponsive arm around his neck and started punching into his midsection as fast and as hard as she could. Blow after blow, smack after smack. Her fist felt raw but she kept going. He was not fighting back, he was not stopping her. That had to be enough, sounded like he was breathing hard now. Red was bubbling and welling up out of the mouth hole of his mask. That mask. That horrible mask. The symbol of the Equalists. With a surge of speed and rage, Korra punched dead center into the mask. It shattered beneath her fist and she gasped in pain as splinters of porcelain stabbed into her hand. No stopping just yet. She pulled her hand back and punched again. Her fist pulsed with a dull throb of pain, accentuated by the blazing pinpricks of the shards of porcelain. There had been a second crunch after the mask broke. Maybe she had broken his nose? She hoped so. The top half of the mask fell away. Amon's eyes were blue. So blue. Lower half slipped through his trembling fingers even as his hands scrambled to keep it over his face. So this was the Equalist leader. He was from the Water Tribe and looked maddeningly familiar. Korra was certain she had never seen him before, but there was someone else he looked like. He pulled at his hood, trying to pull it down even as he winced and the skin on his brow reddened, anger twisting his face. Something clicked. Korra punched him again, the pain of striking his bone somehow worse now. Amon staggered back, overbalanced and crashed down onto his back. Her hand was beyond pain. She did not look at it, not wanting to know how badly mangled it was. But she had been unable to resist. She had wanted to punch that face for so long. It was not the same one, not quite, but was close enough to be angry at and close enough to satisfy her desire. Amon looked far too much like Councilman Tarlok. Amon breathed fitfully and showed no signs of getting back up. Korra stumbled to the microphone and snatched it up. She could barely see. Her voice sounded thick and strange. People of Ba Sing Se. Everyone on the radio, listen to me. I am Avatar Korra. And I am here to bring balance to the world. This man you see before you is no savior. Amon is a charlatan. He being you nothing but warped ideals. And as your avatar, I have defeated him. We spoke of the spirits just moments before. If they had indeed chosen him to supplant me, how could I possibly best him like that? She took a heaving breath. Equalists, I beg you now. Please stop your revolution. Korra turned back to her opponent. He glanced around fearfully, and started shuffling back on his hands away from her. All around her the combat slowed and began to halt and an eerie silence fell over the square. Everyone must be staring at them now. No, they would be staring at him. Korra tried to ready herself for another assault, or at least give the impression she was ready. All bluster. If he was capable of anything now she was not sure she could cope. But Amon did not seem at all aggressive right now. It was more like he was an animal cornered by a predator. Wait. Something was approaching. Footsteps in unison. She risked a glance behind her, the move almost enough to unbalance her. Massed ranks of Earth Kingdom soldiers had arrived. Amon, she said turning back. It's over. You are outnumbered. Surrender. Never, he snarled and scrambled for something on his belt. Korra lurched forward as it hit the ground and a cloud of black smoke burst from it. She lost sight of the Equalist leader. Amon, Korra yelled, taking another awkward step forward. Even though her limbs were stiff and aching, she managed to bend a breeze to dissipate the smoke. No sign of him. Where is Amon? An Equalist asked loudly. They looked around startled. Troops surrounded them on all sides. A woman in a different uniform leapt onto the stage. Avatar Korra, the woman shouted. We will fight with you. Wait, Korra called. Let me try and talk to them again. Movement was nothing but pain. The microphone seemed to be an eternity away, and stooping to pick it up nearly unbalanced her. Bolin darted forward, paused as she waved him away. Korra got herself upright again and flashed him a smile. Equalists. I urge you to surrender. Amon has abandoned you. Give up and I will ensure your lives are spared. The clatter of metal on rock. Some of the Equalists were throwing down their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. But not all of them, and not enough. Fight to the death. For equality. One Equalist roared. Fight for Amon, another said. I said stop. Korra yelled. It doesn't have to be this way, she pleaded. Please. Don't do this. The Earth Kingdom troops pressed forward, their weapons and hands raised to attack. Korra stamped down hard onto the ground. The shockwave bewildered some people, but the Equalists were still moving intently towards the troops. Please, Korra shouted. Don't kill them. Just restrain them. She winced but managed to earthbend as many Equalists as she could see into earth cones. Kuvira and Bolin joined in a moment later alongside a good number of the Earth Kingdom troops. Where are the mecha tanks? One of the aggressive Equalists asked, thrashing in the earth cone to look around the square. No sign of them. Korra let herself smile. Asami and Mako had to have been successful with their part. The square was in full panic now. Several Equalists had taken hostages and seemed to be backing away to regroup nearby. Snarling, Korra lashed out with a blast of airbending, trying to knock hostages away from the Equalist captors. Most of them struggled free, a frustrating amount were out of range. Equalists. A man shouted. We make our stand here, he called as he vanished inside a nearby building. Other Equalists swarmed after him and soon flames and electric cables launched from the upper windows to strike at anyone who dared approach. The troops swiftly withdrew to a safe perimeter and a representative hurried to the platform. Orders, sir? He asked. Demolish the building, the troop commander ordered. No. Korra cried out. Avatar Korra. The commander asked, confused. Korra, if we destroy the building we can eliminate all of them, Kuvira said gently. Please, Korra, don't prolong this. They refused to listen to you. They are all deluded. They don't understand you. Korra shook her head. Doesn't matter. Keep them inside. They can't do much harm in there. And, they can't keep going forever. They'll run out of charge and fuel soon enough. Then they'll have to worry about food and water. Please. Just wait. The commander sighed. You're probably right. I do not want to wait so long though. I'll try and shortcut it, Korra said, still not quite able to catch her breath. We need Amon in chains, they need to see their leader imprisoned and detained. Kuvira, Bolin, I need to find him. Can you both stay here and take care of this? Make sure no one kills any of the Equalists. If need be, tell them I would be displeased and would like to talk to them when I get back. Roger. Stay safe, Korra, Bolin smiled. No one is to harm the Equalists until my return, Korra shouted. Equalists. I will bring your precious leader to you in chains. She turned from the jeering dismissals the Equalists yelled from the windows. A quick whistle and Naga bounded over to her. Hey girl, Korra said as she awkwardly got onto the polar bear dog's back. See that mask? She nudged her Naga forward until the polar bear dog sniffed Amon's broken mask. I need to find him, let's go find him, girl. Naga barked and began trotting forward. Korra glanced back, the troops were waiting so far. Hopefully they would keep their word. Not far from the stage Naga paused by a male Equalist lying slumped against the wall, his breathing shallow. Naga sniffed him for a moment and was about to move on when Korra tugged on the reins. She slid from her back and peered closer at the Equalist. With a shiver she pulled his mask off. He was only a boy, younger than Bolin. And someone had stabbed him, his hands pressed weakly against his side, his uniform and the rock below him stained red. Hey. Korra said gently. Hey, hold on, I'm going to save you. Mom. The boy asked barely above a whisper, his eyes tight closed. Is that you? Korra froze for a second. Yes, it's me, darling. You're going to be fine. Water. She needed water. A little in her clothes from Bolin's stunt and the splash as it struck him on. Korra bent it onto the boy and focused. Please be enough. She almost jumped for joy as his wound closed, but his breathing was still worryingly shallow. How do you feel? She murmured as her fingers searched his neck for a pulse. Mom. Can we just go home? He asked. There. A pulse, but horribly weak. Almost undetectable. Korra froze again. He had lost too much blood. Even with her healing she had gotten here too late. Korra drew in another trembling breath. We will, darling, she said. Soon. We'll go home, soon. Just rest for now. For me. Here. She gathered him into her arms and held him close to her. The boy whimpered, but a trace of a smile appeared on his lips. She could feel his heart well enough, all she could feel of his life anymore. And then it was gone. She stayed holding him for a long moment, afraid to let go, not wanting to let go. Who was he? She did not even know his name. Avoiding looking at his face, she checked his pockets quickly and found nothing to identify him. A hint, all she needed was one hint, some way to find the boy's mother. Nothing. This nameless equalist had died in a street and no one would ever know. No. She would remember this. This was the end result of Amon's actions. He created the equalists, and he brought the situation to this point. His followers deserved second chances, especially those like this boy. How many were simply misguided? How many wanted justice and could find no other way to seek it? And how many had waited for her and given up waiting? How much was her fault? She stumbled to Naga. We'll find him, girl. We'll find him. Kuvira stared at the building the equalists had holed up in. A dozen earthbenders could destroy B building in moments. A waste to hold them here like this. So many had already died, still lay dead around her. What did a few more matter? The Avatar forgave too easily. Kuvira shook her head. A movement caught her eye, an Earth Kingdom soldier, effortlessly metal bending a metal bar around one of the detained equalists. Fine metal bending. Kuvira looked over his uniform for his rank. Captain, she said when she found it. I am Kuvira of Zaofu. The man bowed. Captain Song at your service. We are also honored to work with the Avatar and her companions. He gestured to another trooper who walked the captured equalist away. Kuvira glanced around and stepped closer to Song. Captain Song, can I trust you? What do you mean? Song frowned. Kuvira gestured to the equalist-controlled building. When he looked in its direction, she snatched his sword from where it hung on his hip. She stepped closer as he turned to look at her in confusion. A quick stab and I could puncture your lung, Kuvira said in a low voice. Now. I would rather not have to do that, so I will ask, are you prepared to fight for the Queen? Are you prepared to lay down your life for her? Is this a test? Song asked in a low voice, his expression a mixture of anger and wariness. Perhaps. Kuvira smiled slightly. Perhaps I am working with the equalists and looking for an ally. Or perhaps I am loyal to the Avatar and testing your nerve. She widened her smile. Or perhaps I am something else. Now, answer. But be warned, the wrong answer will lead directly to your demise. Song winced. He opened and closed his mouth a few times. My life is dedicated to Queen Hoting and the Earth Kingdom, he said at last. Good. Kuvira stepped back and Song sagged in relief. With a flick of her wrist she held the sword out to him, hilt first. I can trust you to aid the Avatar then. Bolin. Yeah, Kuvira. Bolin asked as he jogged over. We have to talk. Captain Song. She gestured away from the troops and still restrained equalists. All of you, keep careful watch and keep the area clear, Song shouted as he trailed after Kuvira and Bolin. I have learned of a new plot against the Earth Queen, Kuvira murmured, looking carefully around her. A division of the equalists is even now ready to commence the next stage of their attack. They intend to strike directly at the Queen, with explosives. Kuvira held up her hand as Song opened his mouth. There are additional complications. I believe there are traitors in the palace guard. Kuvira paused. Maybe now you understand my need for theatrics. I need to be sure who I can trust. I do not care for your method, but I see your logic, Song replied inside. We must act immediately. But didn't Korra stop them? Bolin asked. She stopped this group, Kuvira said quickly. There are other divisions within the Equalists, many given orders to continue even in the absence of directives from Amon. I fear they may be planting the bombs as we speak. As you say, Captain. We must act immediately. And with the Avatar pursuing Amon, I feel we should take this matter into our own hands. You can count on me, Song said. There are a few I know in the ranks whose loyalty is unimpeachable. They are all true comrades, and have never wavered in their oaths to the crown. If we are to trust anyone, it is them. More individuals alongside her was risky, but their presence could be helpful. I would ask you to select those you can trust for our mission. Captain, if I understand procedures correctly, the royal family will likely have been moved to a safe room somewhere within the palace grounds. Yes, that is correct, Song replied. But how I know is immaterial right now. What matters is that they are safe for now. But if the bomb threat cannot be neutralized, Captain, we will need to move them elsewhere. If possible, I would like the Avatar to protect them once she has dealt with Amon. It is imperative we find their hiding place. If we cannot disarm the bombs, it will be the only chance they have. Light felt warm on his naked skin. How long since he had last removed his mask in the open like this? How long since his face had last been seen? No, this could not be happening now, not now after so long. Amon clutched at his face, trying to ease the pain of the Avatar's savage attacks. Hide it from the light. Hide it from the people. They would know him as a member of the Water Tribe now, but his ability to bend, no one could know that. If the fight had not been so public, the Avatar had not taken to such base attacks, then his blood bending might have kept him safe. He could have stopped her heart in a moment, but to do so, he would lose his followers and the Avatar would escape him. She would be reborn again, and even if the revolution was successful, she would be back. Unless he killed her when she entered the Avatar state. She had not triggered such a massive power, surely she could have? It might have been worth the risk if she was in the Avatar state. No. The power and abilities of an Avatar using that were legendary. He could not be certain bloodbending would even be possible at that juncture. Better to hide. Better to escape. Try to gather the rest of his forces, and find the source of the mecha tank's delay. Victory was still possible. A trail of unconscious palace guards lead them right to the bombs. The Equalists were not subtle, presumably counting on the distraction elsewhere to let them work uninterrupted. The few operatives they encountered were restrained by metal strips and earth cones almost before they could react. Easy. Even their bombs and methods were not complex. Wires trailed through corridors and terminated in small devices jammed into the foundations of the castle. Kuvira and Bolin traced the cables through a few dead ends and double backs until it led them to a basement storage room. A squat, metallic device sat in the midst of a web of wiring, one thick cable snaking up to splice into an electrical cable. So this is the trigger? Bolin asked, peering at the center of the web. Yes, I've seen a lot of these in Republic City, Kuvira said, crouching down beside it. The design is a little unusual, but nothing I cannot cope with. Probably should leave this to you then, Bolin said, taking a step backward. He scratched his head. What can I do though? Can you keep watch? Kuvira asked. Make sure no one stops us, especially any Equalists. We might have easily overlooked someone. She licked her lips. This is very delicate and it is critical I get this right. I need to concentrate. She stared at the bomb. I'll meet you outside, just make sure the coast is clear. Yes ma'am, he replied. He sounded a little nervous and hurried from the room. More theatrics. So obedient, so loyal. Bolin was useful, even if never to the use she intended. Kuvira turned back to the bomb. She, Bolin, Song and his trusted companions had gotten here in more than enough time. And she refrained from mentioning to Bolin that the circuit was incomplete and the bomb not primed to begin its countdown. It seemed as if Amon's defeat had thrown all the Equalist plans completely out of alignment. The Republic City police force had trained her in how to defuse a bomb, challenging, intricate work. So easy to invert the methods. So easy to finish the bomb. Kuvira finished making the last few connections and the countdown timer sprang into life. 1.5 hours. And less chance of disruption now, as far as the others knew the device was inert. The explosives were sufficient to destroy the palace and reduce a good section of the surrounding upper ring to gravel. A painful sacrifice, to lose so many historical artifacts. Necessary though, the palace was a symbol. Its destruction would have meaning. Stage 1 was complete. Now to find the monarchy. Kuvira took a deep breath as she left the room and smiled as Bolin jumped. Did Ariz? He asked, interrupted from his painstaking checks of the corridor. I successfully disarmed it, if that's what you wanted to know, Kuvira said. Bolin heaved another sigh of relief. We did it then. Almost, Kuvira replied. We need to ensure the Queen and the rest of the royal family are okay. There may be operatives lying in wait for them to re-emerge. We should see it Song found them. Bolin said and darted down the corridor. Kuvira followed at a slower pace. No. Risky to take too long, 1.5 hours was both an eternity and no time at all. Bolin was talking to Song when Kuvira caught up with him. Hey Kuvira, Song found out he yelled as Song shushed him hastily. Sorry. Bolin said, looking around panicked. Kuvira. Song bowed. We have located the hidden room the Queen uses for her protection. There is a secondary tunnel leading from the main garden back below the palace. Once the situation is resolved, I feel we should enforce a separate location for events like these. An excellent idea, Captain, Kuvira said. An excellent work besides. The bomb has been dealt with, we should move the Queen to a temporary location until the Avatar returns. They reached the tunnel entrance in a few moments, the access hatch hidden beneath an overly elaborate and expensive subdial. Kuvira directed Song and his men into the passage first, but halted Bolin as he moved to follow them. Bolin, you don't have to help with this anymore. Song and I will be more than sufficient. Kuvira watched him carefully. But he started. Kuvira shook her head. No. Korra needs you. Team Avatar needs you. I'll finish up with this and join you all soon. Fine, Bolin said after a pause. Just wanted to do something to make Grandma proud of me. I'm sure she already is. Go take Mako to visit her. I'll be by soon. She smiled at him, her hand brushing his cheek for a moment before she dropped through the hatch. Amon's voice boomed in the air and Bolin stumbled to a halt. Queen Hoteng, wherever you are, I will find you. Your tyrannical rule cannot be allowed to persist. You, like all benders, must be equalized. His voice sounded oddly thick. Korra must have done some major damage to him when she punched him. Wait. Kuvira could not have heard that message underground. She would have no way of knowing he was coming. Had Amon doubled back to the square? Would that mean he had returned to the trapped Equalists? Bolin dithered. He could stay here, guard the entrance from Amon. No. No, he should be with the others and ready to guard the Queen. Like Song had vowed. It was what his grandma would expect of him. Bolin smiled. He could make her so proud even now. He would make Kuvira proud. And Korra, as much as she hated the Earth Queen, she did not want her to fall into Amon's clutches. He had risked his life before when they faced the Red Lotus. He would do so again. And this time it could not be anything to do with his crush on Korra. This time he was doing it because it was right. And because someone had to stop Amon. Bolin retraced his steps at a run and jumped through the hatch. Book 2, Metal. Chapter 17, Kuvira's Decision. Mako growled in frustration as the Equalist's jab hit home and his arm went limp. So much for bending. Asami whirled a moment later, her shock glove sparking as it struck the Equalist and sent them falling to the floor. You okay? She panted. Not going to be bending for a while, he replied. Asami ripped the shock glove off the fallen equalist. Mako twitched, more equalists were heading down the corridor towards them. Here, she said. Thanks. Half charge left. They could not keep going on like this indefinitely. At least these equalists had none of the group's projectile weaponry. How much further? Not far. We take this corridor to the end and dash. The equalists were on them. Crackles of electricity, grunts of impact. He remained at a disadvantage currently, he was still in his own closed. The equalist uniforms had padding to prevent Chai blocking attempts. He botched the timing on his first few swipes with the glove, the crackle of electricity catching his wrist and leaving his hand full of pins and needles. He caught on and dealt his second and third hits correctly on successive equalists. Palm flat against their chest for a moment, ample time for the electricity to incapacitate them, then lift away. Okay. Let's go while we can, Mako said. He grabbed Asami's hand and tugged her along behind him. She stumbled and breathed like it was her last, but just about kept up. Which way? He asked. Asami nodded to a door to the right. Locked, Mako concluded, as it refused to slide open. Asami wheezed, waved him behind her and started prying a panel off the wall. More footsteps behind them. Mako turned around to find another group of equalists heading right for them. Keep them distracted. Asami gasped as she dropped the panel to the floor. Will do, Mako said with a smirk. The rhythm was familiar now. Strike, retreat, turn, dodge, strike. I have to hand it to you, Asami, Mako said. Asami grunted behind him as she fiddled with the door. This is much easier than lightning bending. Asami let out a wheezing laugh and with a faint rush of air the door slid open. Okay, quick. Mako dropped the equalists to the floor and scrambled through, another set of equalists on his heels. Asami was already pulling the panel out of the door frame. Can't they just do what you did? Could, Asami said, her tongue sticking out the side of her mouth as she pulled at something inside the panel. She twisted her hand and something fell heavily. Can't now, she said, standing up. Should, hold them for a bit, she said taking a deep breath. Lead on, Mako said. Asami started trotting forward, moving fast, but not running. They stumbled to a halt as a voice rang through the air. Equalists of Ba Sing Se. The Avatar has lied to you. The Avatar is deluded. You must all continue to fight for our cause. We are so close to our victory. The Avatar hid the truth from you before, but her dishonesty will be exposed soon. Soon she will fail. Soon she will no longer be the Avatar. Remain faithful, her time is almost over. Amon's voice sounded thicker, awkward. Something had certainly changed from what they had last heard. Sounds like Korra did something, Mako said, smiling. I never doubted her for a second, Asami replied. But it sounds like he escaped her. There was a screech of metal and renewed sounds of pursuit behind them. Mako span around. A new group of equalists, the lieutenant at their head. Amon believes in us, he snarled. We believe in the future. He's a fraud, Asami yelled back. The lieutenant shook his head, glancing to his companions. Don't listen to her. She never had faith. He stared into her eyes. You betrayed us, Miss Sato. We offered you everything and you threw it all away for your so-called bender friends. Well, not it is too late and we will not forgive you. Capture them. He barked. The equalists rushed forward. Mako checked his glove's power level as he darted towards them. Quarter charge. Hopefully one of the equalists had a glove with more charge he could grab in the next lull. No. Get to the next lull first. Then worry about that. These equalists were different. Better trained, more fluid in their movements. Faster. Still all vulnerable to an electrical charge in their chest, but the trick was getting them into a position where he could slam his hand into place and trigger the current. Tricky, but not impossible. As well trained as they were, they had never fought in the bending pits, they had never subbed for the fire ferrets, they had never taken on the Red Lotus and won. Asami's face looked red, and she was sweating horribly, but she charged headlong at the lieutenant, who blinked uselessly at her for a moment. He lashed out with his tonfas, the ends circled with a crackling charge. Asami ducked out of the way and left him swinging at air. Mako almost smiled. Asami just needed more stamina, then she would be a force to reckon with. He dropped back onto his hands to avoid another attempt at chi blocking and bounced right back up to drop the equalist to the floor with another well-aimed charge. The lieutenant was snarling as Asami ducked and dodged around his swipes and jabs. With a graceful pirouette, she wound up behind him, and with a tug, the connection to one of his tonfas came away from the clunky, heavy battery he carried on his back. She smiled but lunged for the floor as he swung the inert tonfa at her. No longer electrified but still usable as a weapon. 3 more equalists. A sweeping kick sent 2 down to the floor, but the 4th surprised him when their hand closed on his wrist and halted his lunge. Their mask hid their expression, but Mako suspected they figured they had won. Not that easily. Mako grabbed hold of the equalist's shirt, remembering back to all his martial arts training, and spun them around, tripping the man to the floor. He let them pull him down along with them, the momentum enough to drive his arm forward. Something snapped beneath him. A rib? No time to worry. A burst of electricity and the equalist lay still. Mako looked up just in time to see Asami tear the second tonfa connection from its socket, pull the weapon from the lieutenant's hand and smack him over the head with it. The man crumpled to the ground and lay still. Mako struggled to his feet. "You okay?" Asami nodded. "Think so. Come on." The medical center was a few moments away, and apparently deserted. Mako glanced around at the unmade and seemingly hastily vacated beds. Where are they? Must have got out after something happened. But it's not like there would be anything these patients could have done. She trailed off. Dad. Asami hurried forward and burst into another ward. She stopped dead. Ahead, Hiroshi Sato lay, still unconscious on a bed, surrounded by medical equipment. A lone nurse was standing over him and staring down at him. She looked up in surprise as the door banged open. "Miss Sato." She shivered. "Ai," Asami breathed. Where is everyone?" "They left." "They all left," Ai replied. We heard the Queen's army. They made an announcement. They're going to wipe us out." I told them not to run. I told them the revolution needs them, all of them. But they didn't listen. They just ran." Ai. Asami sighed. The nurse turned away from them and back to Hiroshi. Asami crossed quietly to the bed and stood beside her. Mako followed, looking away as he got closer. It did not look good for Hiroshi. How long had he been like this? Was the equipment all that kept him alive now, and in a state he could actually come back from? Or was he done for and they were only delaying the inevitable? With a sniff, Ai turned from the bed and took a few uneven steps and slumped onto a nearby bed. "Mako," Asami's voice was barely above a whisper. She did not look at him. "Amon. I think he's still using the communication channels. If you go out of here, take a right and run for maybe 2 minutes. You'll see a junction box with a load of wires running into it. Please. Destroy it. As much as you're able." She glanced up. "Mako, we have to stop him. Cut that and he'll stop sending people to die. Not far, but we need to stick together, Asami. Please, Mako. I need to do something first. And we need to be quick." She smiled. "You know I can't run that far." She had a point. Asami gently took her father's limp hand. "I can't just leave you here," he tried again. Asami shook her head. "Don't worry about me." She glanced behind her. "Ai won't hurt me. No one else can follow us. I know my way around the tunnels better than you." She licked her lips. "I'll meet you in a few minutes. It'll take me a while to walk it, but..." She shook her head again. "Please." He grip tightened on Hiroshi's hand. "Oh. I can help," Mako said, his voice on the verge of trembling. "You don't have to do this." A tear trickled down Asami's cheek. "Thank you, Mako." She sniffed. But this is my choice. I need to do this. All right. Some tension evaporated and a weight seemed to shift. He put his hand on her back. Stay safe. And I'll see you, soon. Just, take as long as you need. And, we'll get through this. We'll get through this together. Thank you, Asami said. But don't wait for me either. Get to Korra. Keep her safe. And she bit her lip. Keep yourself safe too. I will. Mako turned from the bed and started running, not once looking back. Out of the door and to the right. His step almost faltered. She was not planning on killing herself, was she? No. No. This was too near for her to do something so foolish. And she would not want to break Korra's heart like that. The first minute passed in agonizing slowness as he ran. Second minute. Control room. Box. Wires. His hands twitched. Felt like the chi blocking had worn off. Lightning bending would be best. The junction box blackened and sparked under the stream of electricity he shot from his palms. How long until he destroyed it? As long as he could manage might be necessary. He kept going until exhaustion finally overcame his ability to resist and he stopped, his arms feeling useless and limp. He panted in the ozone-scented air. Wait. Something was outside. Something heavy. Mako flinched and rechecked his shock glove. Empty. Should have tried to charge it with lightning bending first. Was that even possible? Pure physical attacks then. He took a few deep breaths and sprang from the door to come face to face with his opponent. She barked happily and licked his face. Naga. He spluttered. Oh, it was Mako. Korra said, her voice thick. Clever girl, she added, patting Naga on her head. But we really should be looking for Amon. Naga barked. Korra. Mako exclaimed and gaped at her. Her right eye looked black and was swollen shut. Blood from innumerable scratches, welts, and a bloodied nose coated her face. Her nose. It looked like it might be at the wrong angle. Not massively, just enough to catch his eye. Just enough to look wrong. And she was grimacing. Abruptly her expression shifted into a smile. Hi Mako, she said. Korra. He tried again. Are you okay? Of course. Korra said with a seemingly inappropriate flippancy. Her expression darkened for a moment and she turned her head away from him and spat blood to the floor. Mako looked away, there was something white in the mass of red. Your nose is bleeding, he tried. It is. Korra's fingers smeared blood across her face. Huh. Must have missed that. She shrugged. I'll heal it later. Where's Asami? She's just sorting things out. With her dad. Mako fidgeted. How to get that across but also deter her from going back there? Korra nodded. Yeah. I thought she might, she said. Hope she's going to be okay. You knew? He asked. I did. She never said, but. Korra ducked her head. Maybe I should see how she is. There's someone else with her, Mako said. Asami seemed to trust them. Okay. Korra nodded again. I'll trust Asami knows what's best for her right now. She blinked. I've been tracking Amon. His trail lead us here. Mako turned and peered at the room behind them. He's not in there, if that's what you mean. Yeah, figured you might have noticed if he was. Maybe there's something to give us a lead. Korra pushed past him, Mako following close behind her. The junction box still crackled and sparked on the wall ahead of them, wisps of smoke streaming off the damaged device. Here, Korra said. He had not even stopped to look behind him when he first entered the room, a control panel, a microphone, and banks of switches on the opposite wall. A bloodied note was lying on top of them. Avatar Korra, do not think you have even come close to besting me. I hereby challenge you to a duel to prove whom the spirits favor. There will be no interruptions, no assistance. The two of us, fighting alone. I await you in the crystal caverns. Korra trailed off, her eyes flicking down the page. Silently she passed the note to Mako. The instructions were unnervingly precise. Are you going to go? If he wants a duel, then he's getting a duel. Korra smirked. Guess he doesn't want to lose in public. Again. Mako shook his head. It could easily be a trap and dash. Korra interrupted him. And if I don't go, he'll flee. He'll be able to start all over again. Find more people to dupe, spread more hate. No. It has to end. And, those catacombs are directly underneath the Queen's palace if I remember right. Even if he can't be trusted to play fair, he'll still go for the Queen. And I doubt he wants his revolution to succeed if he's not around to lead it. Just in case, Mako blurted. Just in case, let me go and make sure it's fair. Korra stared at him for a moment. Okay. But you can't interfere. I won't, Mako replied. Korra patted Naga on the back. Naga? Go find Asami. Keep her safe for me. Okay. Naga barked. Good girl. I'll see you soon. Okay. I knew you wouldn't betray us, Ai murmured as Mako's footsteps faded away. Asami sighed and turned to face her. Ai was hunched away from Asami, looking over her shoulder. Ai, I was never your ally. I stand with the Avatar against Amon. I want to end this madness. I'm here because of my father. You deceived me? So you never believed in equality. Ai sniffed, her eyes welling up with tears. So you're with them. The Benders? I thought you were my friend, Ai spluttered. I am. Asami sighed. I am. But, I needed to survive. Amon has been lying dash. No. Ai said savagely, getting to her feet. I don't want to hear any more of your lies. Ai, Asami snapped. Listen to me. I cannot agree with the extremes of your philosophies, but I understand why you believed them. There is a discussion to be had on this point, later. But, Ai, I do care for you. And you need to go. The Queen's army is merciless. If they catch you. Asami trailed off. No. Amon will save me, Ai insisted. No he won't. Asami growled. Did you not hear the radio? The Avatar challenged him in public. She did, Ai nodded. And? She beat him, Ai said miserably. I thought so. Asami breathed deeply, trying not to let her excitement get the best of her. Korra had won. She beat him without bending, Ai murmured. Interesting. And where is Amon now? Not here. He sent you all on to attack and left you. He's abandoned you. Just like he abandoned my father as soon as he no longer needed him. He has not given you, any of you, a second thought. Ai did no reply and after a moment, sank to the floor, leaning her head back against the bed. She started sobbing. Asami's resolve wavered. She needed comforting, but no time. Ai. She began gently. I need you to tell me the truth. Is there any way my father will wake up? Ai was quiet for a moment. I don't think so. She sniffed as Asami's heart sank. I mean, if he keeps on going, if the machines are left on. There's always a chance he might wake up. I couldn't hope to tell you when. But by now, he probably won't be able to move ever again, not without healing and. Ai trailed off, sniffing noisily. Amon, he told me to keep watching him. And. She shuddered. He told me I should encourage you. And that he would find a cure. But. Ai looked up at her, her cheeks stained with tears. He just gets worse and worse. Even here. Even after everything we did. She bit her lip. I don't know if the others did something. I couldn't. I would never. She swallowed. We could have tried a healer. It might have worked but. Ai bit her lip. It's not how we do things. Enough. Her voice did not tremble as she spoke. Ai. Please, get out while you still can. Leave this place. Go somewhere, anywhere. Just, don't associate with the Equalists. But they're like my family. I don't have much to go back to. AI mumbled. What about your brother? Your father? Asami asked. AI laughed bitterly. And what could I do for them? I left them promising change. I can't go back like this with everything still the same. Yes you can. Here. Asami hastily removed her left earring and strode over to her. Take this. Sell it. She blinked. Through it all, she had had this single earring and her locket with her. Every time she thought she lost everything, she had had some unknown value hanging from her ear and from her neck. This, more than anything else, was truly the last of her past life. There was no way she could ever give up the locket. I don't know what it's worth, she said with a gulp. But it'll help you survive, AI. Leave while you can. My room, there's some clothes there, take them. And if we can. If you want. Please. I'd like to see you again. At some point. AI stared at the earring wonderingly and hauled herself to her feet. Her hands shook as she took the jewelry. With a few faltering steps she began walking away, stopped and turned back. Thank you, she said. I'm sorry for what I said. Asami shook her head. No. It was fair. I did dash. AI held her hand up. No. Please. Let me apologize. She clutched the earring in both hands against her chest. Thank you. And if we do meet again, I hope it's happier. She bowed. Thank you, Miss Sato. Asami corrected with a smile. Next time, you have to call me Asami. Okay, AI said, staring into her eyes. She almost smiled as she turned and ran for the door. AI paused and looked back one last time before vanishing down the hallway. Asami sighed. Only the faint whirs and beeps of the medical equipment were audible anymore. Asami stared down at the bed as the tears welled up in her eyes. This too had to end. Her friends were waiting and she had wasted so long already. It was unfair to continue to be a burden on them. For peace, they needed to end the madness. How had it come to this? The family had been so happy, once. When did it go wrong? Was it really the firebenders? In memory at least her father was so loving, so sweet, so full of laughter. Dad. He did not, could not, reply. Do you remember when we went to Ember Island with Mom? A futile effort. But she needed to try. Once more. Try to reach him, and do so with the happiest memories she had of the family together. I'll never forget it. You carried me on your shoulders and we went to the beach. That was when you taught me to swim. Asami smiled even as the tears kept trailing down her face. Mom kept taking pictures of us and she almost dropped the camera in the ocean a few times. She chuckled. And we made a sandsaw automobile. Do you remember? That was the best model ever. You said we could make it for real one day, but somehow we never got around to that. She trailed off. Sometimes I wonder what it would have been like if we stayed there. If we'd moved to Ember Island. Maybe Mom would be alive. A normal life, she might have gone to school, made friends, shared common interests. But then, she might never have met Korra the second time. Never met Bolin or Mako. Never fought the Red Lotus, founded a pro-bending team. Asami shook her head savagely. No point dwelling on what might have been. I wish everything had stayed happy. Like when I was younger. But, all these things. Would he like to go back? Maybe Ember Island would be good for him. Maybe he would remember who he used to be. She could get a job in a hospital there and look after him. Until he was better. No. It was doing her no good to keep on hoping. There was no way to get him back to the Fire Nation and Ember Island. If all this equipment could not save him, could Korra? Should she? Her father might live at the expense of someone else. Someone else who would be better for the world. And if he did live, what then? Their name ruined, their legacy destroyed, their company seized. If he woke, he would bear those sins just as she would. Once Hiroshi Sato had been full of life. So busy for someone of his age. A brilliant mind constantly generating and churning out new ideas. He did not deserve to live like this, should not have to live on like this. I have to go now. I can't stay with you any longer. And she shivered. I can't agree with that you did, her voice broke and it took a few moments for her to speak again. You hurt so many people, and some of them are so important to me. You did bad things, wrong things. But this? I never wanted this. Never this. She took his hand again. You're the only father I have. And I want you to know, I can take care of myself. You don't have to worry about me any longer. I'll be fine. I'll survive. But I have to go. Asami leaned over the bed, her body trembling. She clutched the side of the bed to stop her shaking hand as she kissed his temple and stroked his face. I have to do this, she said. Her other hand was eerily steady as she took hold of the plug. Goodbye, Dad. She closed her eyes and tore the plug from its socket. The machine wheezed its last and fell silent. Asami let out a strangled gasp and clutched at her father's body and sobbed. His chest was still, his heart silent. She needed to go, but it was hard to pull away. She wanted to reconnect the machine, get him breathing and his heart beating again, but no. Too late. Her stomach churned and her head felt light. She was going to have to live with this decision. Someone approached. Asami panicked and spun around, sagging back against the bed with a gasp. Naga, she said smiling. The polar bear dog padded over to her and began licking her face. She put her arms around Naga's neck and sobbed into her fur. Thank you, Naga, Asami murmured after an eternity of grief. I'll be okay. Let's go. Let's find Korra and the others. He kept leaving bloody fingerprints on the page as he scribbled his challenge in the root. His hand ached, but at last he finished. No one saw him slip deeper into the Daily tunnels. Amon breathed through his mouth, the sound uncomfortably loud in the stillness underground. Time passed and he saw no one. Heard nothing but his breathing. Maybe the equalist forces on the surface had been victorious. Maybe they still fought as he commanded. Maybe the army defeated them and all now lay dead or waiting for execution. It did not matter anymore. After seeing the mecha tank warehouse aflame, Amon knew that all he could hope for was to strip the Avatar of her powers. To do that at least would show his power, would show how little they needed someone like her. The tunnel became steeper and he descended further into the earth. The surroundings began to look more and more familiar. There a jail cell where the Daily kept imprisoned benders. Here a room too similar to comfort to the dormitory he shared in his youth, where he slept and where he had killed Daily to ensure both he and his companions could live. Ayato, Haruka, Kublai, Ling, Nora, Mamoru, Masayoshi, Naeli, and Shinobu. Once he had remembered all the names here. Now he could only remember those who survived the final test. Mayumi had fallen there. And there were those that died as Hoting took the throne. Ayato, Haruka, Nora, and Shinobu. The ones who died in a room like this one. Or perhaps it even had been this room. Amon shook his head. Defeating Korra was all he could do now. No Hiroshi to design weapons and fund the organization. No Quan with his political ties, influence, and wealth. But, at least when it was over, his brother still lived. Tarlok was all he had left. Amon carried on down the tunnel. He was nearly to the crystal catacombs, almost directly below the palace. Be careful, Kuvira murmured. There will be a Daily presence here. I still have difficulty accepting that they are real, Song said, shaking his head. He gestured his other three companions ahead to the next junction. Too real, Kuvira grimaced as they padded past them. They are responsible for a large number of the missing people within the city. And they imprison anyone who Kuvira cut herself off. It would not do to be entirely honest with her opinion of the Queen at this juncture. Who is a threat to the Daily as an organization, she finished, trying to keep her tone consistent. No one must be allowed to criticize them or attempt to turn the queen against them. If we speak with the queen, Song said, maybe she can take action? Like her father before her. Kuvira nodded. We have a chance, she said. She slammed her foot onto the ground. The tunnels were maze-like, crossing and recrossing through each other. Fortunately, she knew precisely where they needed to go. There were 3 exits to the maze: the palace gardens, the queen's secret chamber and the crystal catacombs. Potentially even the same location as from accounts of Avatar Aang's time in the city. The location Princess Azula nearly killed him. Or, rather, the place she successfully killed him. Without Katara, he would never have survived. I am still odd that I can assist you, Song said. Kuvira smiled and raised an eyebrow. Is that so, Captain? Well, yes. To be here with you, who was mentored by Suyin Bafong, daughter of Toph Bafong. He shook his head. Truly, this is the greatest honor I could hope to achieve, assisting you and serving the Avatar. Song was smiling. You have earned it, Captain, Kuvira said. And I am honored to be assisted by such an outstanding metal bender and member of the Queen's forces. So much like Bolin. So naive and idealistic. A tremor in the ground. Quick. They are coming, she hissed. 4 Daily rounded a corner and dropped into combat stances. Song rushed forward, his companions following him. The Daily said nothing, retaliating immediately. Kuvira's pulse raced. Now. Captain. Keep them busy. Go, he said with nod of his head. We'll handle this. Kuvira raced past the Daily and Song opened a path for her. One of the Daily lashed out to grab her, but Song's sword blocked the attempt. Now she was on her own. Perfect. Another Daily ahead. Easy to restrain with a metal strip. A blow to the head and she had his uniform. She was so close now. Another stamp on the ground after pulling the slightly too large clothes on. The skirmish raged behind her, hopefully occupying both sides for long enough. Ahead was the bunker. No need for stealth now, she was just another Daily come to protect her queen. All she could see of the bunker once she reached it was a metal wall that spanned the width of the corridor. A heavy metal door was the only break in the smooth surface. Simple for a metal bender. The lock gave her no problems and she pulled the metal hatch open with a few gestures. Inside a handful of Daily immediately assumed combat stances. So much for duping them. You are not one of us, one said, stepping forward aggressively. Who are you, woman? Speak. Another demanded. Kuvira stepped forward, forcing her hands to keep still at her sides. Rock floor beneath her feet. I am Kuvira, one of the Avatar Korra's companions. She smiled faintly. I am sure you are aware of the current circumstances. A radio was just about audible inside, the tinny voice relating that Korra had defeated Amon and the Equalists were falling in droves to the army. Ho Ting pushed her way through the Daily to scowl at Kuvira. How did you find out about this place? She demanded. What business does this companion of the Avatar have here? All around her were her family. Brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, and a few other people Kuvira did not recognize. Teenagers lounging on sofas while the city threatened to tear itself apart. Heirs to the throne, every one of them. The Daily resumed their hostile stance, chains pointed at her. At her heart if she observed correctly. I simply wished to talk to my queen, Kuvira said, keep her voice neutral. I have waited to meet you for so long. Kuvira bowed low. The queen snorted. To talk? Very well, she said wearily. Quite why you wait until an attempt on my sovereignty is in progress I do not know. She stared at her. Unless you are an assassin? Come to extinguish me. The Daily nearby tensed. You would fail before you began. Kuvira laughed. Smart, but futile. The queen underestimated her. Perhaps I am. Or I might be an ally. If it's the former, you do not seem as worried as you should be. The queen's expression darkened. Get to the point. I will not tolerate this arrogance. I may not be so benevolent shortly. She eyed Kuvira for a moment. You are fortunate I have even deigned to give you this opportunity. What gives you the right to rule? Kuvira's voice sounded painfully loud in the stillness of the room. Gives me the right. The queen shook her head. No one gave me the right. It is mine, I simply have that right. Kuvira shuffled her feet. Not the answer I hoped for. This. I think that this discussion will take too long to have in full, Kuvira said, keeping track of just where everyone was out the corner of her eye. We'll set aside a few things, I think. Set aside. The queen glared at her. Just what are you setting aside? Tiresome girl. Well, little things. Your family did not found the kingdom for one. Your lineage can be directly traced back to an insurgence centuries ago and something that directly lead Kuvira shut her mouth, her teeth clicking together. Never mind. I will ask my main question. The queen's rapidly reddening face calmed. At last. The queen sighed. If you are fortunate you might live through this. Why do you need the palace? Why do you need so much gold? Does having so many lumps of metal and so many gemstones make you happy? When will you have enough? Kuvira asked. The queen laughed, the noise more like a bark than an expression of humor. Foolish question, girl. They are mine because they belong to me. No one is born equal in this world. The lives of peasants mean little compared to the people in this room. It is the nature of this world, I am the queen, all that is in my domain belongs to me. Why should I not have it where I can see it? What good is owning so much gold, so many gemstones if they are all elsewhere and unusable? Is it worth the sweat and tears of the populace though? Is it worth so that everyone must suffer? I thought the queen should love her kingdom? You don't seem to care in the slightest, Kuvira said. The queen twitched and started laughing again. She clutched her stomach as she giggled. I don't serve anyone, girl. They all serve me. What strange upbringing did you have to not know that? Kuvira ignored the question and carried on. For someone who claims to own the Earth Kingdom, you turn a blind eye to numerous actions by citizens of the Fire Nation and Republic City. They exploit your resources and people. But it seems as long as they pay their taxes you are content to let them do as they please. From this I can only conclude your army is nothing more than a bluff, a threat to never be used. Or is it more? Is it to only be used inside the kingdom, never to defend it, but to keep it in check? That is too far, the queen growled. I will not tolerate any more insults from Dash. The queen's expression was serious again as Kuvira interrupted her. You deserve insults. Kuvira hissed. You, someone who inherited so much power based solely on your family. All your privilege comes from the actions of your ancestors, you stand here on the back of blood and countless lives. On suffering, corruption, and murder. But for what? You are no different from the Fire Nation monarchy. Power belongs to those with the will to lead, to those who would serve their nation before herself. You are a poor ruler Hoteng. Beyond redemption and nothing but a disgusting, gluttonous pig. Kuvira was shouting by the end of her rant. Death. Death to her. Questioning her queen on matters even the imbeciles and peasants know. Well, girl. I answered your questions. Your reward. Death I think is a fine reward, the queen said with a malicious smile. Death. Kuvira laughed as the Daili closed ranks around the queen. Why? Why would you order me to die? Or did you order someone to kill me? Kuvira took a step back. She turned to the woman beside her. You. You are Princess Yu. The Gokongwei's daughter-in-law. Making the man beside her the family's son. Yes. You asked with a frown. Princess. You, Kuvira said, ignoring the Daili, ignoring the seething queen. What would you say if I told you you would soon be the nation's new queen? You blinked and stepped away from her. Absurd. Absurd. Are you threatening my aunt? So loyal. Tragic, or perhaps she was too cowardly to seize an opportunity. Kuvira turned to address the room. Does anyone here wish to be the next king or queen? No one spoke up. They all looked fearful. Does anyone want to change the Earth Kingdom? To make it better? I do, a prince stuttered raising his hand. Lies. There was no conviction in either his voice or his expression. Enough, you arrogant wench. The queen shrieked. You have used your station, your familiarity with the Avatar to gain your audience. But do not think for a moment that can keep you safe. Arrest her. We will see her executed in public. The chains were first. Easy. She redirected the sharpened points into floor and ceiling, blunted in rock, soft furnishings and wood carvings. Concern crossed the Daili's expressions. They dropped the chains to the floor and tried again, now rock hands. Pitiful. They exploded in the air easily enough. Do you not feel anything for the people? Kuvira asked as she stared around the room. Another rock hand, it span away with a gesture and smashed against a wall. None of you has a problem with how Hoting operates. The chains again, wrenched free from rock to spill shards of rock on the floor, from the wood to scatter splinters across opulent rugs. Just as easy to deflect a second time. None of you desire to build a united and powerful nation. No one spoke, just silently watched as the Daili lashed out again. I take your silence as evidence of your devotion to Hoting. Incompetent fools. The queen yelled. Can you do nothing to her? And you, she pointed at Kuvira. You think you can threaten us, and walk away from this? I will offer you a final chance. If you refuse this, then your head will be placed on a pike outside the palace to remind everyone of what happens when you insult the queen. Kuvira sniggered. I refuse. She snorted. Royalty, all of you. All our so-called leaders, you are all exactly the same. I hoped for more from my own, but there is too much greed. Too much ignorance of the plight of the kingdom. Your selfishness has ruined this kingdom and you do not even care as it rots with you inside it. No one in this room should be allowed to live. I am the queen said, quivering. You have no right to harm me. Kuvira calmly reached for her sword and drew it. Wait. A panicked prince. He pushed through the others towards her. We can pay you as much as you want. We can settle things calmly. The blade slid through his skin with barely any resistance. His eyes got wider, the last word dead on his lips. With a grunt, Kuvira pulled the blade free and let the prince fall back to the floor. Red tarnished the metal blade. A scream split the air, soon followed by others. Some scrambled for swords, while others scrambled over the top of other people and away from her. A handful tried to earthbend her. The efforts were pitiful and weak. A few ran for the door and found themselves in earth cones, the door swinging shut in front of them. Kuvira smiled. The Daili charged her, but even they soon fell to a few swipes with the blade. She stalked around the room. Some shivered and hid their faces away, others pleaded for their lives or the lives of loved ones. A few lashed out with desperate frantic attacks. A few caught her, nicks and cuts only. Nothing to worry about. Nothing mattered except their removal now. A quick stab or a swipe across a throat. They all died in the same way, so easily. Their privilege gave them no immunity to cold steel, no survival chance against someone with the will to end them. A blade killed them, same as the lowest peasant, how could they ever think themselves better or different? The floor became sticky underfoot when she was almost done. Blood coated her uniform, her face. It formed matted clumps in her hair, the blood from every swipe coming to rest against her somehow. It did not matter. A whimper drew her attention. In the midst of the bloodshed, she had somehow left the queen still cowering and huddled at the back of the room. Time to correct that mistake. Hoting screamed as Kuvira walked slowly towards her. Her reign was at an end and Kuvira would ensure it ended with justice. Bolin looked both ways up the passageway. Again. This place was like a maze. How far to, well, anything? He carried on forward, trying to keep himself aligned with what he remembered from above ground. The palace had to be about there, so, he paused in the dim light. Bodies lay slumped against the walls, blood everywhere. Captain Song! Bolin cried and rushed over to him. The man was still breathing, the others nearby did not look in such a good state. Song's men +4 Daili. I'll help dash. No, Song said, his voice quavering. Help Kuvira. Daily. Some are with the equalists. Queen ahead. She needs your help. Don't worry about me, Bolin. I just need to rest. Bolin shook his head. No. I can't just leave you here. Let me get you outside first. Song pushed him away and slowly rose to his feet. Go, now, he hissed. Kuvira might be fighting them this moment. You're the only one who can. And please, tell her I'm sorry, he said. No. You have nothing to apologize for. I'll do my best. Good luck. Reluctantly Bolin turned away and ran up the corridor. Amon was coming here too. Why did Song refuse him like that? Bolin almost groaned. That should have been obvious. Song was a man of honor. If Bolin helped him outside, it would taint his pride, especially if it came at the cost of the Queen's survival. The Queen was of the utmost importance right now. For honor, for duty. The right thing to do. The corridor curved around gradually and he passed an unconscious man stripped of his clothes. The tunnel eventually terminated in a metal wall with a hatch set into the center. Was Kuvira inside? His heart skipped a beat as a shriek came from inside. He stepped forward, his fingers about to start pulling the hatch open when it sprang open in his hands. A Daily woman fell towards him. He caught her, cradling the woman in his arms. The Queen. She spluttered and fell limp. No pulse. Kuvira. Bolin shouted as he laid the woman on the ground as carefully as he could. He rushed through the hatch and stopped. There were bodies everywhere. Some lay limp inside earth cones near the door. Others lay slumped on sofas and tables, on the floor. So much blood. Every surface seemed to have at least some flecks of red on it and the floor was slick with it. Every single body bore an obvious and gory wound. A strangled gurgle drew his attention and he blinked, scarcely able to believe his eyes. Kuvira stepped back from a man knelt on the floor and pulled a sword from him. What? Kuvira was wearing a Daily uniform, the cloth splattered and stained with blood. No. No, this could not be happening. He looked around the room. Where were the assassins? Who were all these people? He paused. This was the royal family. Up ahead was a woman slumped on her back, a circlet of gold lying beside her. She looked unnervingly familiar. The same face as the portrait in Grandma's apartment. Her vacant eyes stared at nothing, her blood pooling around her. Bolin shivered. The Earth Queen was dead. He looked around again. Where were the assassins? His gaze fell on Kuvira. No. But the question was unavoidable. Did she do this? I thought I told you to find the avatar, Kuvira said in a frustrated tone as she continued to stare down at the body in front of her. She sighed. I did not want you to see this. She turned around, her expression unreadable. A noise drew her attention, a spluttering cough and a wheezing breath. Kuvira stalked forward and with a lunge, buried her sword into another man's chest. He fell silent immediately. WWY. Bolin stuttered, unable to move. It was necessary. For the Earth Kingdom. Kuvira shook her head. This family, all of them, they let injustice prevail. No one, not one of them was prepared to change anything. But the kingdom cannot survive like that, it cannot be left to continue that. The kingdom has to change. And since they could not and would not, well, I had to make the change myself. Who was this? This was not Kuvira, the hero, kind, compassionate, brave and inspiring, that was Kuvira. His friend. A member of Team Avatar. The bloodied person before him was someone else. No. The sense of it had been there all along, her anger towards the Earth Queen, the fury when they liberated prisoners. But, why? How could she do this? His eyes prickled and flooded. No. Kuvira was a good person. This was something else, something who just looked like her. He shook his head. What happened? This is all wrong. You. I became who I needed to be, Kuvira said calmly, surveying the sea of bodies. Who the world needs. If I did not do this, then no one would. She stepped over a fallen prince and stalked towards Bolin with calm, measured footsteps. You should not have seen this. No one should ever have seen this. No one would ever need know. The family would be gone, so tragic. And from the ashes of destruction, from such a loss to the royal family, there would be so very few options for the next leader. He needed to get away. Needed to take one step back. He could not even do that. His heart raced in his chest. Kuvira. He shivered, unable to get the rest of the question out. A nagging thought he wanted to voice, but it seemed somehow irrelevant. Just how was no one ever supposed to see this? Someone would find it eventually. I cannot hope you will keep this secret, Bolin, Kuvira said, still walking forward. And I cannot have you turn the Avatar against me. If she learned about this, well, I do not doubt I would find myself with a powerful opponent. Too powerful to cope with. She smiled, the expression not comforting. She truly is fond of you, Bolin. If she had to choose between us. Kuvira ducked her head. She'd choose you. You deceived us. You were just using Korra. Bolin asked, trying not to stare at the stained blade, unable to even contemplate Kuvira's comment. A mutually beneficial arrangement. You gained assistance for your rescue. You gained a family. I did not want to involve you. You brought this on yourself. You should have listened, you should have learned. Wan Shitong tried to warn you. Kuvira licked her lips. I really did want you and Korra to be together. She can't last with Asami Sato. Mako would be little better. You would have worked so well together. Kuvira shook her head. I tried to keep you away from this, I tried to spare you, I tried to give you a happy ending, the least I could do for you. Her face darkened and she scowled. If you were only a little more obedient, I wouldn't have to do this. She raised the sword. No, Kuvira. Please stop, Bolin begged. I will be quick, Bolin. You cannot hope to win. I promise to be quick. It is the least I can do. Kuvira darted forward. Bolin blinked, standing still, foolishly watching as she rushed him. Some vestige of control came back. He twisted away. Almost too late. The sword blade caught his side, his torso ablaze with pain. Ignore it. No time to hurt right now. Get away. Escape was paramount. He ran for the door. Something hooked his leg. He tried to stay upright, but he had been moving too fast, the floor too slippery. Bolin crashed onto the blood-stained tiles, hands scrambling for purchase. Where was she? A metal plate slammed against his eyes. He rolled over and started hauling himself backwards on one hand, trying to use the other to ward him from an attack. No. Kuvira, please. Footsteps. He pulled at the plate, agonizingly slowly pulling it from his eyes, the metal scratching his face as he wrenched it free. Kuvira was standing over him and the blade was coming. He rolled away, the blade caught the edge of his leg, the blade slicing painfully into him. How bad was the wound? The floor was slippery, the stone tiles covered in blood. He twisted over onto his back, trying to pull himself away from her. Kuvira advanced slowly, inexorably, the sword clutched tight in her hand. Bolin clawed at the floor. He could not hurt her, not Kuvira. No matter what she had done. If he could just get the sword away from her. He flung his hand out and sent a section of the floor spinning towards her. Kuvira blinked, her expression faltering for a second. The rock smacked into her hand with a crunch and a snap. Kuvira howled, one hand clutching the other, the sword somewhere behind her. Bolin breathed, almost ready to smile. Kuvira glared at him and he quivered. With a snarl she threw her hands out in front of her, one finger bent at an odd angle, and the ground trembled around him. What was she doing? With a series of snaps and the grinding of stone against stone, the floor disintegrated under him. Bolin looked up panicked and for a second his gaze met Kuvira's as she stared down at him. He fell back, and kept falling, the floor coming apart all around him. He tried to cling to something, anything, but it was like trying to find a handhold in gravel. The last he saw of Kuvira was a cold, expressionless face as the ground closed in above him and shut out the light. Didn't have to see that, didn't have to see that, Kuvira repeated over and over again. If he had just done as she asked, then. Too late now. She could not hope to save him if he knew the truth. Kuvira staggered a little as she retraced her route through the tunnel. The smell of blood was nauseating. She had to get out of this uniform. Do not dwell on all the deaths, it was all for the betterment of the kingdom. Focus. Next step was to get to the communication tower and contact Zhaofu. She needed Suyin. Now was the best chance for the Bufang family, for the entire Earth Kingdom. If Suyin was on the throne. Kuvira laughed. The rightful leader for the Earth Kingdom. Everything would be better when she ascended. Bolin was dead. Was he not? Kuvira paused and glanced back the passageway towards the hatch. She had dropped him so far down into that pit, collapsed that fine powdery rock on top of him, before piling on the large rock fragments. He must be dead, suffocated or crushed beneath a mountain of rock. Even if he was still alive, somehow, the bombs would surely finish him off. The massed tons of the palace and the caves all compressed down. His heart. She had been in so much pain she never stopped to check if his heart was still beating when she left. If he might have survived that onslaught. Foolish. Best to check now, tie up the loose ends before any problems developed. Another daily. A voice asked. Kuvira whirled around in frozen place, almost choking at the sight. A water tribe man, no, this could only be a Mon, was right in front of her and she could not move a muscle. Too many of you. Too many too far from the spirits. He chuckled and regarded her. Neither of her arms of her legs would bend. If she could just move, maybe she could kill him too. Kill him, get free and play at concern for Bolin's unexplained absence. Then there would be mourning as time passed and he remained missing. Korra would be sad. Mako would be sad. Asami would be sad. But it was necessary. Go through the motions and miss him as the others would. Amon was an unnecessary complication. If the Avatar could not deal with him then she would. But she could not move. How? Was he doing this? Practice, he muttered as he stared through her. Practice. For her. Something forced her limbs to move, even as she tried to resist the pull. She found herself kneeling in front of him, her breathing coming in shallow gasps. It comes back so easily. He murmured. Do not worry, you will be free soon. Kuvira tried to scream, tried to attack, tried to move, tried to bend. Nothing. She could know nothing as his fingers stroked across her head. No. No, he could not do this. Not now. Not when she had come so far. His fingers jammed down hard and the world muted around her. It is done, he said, sounding smug. He stepped away. And she lost track of him. She felt different. Something indefinable, something she had never been aware was even there was now gone. The mysterious weight, the impossible pressure on her arms and legs lifted, but she had no idea where he was to even contemplate retaliation. She was numb. So numb, every part of her seeming devoid of sensation. What had he done? She slumped backwards, her back crashing into a solid surface. What was this? Her hands shook as she brought them up to explore the mass behind her. It almost felt like rock. But that could not be rock. Rock was familiar, warm, an extension of herself. This, whatever it was cold, immobile, inert. No. Do not think that. She let her hand drop to the ground. It looked like rock below her. But like the mass behind her, it felt wrong. There was no sensation of footsteps below her, but she could hear them, retreating in the near distance. She could not feel anything. Closing her eyes, she slapped the floor. Nothing. Korra was just ahead of him as they ran through the corridors. Mako, I found someone else, Korra said, kneeling beside a single collapsed Daily agent. After the Earth Army bodies and the fallen Daily, Mako was beginning to fear the worst. Blood stained the woman's clothes and she was staring ahead, her hands tracing across the rocky floor. Korra pulled the hat to one side. Kuvira? She asked. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Where are you injured? I'll heal you. Just hang on. Why was Kuvira here? Was Bolin here too? Kuvira shook her head. I'm not wounded. She glanced around wildly and then looked up at him. I stopped the bombs, she blurted. That's great, Korra said, smiling. Where's Bolin? Mako asked. And, what happened to you? I had to defend myself, Kuvira said quietly. And we got separated. Sorry. She looked away, staring down at the floor again and shuddered, curling both arms against her chest. How Mako began, certain something was wrong. She was avoiding something. Amon went that way, Kuvira interrupted, pointing. Her hand trembled. He frowned. Mako and I will take care of him. Let's get you somewhere safe first, Korra said, glancing at the indicated direction. She paused and looked at him. Looked like Korra noticed it too. Something was very wrong. No, Kuvira shook her head. Take him down. Please. Kuvira shivered and slammed her fist into the rock. He took my bending, she said horribly quietly. He took it. Her face contorted and she began to cry. Hey, no, it's... Korra drew Kuvira into her arms. Oh, Kuvira, Korra murmured. It's going to be okay, she said. Ain, he could energy bend, right? Maybe. Maybe so can I. No, I know I'll be able to. I can fix this. If Amon and Ain can take bending away, then it has to be reversible. Kuvira did not reply and continued to sob into her shoulder. Mako grimaced. Kuvira had lost so much in a single moment. No, Amon had stolen so much from her. She did not deserve this, not after helping to keep Bolin safe. The leader of the Equalists had reduced her to a sobbing mess. He had never seen Kuvira like this, she seemed broken somehow. She did not deserve this. But there was nothing he could say. Korra remained adamant she could fix the situation, hopefully Kuvira could believe in her enough to wait. Kuvira. Korra, I'm sorry. But we need to go. We need to end this. Kuvira twitched and pulled away from Korra, her eyes now ablaze with anger. He's right, she snarled, the vehemence startling. Go. Take care of him. I can still take care of myself. Kuvira hauled herself unsteadily to her feet, her hand held out to keep her steady. She flinched and pulled it back as it touched the rock wall and then gingerly rested her shoulder against it. I can fight without my bending, remember? Korra paused for a second before standing. Okay. But I want you to get out of there. Stay safe, and we'll see you soon. Head for Bolin's grandma's. We'll take care of Amon, Korra said. Let's go, Mako. She hurried down the passage Kuvira indicated. Mako looked back as he followed Korra. Kuvira watched them go, her face still furious as they left her behind. Another victim of the man's warped mind. They would need to take Amon down together. And Korra would be able to restore bending to Kuvira. Restore bending to all Amon's victims. Bolin. Mako shook his head. His brother could take care of himself. Have faith. Bolin too would be safer in a world where Amon was no longer a threat. Mako just hoped he was okay. Book 2, Metal. Final chapter, Crystal Catacombs. Korra studied the letter again. Crystal Catacombs, huh? She glanced at Mako. Where Aang almost died. A lot happened there, Mako said, staring dead ahead down the tunnel. He did not look at her, but related one version of the events, subtly different to the ones she heard prior. About Zuko betraying his uncle and siding with Azula, the death of Jet and most critically of all, Katara saving Aang with the vial of spirit water. The one from the pool at the North Pole. It would be handy to have some of that around, Korra joked. If it can revive the dead. She trailed off. If it could do that. Korra shook her head. I asked Katara about that, she was pretty certain it was a one-time thing. Mako smiled. And on top of that it was for exceptionally rare circumstances. The water was blessed by Princess Yu as she left the world. Well, the world likes to hang on to avatars if it can. I wouldn't want to put my faith in it any other time. Though, who knows? Maybe it was just water and it was Katara who brought him back. She did love him after all. Korra hummed. When you put it like that. But would it have worked if she hadn't believed it was special? I don't think anyone's going to be willing to testing that hypothesis, Mako replied. The tunnel continued down, deeper and deeper under the ground. Where were they now? How far had they gone? After turning a corner, they found the tunnel lined with barred cells. Cells filled with skeletons. Korra sucked in a hissing breath. What is this? Mako peered into the chambers. Some kind of prison? Rather out of the way down here. With a spark he bent a ball of fire onto his palm, the light turning the bones a dull yellow. The skeletons lay on top of each other in messy heaps. In among the bones and scraps of fabric were knives, swords, and chains with sharpened ends. Looks like a massacre. None of them died peacefully. Korra shivered. Who were these people? The tunnel was dark, coated with dust and cobwebs. A single, clear track indicated that their quarry had passed by here, but before him no one had visited in years. She walked on a little further. The next room along was somewhat office-like. The trail did not lead inside. She bent her own light source and peered in amongst the debris. Stacks of papers all faded, water-damaged, and obscured by dark brown stains she did not like to dwell on. From what was legible in a cramped hand was the repeated mentions of Water Tribe along with a classification of some sort, sorting a list of what might be names into either weak or excellent. Mako! Korra called. He charged into the room a moment later, sighing in relief as his gaze met hers. I think. She shuddered. These might be the missing Water Tribe children. The ones kidnapped before. Them, once again. The ones who went missing all those years before the Red Lotus took me. But these ones never made it, Mako finished for her, nodding. Could be. It's far too plausible, he added. We need to come back, Korra said. We need to lay them to rest. Properly. Not like that. Yeah, Mako said looking at the wall dividing the office from the cell. Not like that. They moved on, leaving the cells and skeletons behind them. Hey, Korra. Yeah. Bolin was with Kuvira, right? And the two of them were with you when you fought Amon, right? Mako asked. Yeah, Korra said. I asked them to stay with the Earth Kingdom troops and make sure no one tried to just kill the Equalists who were resisting. She blinked. So? How? Maybe Kuvira decided someone needed to take care of the bombs. They needed to move faster. If they took too long the troops might lose patience and just wipe out the Equalists. Maybe. Mako said, frowning. What? Korra asked. I'm just worried. He looked at her with an exasperated expression. I know. I just want to know where he is. That's all. He's fine, Korra said. You know Bolin. Smart, capable. And even if he did get himself lost somewhere, he knows where to meet up better than we do. I know, Mako said wearily. It's just. I worry whenever we're not together. Even after all these years. Still don't like having no idea where he is. I am amazed he managed to date Harui, you know. What with you being all protective. Korra smirked. Knock it off, Mako growled. Sorry, Korra said. I'm sorry. I know how much he means to you, after everything you've been through. It's okay. Just. Asami has Naga. And Kuvira. Even now, you know she can take care of herself. Korra put her hand on his shoulder. He'll be fine. A flash of the boy dying in her arms. No. Must not think about that. Bolin would be fine. Hey Korra? After this. Mako sighed. The whole world's going to change. No matter what you do. Our lives will change, will keep on changing. People know who you are, and Amon can't be the only person with a grudge against the Avatar. He shook his head. I can't see this ending prettily, At least not for a while. Basing se with an uprising. We have to hope we're right about taking down Amon, stopping the Equalists. And then there's everyone else in the world who needs you. No going back. Ever since Amon revealed her identity to the world. At least. She smiled. Everything is clearer now. I know where I need to start when this is finished. Finally go north with Tenzin, complete her training with Unalak. Learn to communicate with the spirits. And when she came back, help the Earth Kingdom. Confront the Queen, her teeth clenching for a moment, and save everyone from her oppression. Sort the problems in Republic City, and then tackle the Fire Nation. The Northern Water Tribe might be doable during her training. Oh. And whatever harmonic convergence actually was. It felt almost like too much like that, but, no. One problem at a time. Not everything at once. Korra smiled. There was the camping trip to be had with Bolin first too. Guess I really do need to quit prob ending. Shame we never got a chance to play on the same side. Yeah. And even though we were rescuing Asami, I had fun the way here. When this is over. Mako began. If you still need me, well. If you want me around at all, even though I'm not half as strong as you, but I'll help the Avatar if she needs it. He looked a little embarrassed, his silence awkward. Look, if you need or want my help, ever, just ask. Korra laughed out loud. Sorry I ever suggested it, Mako grimaced. No, no. Thank you, Mako. She caught his skeptical look. No, really. It means a lot. She smiled, and after a pause he smiled back. The burden, the need, and effort to save the world seemed less, the responsibility felt somehow lighter. Having friends made everything better. And you know, everything I've done so far was because of you and the others. I'm really glad you're on Team Avatar, Mako. Mako scratched his head. You know? I used to think all this Team Avatar stuff really wasn't for me. I just thought it was all one of Bolin's radio shows or one of his fantasies. I mean, I know Aang had his friends, but I never figured I was cut out for that kind of thing, not after everything I've done. But now, I think he was right all along. Never should have doubted him, that was me being way too pessimistic. Because I kinda of like being on the team and being with you. The whole Team Avatar thing. Well, I like having you around too. The tunnel opened out into a vast cavern, the entire area suffused with a soft green light. Korra stared around at the massive crystals embedded in the walls. Just like the fireflies, she murmured. She dropped her gaze. Amon is here somewhere. I don't like this, Mako muttered, staring around the cavern. We can't back down now, Korra began. I know, Mako interrupted. And I'm not saying you shouldn't face him. It's just, we should separate. If there's a trap here, then we need to at least watch each other's back. I'm going on ahead and No. Korra shook her head. No. I'm going on ahead. This is my fight. Mako tensed and then sighed. Sorry. I'm sorry. This is your fight. He smiled. I just worry too much sometimes. All the time, Mako, Korra said. Mako grimaced. Look, just don't come back with another black eye, okay? Korra laughed. I will do my very best. Thanks for keeping an eye out for me though. She paused and winced. Okay, not the best time for that saying. Still, thanks. And, you know? You smile more now. I do. Mako blinked. Yeah. You always used to be so serious and so. I don't know. But you're calmer now, Korra said. Huh, Mako replied. Must be that love hotel, Korra smirked. I am never, ever, going to be able to get past that, am I? Mako asked wearily. Nope. Korra said, her grin widening. Fine, Mako grunted. His expression softened. Go get him. She did not glance back as she moved past him and further into the catacombs. There were several pools fed from a large stream running through the center, that would be helpful. She traced it back to the waterfall cascading from above. So many crystals. Korra paused beside one. She had never even tried to bend a crystal before. Could she? Korra blinked as the crystal moved as easily as any other rock. Apparently, yes. Unexpectedly easy. 4 elements in various forms available on her whim. She was ready. But Amon asked for this arena. What could he be planning when she had all she needed to hand like this? Amon. She called. I'm here, Amon. Show yourself. Quiet, punctuated only by the distant splash of the waterfall and the rush of the stream. Then, footsteps. A man stepped out from a shadowed nook. His hood had been pulled back, his face, like hers, untouched and uncleaned after their last encounter. A water tribe man. Avatar Korra, he said, nodding at her. Amon. Glad you actually are here. I was wondering if you'd run away. Again, she said pointedly. He smiled in response but said nothing more. The insult did not seem to faze him. I'm willing to give you another chance, she said. Surrender and I will not harm you. Refuse and I won't hesitate to beat you into the floor again. Unwanted memory of the boy she found in the street. How cold he had been when he knew. Not thinking about that now. Nor the equalists holed up near the square. Deal with Amon first and as quickly as possible. Wait. Korra's fists clenched in frustration. Amon had started laughing. What's so funny? You do remember you lost before, right? Oh, my memory of the incident is vivid, Avatar. But the fight is not over, Amon said as he caught his breath. Not quite how I remember it. But we need to finish this. The equalists are dying out there. Amon shrugged and Korra scowled. Don't you care about their lives? A chunk of rock tore free from the ground almost without effort and, at her gesture, flew through the air right at his head. Amon stepped to the side and the rock missed. It bounced and rattled in among the crystals until it lay still. I will make you care about them. I will show them how you lead them right to this senseless revolution of yours. Korra sprang forward and sprinted at her opponent. Repeat what she did before. Get close and strike. Do not let him even try whatever strange spirit magic made her bending miss him. Panic crossed Amon's face and he moved backward, keeping her away from him. A roll of thunder high above them, a loud roar followed by a sustained boom. The ground beneath her shook nearly overbalancing her and the air filled with noise. The bombs? Then Kuvira, failed? The cavern shook, the ceiling cracking and splintering. Shards of crystal and massive chunks of rock broke free and began to rain down to the floor. Amon swayed on his feet but swiftly steadied himself. Is this why we're here? Korra yelled. This is not my doing, Amon shook his head as he retreated, shouting above the fading explosion. But it is proof enough of equality. You call it senseless, but they gave their lives for the cause, for the equality they all sought, they all deserved. Theirs was a true, righteous cause. While you, the Avatar, you stand at a privileged position and preach about balance. So easy when you are. No. When you were the most powerful being in the world. The spirits dash. Korra scowled as streams of dust fell from the cavern roof and punched a fireball at him. He dodged to one side and she shot a column of water in his direction. He twisted beneath the cascade from the stream. I don't care if the spirits have chosen you. When I'm done with you I am going to have a serious discussion with them. This will not be tolerated. She paused and Amon halted after widening the gap between them a little more. You lost, Amon. The revolution never happened. But you would still order your followers to fight to the death? You'd still destroy the palace. What of it? Amon asked. I will put a stop to it. I'm going to drag you out there and force you to order your forces to surrender, Korra snarled. She whipped a burst of air towards him, following that up with hurled chunks of rock and crystal. He sidestepped and ducked each attack. Their sacrifices shall not be in vain. The idea is the key, Avatar. The notion of equality. It has been planted in the minds of everyone who ever heard my message. Regardless of how willing they are to believe, the concept has taken root. It will prove almost impossible to remove and thus will propagate throughout history. Even if I fall, there will be others in the future. The revolution shall pass into the next generation and each successive generation until it finally succeeds. These are people, Amon, Korra yelled. Not just pieces in a game you play with them. You cannot sacrifice them for your own selfish dreams. Another blast of fire, it missed him just as the other's hand. And he was keeping well away from her. No chance to hit him directly either. Amon looked smug. Was he overconfident? Was he toying with her? Again, just like on the podium? I only toil and strive for an ideal world. For a world of equality. His smile widened and his eyes narrowed. For a world without the Avatar. Without you. You think you can replace me as the keeper of balance? Korra shook her head. No. I am going to replace you. I'll save everyone, including all the people you deceived. And I will make the world a better place for them. Korra braced herself to run, to punch him once again. Force her way through all the sluggish weirdness, through whatever he did to slow her down so much. She charged and Amon did not move. Here it came, she had closed the distance, close enough to strike. Her fist slowed down. Keep pushing. Something was wrong. Her fist halted completely. She had only a moment of panic before her body twisted and she gasped in pain. Her spine was stiff, her muscles all rigid. A weight pressed down from above, invisibly pushing her to the floor. Her legs bent and she knelt down, staring up as Amon came closer, his hands reaching for her head. No. How could he? No. A brilliant bolt of blue crackled from her left. Korra! Mako yelled. She could move her eyes at least and watch as he ran towards her, lightning arcing from his hands. A blast struck Amon, who hissed through his teeth but remained standing. He flicked his hand and Mako stopped running. He glanced around frantically and then impossibly smashed into the cave wall. Need to make use of Mako's distraction and attack. She braced to smack Amon and still could not move. The pressure on her back increased, new weight on her shoulders pushing her down. Amon was right in front of her. His fingers touched her head, tracing across her hair until dash. The air was gone. She was going to suffocate. What had happened to all the air? She drew in a gasping breath involuntarily, desperately trying not to. She could still breathe, the air cool in her lungs. But there was no sensation against her skin, nothing in the gasping breaths she took but coldness. The stream was gone. It had only been just behind her a moment ago, but now. And the cavern had changed somehow. A strange alien substance was beneath her painfully bent legs. Amon stepped away. Be grateful, Avatar. I have cleansed you. The pressure lifted and her muscles relaxed. She did not hear the rest of his words. Her legs did not feel capable of raising her, her arms were like leaden weights. The pressure was gone. Where was the air? The water? The earth? Amon was right in front of her. Attack now and finish it. No choice but to strike. Her arms took a life age to respond, to complete the motions and thrust forward. Her arms could not reach him at this distance. She gathered her strength and punched forward, bending a ball of fire right at him. No fire emanated from her fists. She pulled back again, the movement too slow, and repeated the attack. Nothing. Panic now. She tried a third time. Nothing. Amon, no. He had touched her. No. She could not feel the air anymore. No. She could not feel the water. No. She could not feel the earth. No. She could not produce fire. No. It was over. Everything was over. She had lost. Bolin's back slammed into rock. Had to move. He scrambled onto his front as tiny fragments of rock showered down all around and onto him. No time. He bent the rock ahead of him, hauling himself forward as his wound ached and throbbed in his side, his leg stinging. Was he far enough in? No way to tell. He could still move his legs, a good sign. The pit behind him sounded like it was filling up fast, the light already poor and fading rapidly. Some of the gravel spilled into his tunnel, the debris closing over his hand. He could not sit still. Bolin pushed on, forcing himself to dig further into the rock and away from Kuvira. He burrowed until the grinding force finally silenced, due to distance or the end of Kuvira's action he could not know. At least the increasingly huge rocks had ceased to fall. He let out a panicked breath and let his head rest back against the wall of his tunnel for a moment. The tiny crevice he had carved was silent except for his own panicked breathing in the pitch-black darkness. His wound throbbed and he pressed his arm into his side and let out a low groan at the contact, clenching his teeth to hiss the pain out. Best not to cause too much noise. Would she notice? Would she find him down here? Bolin could not go back up. Not yet anyway. How long would she be up there? How long until she sensed his heartbeat and plowed down through the rock towards him? Or would she not even bother with something so direct, easy enough to compress the aperture he sat in flat with him inside? No. He could not let that happen. Bolin had to get away. He squirmed, disorientated in the darkness. Was he facing away from Kuvira or towards her? Or at some other angle? No way to tell. He had to do something though. With one arm clamped against his side he began clawing at the rock. It did not feel like he imagined the pit he had fallen into would, that at least meant he was not heading right back the way he came. But where was he even headed now? Did it matter? What was above him? No. Escape was the important thing. He needed to get away, get free before he died of thirst. Bolin almost laughed. Assuming he did not bleed to death first. Or run out of air. Bolin tried to take shallower breaths. So many ways to die in this hole. The exertion of movement was too much and he drew in a gulp of air. Try to make it last. Keep going. If all else failed, keep digging for now and then try to burrow up and hope for the best. When he could be sure he was away from Kuvira. Assuming she was not just stalking him above ground ready to dispose of him when he surfaced. Should have asked someone about seismic sensing, Bolin muttered to himself. No. Probably can't do that either. I'm the powdered rock type. And for that matter why would she bother letting him try and escape? She would waste no more time than she needed. What would Mako do if he died? He had always thought his brother would be the one to lose his life first. Bolin never anticipated leaving anyone behind to mourn his loss. Well, maybe a partner, sometime in the future. A momentary memory of Korra. Bolin shook his head. Be nice. To say goodbye, he said, still plowing through the rocks. So many things he wanted to, no, needed to say. So much he could have said any other time he took for granted. Thank you, Mako, Bolin said. Thank you for everything. How could they have parted with only a hand wave between them? Why had he been so certain they would see each other again, never doubted for a minute they would meet up with Korra victorious? He had not even hugged his brother goodbye. He should have hugged Korra too. Korra. He murmured. He sighed. I want to tell you I love you. But I can't just say that, can I? Korra, I like you. And I want to go out with you. Then she would turn him down and be so sympathetic. And Asami would look at him with big eyes, commiserating him, while she. Bolin sighed. At least he would have said it. So much to say and he had left it all too late to say. But there were still others, Senna, Tonrik, Tenzin, Iroh, Grandma Yin, and every one of his relatives. Even Harui, what would they feel like if he never came back? Would they have a funeral for him? Mako in mourning clothes, carrying that picture of him from the night the Red Lotus came for Korra. Or maybe that one of him and Harui when they went out just before Asami's party. Bolin blinked, still nothing to see but his eyes were streaming. Dust and grit. Must be. But what if no one knew what happened? He took a shuddering panicked breath. No. Calm down. He could do this. He forced his hand forward. Kuvira tried to kill him. The fact remained unavoidable, and it was because he saw what she had done. Korra. Korra needed to know about Kuvira's murders. How? Keep on digging. The only possible way out. No one was going to find him or rescue him here. If he could find an underground river, or a tunnel, or something, maybe he would have a chance. Wait. Something faint nearby. Bolin stopped burrowing and strained his hearing. The noise came again. There was something, no. Someone nearby. And they were screaming. His heart pounded in his chest. A woman screaming. Below him. There was something and someone below him. He dug straight down, no longer tired. Could it be Kavira? His hand paused. Could she be killing other people down there? He stopped, braced in the shaft he had dug. The noise came again. It sounded like fighting. It sounded like Korra. Was Mako there too? Another voice, muted and muffled by the rock. His brother. Korra. He yelled. Mako. He dug faster. He would tell them both everything the moment he could. His hand plunged into the rock and straight through it into cool air. He braced himself against the shaft and peered through the broken rock. A cavern lay below him. Not far to the ground. Bolin took a deep breath, the cool air wonderfully sweet, and pushed forward. He landed heavier than intended and at an awkward angle. He groaned with the pain but pushed himself up into a sitting position, his whole side in agony. Where was this? Glowing crystals everywhere. A flicker of blue ahead. Lightning. Mako. Korra drew in panicked, shallow breaths as the strange force plucked her from the ground. Amon stared at her intently, his hands like claws in front of him. With a flick she hurtled up towards the crystal-embedded cavern roof. The impact winded her and before she could think or even try to move she plummeted towards the ground. Korra shrieked with pain as she smashed into the rock. Her mind whirled even as her body ached. It was faint, it was almost unnoticeable but it was there. When he lifted her, the water moved first. Her last meal moving awkwardly against her stomach, the tears from her eyes, caught and drawn up by invisible threads. She was bleeding again. Blood. The key to it all. Blood. She muttered, her face pressed awkwardly against the rock. Blood. You're a bloodbender. A waterbender. She yelled. The spirits didn't grant you any powers. The man had deluded the world with lies upon lies. You're wrong, Avatar, Amon loomed over her. Where do you think bending comes from? The moon spirit granted me the ability to bloodbend, to use that to block your bending. Such a rare skill, do you think it arbitrary and accidental it should wind up in me? He shook his head as he chuckled. I was chosen by the spirits for my cause. And you? His expression turned serious. Amon was scowling at her. You have ruined everything. His hands gestured her up into the air again and slammed her against the rock floor. Any chance of freedom from benders, from you and your perpetual rebirth, all gone. I wanted us to evolve. I wanted us to leave the past behind. No, Korra gasped through gritted teeth, suppressing a groan. You're still a hypocrite and a liar. You took parts of people away from them. You don't even care for your followers. All you care about is your ideals. Amon stared at her and said nothing. Everything seemed to hurt. Why was he prolonging this? No. Could he be trying to trigger the Avatar state? Was he trying to break the cycle? Could she even do anything if it happened? No. She could not let him destroy the Avatar. Better to die now and give the world a chance in the future than let him eradicate the chain now. You say I do not care? Amon asked, his voice low. He crouched beside her. You know nothing of true suffering. He leaned closer, his face contorting. How could you possibly understand my suffering? He bellowed. He was one of the missing water tribe children, one who survived the processes that had claimed the caged remains above. He had to be. It made sense and yet excused nothing. No justification at all. Nothing gives you the right to inflict suffering on others. You could have ended this. You chose to keep it going, Korra said. Wrong. Amon shook his head. So wrong. I am continuing until there is nothing, until it is ended. I will end your cycle. Because of my innate abilities I was imprisoned, snatched from my family. Trained to kill, forced to murder even my few friends. Tell me, Avatar. No. Tell me. Korra. What else was responsible for the theft of my childhood by the Daily other than my bending? Surely you of all people must be able to sympathize with my plight. If you had no bending, if you were not the Avatar, would you not have been spared the Red Lotus? He stood up. Bending is a curse, Avatar. Here in the Earth Kingdom and even in Republic City. In every settlement you care to mention. Everywhere in this world it brings sorrow. You have seen what those who wish to control it will do. You have seen the suffering it causes. It is a curse, and one I can eliminate. The spirits chose me. The spirits want to eliminate the power to oppress from this world. All equal. Amon, Mako shouted from somewhere outside her field of vision. A fireball streaked overhead, the blast missing Amon significantly. You. How can you be so wrong? He was growling his words. You know you aren't the only one who suffered because of others. It doesn't make you right. Mako broke off. Korra risked twisting her head around. Mako hung in midair, his body straining, his throat gasping for air. He drifted towards Amon as he gestured. Amon, Mako struggled as he floated. You, Korra, me. Same past. I'm. He struggled, his voice tight. No one important. But, different from you. Better than you. His eyes screwed shut as Amon gestured. Mako let out a sob of pain. Better? Amon asked. Pray, explain this better to me. We never gave up, Mako gasped. Never gave up hope. Not like you. I pity you, Amon. You are nothing but a deceiver. Lied to your followers. Alone. I'm not alone, Amon snarled and dragged Mako closer. I will cleanse you from your curse, young firebender. It's no curse. Gift. And. He swallowed. I use it to protect my loved ones. Mako was almost beside Amon now and Korra could do nothing. Not Mako too. Amon grinned and Mako took a deep breath. He let it out in a rush. Fire erupted from his mouth in a wave that swept over Amon. Mako fell out of the air as Amon screamed in pain, his clothes, his hair alight. Korra! Mako yelled. She struggled to move, her arms and legs not responding. Amon stumbled away from her, moving towards the waterfall. His shriek echoed around the cavern until it cut off as he plunged into the water. Amon thrashed in the pool for a moment, vanishing below the surface. Something floated up a moment later and remained motionless. Was he dead? Korra? Mako asked, sounding near panicked. He lifted her into his arms, his hand on her cheek. So warm. Korra? Please, say something. Hey Mako, she managed eventually. She smiled, her arm awkward and stiff, eventually bent enough that she could touch his hand. He took my bending. Korra shuddered despite Mako's warmth. Can't. It's over. I can't go on like this. Need to move on. No, Mako said fiercely. You can't just give up. It'll be okay, he continued. We'll find a way to get your bending back. There has to be some way. If he can take it away, someone else has to be able to give it back. We'll just have to find the person who can. And when we do, everything will be okay. We'll find Bolin, find Asami and Kuvira, and we'll all go home. Together. All of us. You just need to hang on for now. He pulled her upright, his arms around her waist. Her own arms felt impossibly heavy, but she hugged him back, wanting to believe him. Doubt festered deep inside. Korra opened her eyes and gasped, a new shiver racking her body. Amon was on his feet and staring at her. No. She murmured. Mako tensed in her arms. Amon. Yes, she whispered. Wait here. This is still your fight, Korra. But right now, Team Avatar is going to take your place. I'm going to end this. Mako let her slide to the floor before she could protest. He ran forward, his stance shifting into one she had only glimpsed a handful of times. Lightning bending. Crackles of blue light, blue electricity ran through his whole body. The sparks lit up the chamber as the blue glow overwhelmed the green. His hand moved back, ready to strike. Amon struck first. A column of water swept towards Mako, its base the pool Amon still stood in. Mako vanished behind the column as it rushed at him. The blue glow exploded into a painful white flash. Korra closed her eyes involuntarily, the afterimage of the cavern burned into her vision. Water splashed down as a fizzling crackle and a loud snap echoed in the chamber. Silence. The echoes faded away as the rock above her seemed to groan in response. Something heavy hit wet rock, followed a second later by a similar sound further away. Korra blinked her eyes open, trying to see beyond the flashing lights. Two men lay motionless on the ground. What had happened? Mako was on his back, the cavern floor black around him and filled with barely moving pinpricks of green light. She felt dizzy as she sat up, but struggled to stand regardless. Too much. She fell forward onto her hands. Crawl. She could crawl. The rock was cold and strange beneath her hands, she ignored it. Mako. Korra called. No response. She crawled closer to him. Why was he not moving? Mako. Nothing. She was close enough to see him properly now. His chest was not moving. Touch him. He needed physical contact. She inched closer and took his hand as she finally reached him. Nothing. No reaction. Asleep? Awkwardly she sat up, and gasping with effort, painfully lifted him into her arms. Her battered hand traced across the skin to his neck. No pulse. Mako. She tried again as the first sob racked her. No. Her vision blurred and she swiped at her eyes with her fingers, nothing stemming the tears. Mako. She screamed. He lay in her arms, his eyes closed, his heart not beating, silent and still. No. She needed to wake him, just get him awake and everything would be fine. He was still warm. Come on, Mako, she said, jiggling him in her arms. It was not going to work. Korra shivered as her body choked out another sob. Pain and hatred. Grief and sorrow. Mako could not be dead. He was young, he was good, he had reformed. Bolin. Bolin needed him. His brother. No, Mako should not die, Amon deserved this. His fault. Amon would pay. The world turned white. Her limbs strengthened, more than she thought possible. The pain from her injuries faded away. She could heal him. Asami had been near death and she had healed her. Korra dipped her hand into the pool of water surrounding Mako and tried to guide it across his skin. The water ran off of him, leaving tiny trails on his face. Korra scowled and repeated the movement. Same result. She plunged both hands into the water and pressed them wetly against his face, willing him to live with every ounce of strength. Nothing. The water did not glow. It was cold on her hands, feeling somehow alien. She pressed harder. Nothing. Amon had killed him. She glared over at his fallen form and laid Mako on the ground as gracefully as she could. Other business to attend to. Korra walked forward, her teeth clenched, ready, willing and able to murder. Her footsteps quickened and she ran towards the man, ready to kill. Amon did not react. She skidded to a halt a few steps away from him. Amon still lay face down in the water. She gasped and with trembling hands turned him over. He was not breathing, Mako had killed him. No. A voice groaned from behind her. Korra's breath caught in her throat. No. Not like this. No. The voice repeated. Bolin. Korra whirled around. Bolin limped across the cavern and collapsed onto his knees beside Mako. He began shaking his brother's body. Mako! Mako! He cried, his eyes streaming with tears. Wake up! The avatar state faded, the white glow extinguished. Her legs could no longer support her any longer and she slammed hard into the ground. The pain was distant, somehow other, and no longer any concern of hers. She tried to stand, tried to get back to the brothers, but she had no strength anymore. Quivering, she forced herself to crawl forward. Her arms nearly buckled with every movement, her own tears dripping to the ground, her knees in agony. Too much. She slumped forward and wailed. He did not seem to hear her. Bolin just kept calling brother's name over and over again. "Please wake up," he murmured. Korra struggled and continued crawling as something lurched high above them, and with a loud crack, the roof fractured further. It jolted and shifted, the sound of each movement reverberating around the cavern. "Bolin!" she yelled over the din, glancing up towards the juddering ceiling. He clung to Mako, sobbing and shivering. "Bolin," she tried again. "Korra," he mumbled, not able to look away from his brother. "Mako won't wake up. Please. He needs to wake up." Korra forced her arm to Mako's wrist. Maybe she had done it wrong before? Maybe she was too stunned from the blood bending. No. No pulse. She tried his neck again, straining to feel something, anything. Mako's heart was still not beating. His chest was still. Too late. She swallowed the new wave of grief. Not now. Later. "Bolin. We have to go." He did not look at her. "Please, Bolin." The cave dash. "I'm not leaving without him," Bolin said, clinging tighter to his brother's body. Was it even possible to take Mako with them? She would be able to do little more than drag him at best. Was Bolin in any better shape? He had what looked like a nasty cut in his side and another in his leg. How? No. Not the time. Mako. It was painful, but they could not take Mako too if they hoped to leave before the cave collapsed. "Bolin, please." "Korra, you go," Bolin said. "I can't leave him. We're always together. We promised that. We won't ever leave the other behind." "He's gone, Bolin." Korra yelled over the renewed din as the grinding shifting of rock sounded high above them, the noise punctuated with the splintering crack of damaged crystals. "Mako's gone." She trailed off in the abrupt silence a moment later. Bolin shook his head. "Then I can't go either. I'll die with him." Bolin bent forward, hugging his brother tighter. "Korra. Sorry, but, please leave me." "No." Korra forced herself forward so she embraced Bolin from behind and buried her face into his shoulder. "I won't." She squeezed tighter, warm blood on her arms. "Do you think you don't matter to me? I can't just leave you here. Bolin. Don't give up. Don't. Please." She licked her lips. "I know it's selfish, but please, don't leave me too. I want us to stay together." She gasped as Bolin's hand laid on top of her. Larger, calloused, warm. She twisted her wrist to try and clutch at his fingers. "Please," she pleaded. "I don't want to lose you. If you won't go, neither will I." She squeezed tighter. "It might be for the best," she added, glancing up to the wobbling rock ceiling. He looked over at her, watching her just out of the corner of his eye. He looked calmer, but his eyes were still streaming, his whole body shaking. Korra loosened her grip as Bolin slid Mako slowly to the ground. A distant sound, Naga. Naga. Wonderful timing. They could use the polar bear dog to carry Mako back. "Bolin, Naga's here. She can carry Mako." Memory, the three of them on Naga's back as they left Republic City. The three of them would never be able to do that again. Bolin shook his head and folded Mako's arms across his chest. Was he? He was. Bolin was leaving Mako behind. Mako looked at peace. As if he was just sleeping. "Mako, goodbye," Bolin said, stroking his hand down his brother's face. Korra mimicked the action, startled at how cold Mako felt now. Bolin turned away, as he started crying again. I'm sorry, Korra. I'll go." He stood up shakily, took a few hesitant steps and paused. He was breathing hard and trying to stop crying. With a groan, Korra got to her feet, trying not to simply collapse again. Standing was almost impossible. She staggered over to Bolin and almost fell into him. She had to hang onto his shoulder just to stay upright. "Don't apologize," she said. I'm the one I should be sorry. I couldn't protect him. But she could still protect Bolin. I'm here. I'll always be here. He stared at her, still weeping, and Korra leaned forward, pressing her lips into his. Bolin started, but calmed a moment later, the tickling sensation of his breathing on her face. He relaxed against her, the tremors racking his body fading away. He would be okay. A startlingly loud crack made her look up in shock. It was as if the entire roof of the cave was coming down. A massive section broke free and dropped without a sound. Bolin threw his hands up and caught the chunk of rock in midair. With a grunt he sank down onto one knee as chunks of rock and crystal shattered onto the ground all around him. It was too much for a single earthbender. Korra reached out to help, her hands stopping uselessly in the air. There was nothing she could do to help. "Are you okay?" Bolin asked. His teeth clenched together, his whole body straining as the chunk of rock wobbled above him. "Korra, go now. I'll keep this up." "No. I'm not leaving you either," Korra said. Something tugged at her shirt. She resisted the pull, but a second stronger tug pulled her backwards. She staggered and fell. Naga barked at her. "Naga, don't dash." "Naga!" Bolin roared. "Get Korra out of here." Naga's teeth in the back of her shirt, dragging her away from Bolin. "Bolin!" she called. His arms were shaking. "Don't." He grimaced. "Don't worry about me." His voice sounded strained. "I'll get out. I promise." Something forced his eyes open, he looked panicked. He opened his mouth as something fell loudly nearby, obliterating his words. The impact was swiftly followed by further rockfalls, and clouds of dust thrown up into the air, obscuring Bolin. Something heavy fell nearby and Korra's heart constricted. She peered frantically at the dust, barely feeling the impacts of the smaller rocks as they struck her. She lay, crumped on the floor, Naga tugging at her shirt. In front of her was nothing but a mass of crystal and rock. Where was Bolin? "Bolin!" she screamed as the scene made sense. He did not respond, the own voice echoing around the cavern. "He's trapped under there, Naga. We have to get him out." Korra lunged forward as Naga seized her shirt again and pulled her back. "Naga, no!" Korra screamed. "Go back!" she commanded. The polar bear dog ignored her. She struggled, barely able to move as Naga hoisted her up and began picking her way out of the collapsing cavern. "Let me go!" Korra sobbed as she hung helplessly from the polar bear dog's mouth. Korra barely glanced at the cracked, ruined, and flame-wreathed palace as they emerged above ground. A new rumbling tremor knocked Naga from her feet and sent Korra tumbling across the plaza, unable to stop herself. Korra glanced around in the fire-lit gloom of the night, almost missing the low wall collapsing onto her. She tried to bend the stone away, but could do nothing to stop the fragments slamming into her hands. Something knocked against her head, jarring painfully. It was later somehow. Naga was barking furiously and someone was responding to her. A familiar voice spoke distantly, but she could not even try to remember who it was. A shifting presence nearby, the debris moving under their feet. Scrambling movements. Someone so close by. The debris above her cleared away with agonizing slowness as she caught a glimpse of the black sky above. Someone was calling her name. The voice, she knew the voice. "Asami! Korra!" she cried, her tear-stained face overjoyed. "Korra," she repeated as she reached to embrace her, partly pulling her from the debris. "Are you all right?" Kuvira staggered into view behind Asami, glancing around frantically in the chaos. Korra pulled away from Asami and looked back towards the tunnel entrance. She could not even see it. Rubble everywhere, clouds of dust swirling in the air. No hint there was even anything there. "Bolin!" she yelled. "I'm here. Can you hear me?" Her hands scrabbled across the debris, trying to free herself from the rock still pinning her legs. But as much as she strained, she was still unable to bend the rock. She was unable to even push them aside. Korra scowled. She was not this weak. "Asami! Help me get him out!" Korra wrenched one leg and then the other from under the debris. Without waiting for a response, she started crawling forward, looking for the way down to the cavern. She glanced back to rally Asami and Kuvira. And stopped. Asami was on her knees crying, her head in her hands. Kuvira stared at the ground vacantly. No. Korra clenched her teeth. She would not give up yet. If she kept calling, he might hear her. He could follow the sound of her voice. Bolin. She called. Still no answer. Korra. Kuvira said as she knelt beside her, her hand on Korra's shoulder. We have to go. The city is in panic and we. She grimaced. We are going to have difficulties defending ourselves. Then go. Take Asami and get out of here. I'm staying. People were running nearby. The mobs. Asami said, approaching them, her voice cracking. Korra, you can't stay, she said and tugged at her arm. Korra wrenched her arm free and turned away. I can still fight. And I am not leaving Bolin behind. She took a deep breath and tried to stand again. Asami's voice sounded strangled behind her. Korra. I'm sorry, but... Something jabbed into her side, the other side, the nape of her neck, her knee joint. Her body lost all sensation and Korra slumped forward. The pain was gone, for now. But now she really was unable to move. She flopped, feeling boneless, onto her back. Kuvira. Asami gestured to Korra's feet. Asami stared down into her eyes as she took Korra's shoulders. Korra, I'm sorry. Kuvira lifted Korra her onto Naga's back with Asami's help, Kuvira trying to use only one hand. The other she kept clenched at her side, but reluctantly used it to balance Korra. Korra refused to make things easy as she writhed, trying to lash out, trying to resist. Tried to do anything. She was so helpless, so weak, and now Chai blocked. Amon had taken her bending, and now Asami had robbed her of movement. Korra glared at Asami as she smiled weakly and took Naga's reins. Korra sat wedged between her two companions, still trying to even begin moving. With a jolt, Naga started running. Asami. Kuvira. We can go back, Korra tried. Anger was not helping. Be calmer. They cared about Bolin, they had to want to save him too. We can't just leave him there. Her neck felt too weak to support her head, but she was able to glance back awkwardly. A mob, all armed with swords, staves, and knives was crowding into the plaza as the flames in the palace washed higher and higher. More armed people in the streets as Naga ran on. People fighting everywhere. Daily, equalists, civilians, soldiers. Asami flicked Naga's reins, directing them away from the mobs, towards the outer ring of the city. Where? Korra asked. Communication tower, Asami replied. We need help. Battle cries all around them. Avenge Amon. Down with the Avatar. A horde of Earth Kingdom soldiers charged into a group equalists. Korra wanted to shout out, to stop them, but they were behind her before she could speak. Her memory caught up as she tried to defuse the conflict with bending, her arms would not move. And even if they did, nothing would happen. She bit back the wail of despair and slammed herself into Asami's back. Asami and Naga did not even pause when they reached the compound, Korra almost beyond caring where they were. Naga rammed into the doors at the bottom of the communication tower and rushed up the steps, panting as her claws clacked on the metal floors. The room at the top was mercifully empty but soon seemed crowded as Asami sealed the doors with the four of them inside. We'll be safe here. The doors are platinum. She trailed off. Korra remained silent. Here, Asami said as she tried to guide Korra down from Naga. Korra wriggled, slipping out of Asami's arms and crashed to the floor. She winced, but refused to even grunt in pain. Asami knelt beside her. Korra, I'm sorry. She paused a moment, her voice sounding more pleading. Korra? I'm sorry we took you away, but the streets are dangerous and you're in no shape to do anything. Kuviras. Asami swallowed. And it's not as if I can do much. But if we can wait for it to calm down. Her hand touched Korra's shoulder. Korra shrugged it off and pulled away, cold fury rushing through her. You should have left me, she muttered. Korra Asami began. No. How could you make me abandon him? She yelled, staring towards the corner of the room, unmoving from where she had fallen. I would have fought all those people if that's what it took. I would have dug him out with my bare hands. How? How could you take me away? I promised to protect him and Mako. The tears welled up again and she collapsed to the floor. Mako? Asami asked. Where is he? He's gone. Korra said fiercely. He's gone, she whispered. Bolin was there. Alone. I promised. Korra curled in on herself, her chest hurting. Bolin had to still be alive. Had to be. But what good would that do when she did not have the strength to rescue him? The chai blocking was fading fast and the pain returning just as rapidly. Her wounds stung, and her own blood covered so much of her. She stared at her stretched out in front of her. Bolin's blood was on her too. The thought jolted her and she gasped, trying not to dwell on the realization. But what else was there? Even when healed, cleaned up and no longer hurt, her bending would still be gone. She flinched, scowling at nothing. No. She did not need bending to dig Bolin out. I'm sorry, Korra, Asami tried. I don't want to. I can't lose you too. Korra glanced up. Asami looked away as tears streamed down her face. Kuvira looked on blankly. Leave me alone, Korra said, turning away from them both. Too much to handle. How had this gone so wrong? Why had it turned out like this? Mako was dead, and Bolin. It was all her fault. Everyone who had died was because of her, because of what she had done. She had failed the very people she vowed to save. Korra sobbed on the cold metal floor, hugging herself tighter. Kuvira stared back towards the royal palace. The thundering rumble as the rest of the bombs exploded was just about audible here, and the tremor that swept through the floor unmistakable. The damaged and burnt royal palace collapsed in on itself, sending a massive plume of dust up into the night sky. Fool Equalists, the first bomb exploding out of sequence like that. She glanced around at Korra. It could easily have buried the avatar before she could return her bending. Not that it mattered anymore, that avenue was now blocked to her. Kuvira scowled. Asami had sent a short message before slumping back against the console, her head in her hands. Zeofa would hopefully respond, and soon. Kuvira glanced at Korra again. No way to interrogate her now and find out just what she might know. It certainly sounded like Bolin somehow survived her best efforts to dispose of him. Somewhat impressive of the earthbender. Kuvira suppressed her grin. At least Korra was not behaving as if she knew what Bolin had seen. Maybe he died before he could pass on that detail. Or was she simply aware Bolin was in, around, or under the palace? Kuvira shook her head. No matter. No loose end there. But how had Bolin survived at all? Earthbender. He was quicker than she had ever given him credit. No matter. His demise before he could relate anything was convenient enough. Both brothers who might have swayed the avatar against her, both dead. Kuvira turned back to the window before either of her companions would notice her smile. Mako would have possibly needed dealing with eventually, but Bolin? He would have kept the avatar's attentions focused where she needed them. A helpful prop. One now lost. No matter, perhaps better this way. Not even Sato was in the avatar's good graces now. If she could remain Korra's sole friend. A movement below. Equalists near the base of the tower. Troublesome. Equalists below us, she said. No response from the other two. I'll take care of them. Don't worry about me. She approached Korra and reached for her shoulder. Korra flinched away before she made contact. Best to leave her be, her behavior. Had Amon taken her bending too? Asami, Kuvira barked. Asami looked up, her eyes streaming. Lock the door behind me. It would be better to be out there, doing something. Not in here listening to the avatar and Sato crying. The door slammed shut and the lock slid into place as soon as she left. Sounded like Sato had slumped just inside too. It ought to keep them safe. Did that matter? What good was Sato now she had nothing? What good was an avatar without bending? She was more useful dead than living now. It would be easy to remove her from this world and remove Sato in the same moment. The next avatar would be from the Earth Kingdom. She could find the next incarnation, sway them before. Kuvira blinked. No. That was how the Red Lotus worked. And their failure was oh so recent. Leave the avatar for now, the stolen bending might yet prove less than permanent. There was hope for them both. For now, she had the Equalists to deal with. Kuvira rushed down the stairs, ignoring the jarring sensation of metal underfoot and the cold unknowable substance beneath her one good hand. She drew her sword a little awkwardly with her left hand as she stepped onto the street. Not as strong, but she had trained to fight in the absence of her good hand. And even without the need for bending. Kuvira grinned. No need for mercy, no need for grace now. Equalists lunged to attack her and she lashed out with the blade, stabbing through armor and slashing at exposed skin. What little confidence they had soon left the Equalists, their nominal leader called for a hasty retreat. Bettered by a single person without bending and a blade in her offhand. The Equalists truly were pitiful. Kuvira stamped onto the ground, trying to contain the fleeing group. Nothing. She clicked her tongue in frustration. Maybe Korra could have restored her bending. If Amon had not gotten to her first. Amon. Kuvira snarled. She raced after the retreating Equalists. Hey. She slashed at the legs of the slower Equalists, dropping them to the ground so she could take their lives. They would pay in the absence of their leader, she would deal with him later. One by one the Equalists fell to her. She remained formidable without her bending. Her enemies were so weak. So dependent on these toys of Hiroshi Sato. More blood. More hateful blood in the air and on her sword, the scent cloying, disgusting. Kuvira moved on. The last Equalist slumped at the end of a dead end and pleaded for his life. Kuvira barely paused as she slid the blade through one lung and then the other. No stomach for the gurgling choking noise the man made as he struggled to breath and she left him to gasp futilely at the air all alone. How many more Equalists? How long could she go on? Kuvira staggered to the end of the alley. The shadows were pitch black now, her latest crime hidden in the deep pools of shadow. The air felt warm. How many fires were there now? The air above the city seemed to glow redly with the flames. Riots and bombs and revolution. The city was suffering. Kuvira sagged against the alley wall. Where now? Back to the Avatar or seek out more Equalists? Perhaps make an attempt at Amon himself? Or perhaps use this chance to slip away and suppose that the future would progress as desired. Perhaps Amon had been below the palace. Maybe Korra had defeated him. Had Asami's call got out? A movement behind her. Kuvira span around, sword held ready. Glowing eyes in the darkness. Kuvira frowned as they moved closer. A pale-colored fox stepped out of the shadows. A fox? In Ba Sing Se? She stared at it. It looked somehow familiar. Too familiar. The fox flicked its head, turned and padded back down the alley. Back towards the dead end. Just where was it leading her? Kuvira glanced around again. She did not want to go back to the communication tower and play at Soro to keep up the pretense she missed the two brothers. Seeking more Equalists in Amon required more energy than she had right now. The fox offered something else. Taking a deep breath, Kuvira pushed herself up from the wall and padded after the creature. The fox stopped halfway down the alley and looked back. I accept your invitation, she said. The fox barked, watching as she drew closer. When she was 3 steps away from it, the fox darted further forward and back into shadow. Kuvira followed. The bodies were gone, she noted idly as she walked. By the second time the fox darted away she had walked further than the alley was long. Interesting. The distant sounds of the baying mob, the heat from the fires and the smoke-filled air all faded away. Nothing to see or hear save for her own footsteps and a fox leading her elsewhere. Kuvira resisted the urge to look back. Just what would she see? The fox barked and she increased her pace. Soon she was wading through a strange clinging mist that swirled around her ankles. The sky looked paler and there was a breeze almost like a whispering voice blowing past her. The fox was right ahead of her again. But now it sat facing her, watching her inscrutably. She bowed to it, the fox dipping its own head in response. Impressive act, Kuvira, a voice said behind her. You exceeded every one of my expectations. More familiar. Kuvira turned. Wan Shitong loomed over her, his expression as unreadable as ever. A smaller figure stood beside him, a pale-skinned man with a heavy robe of red and black. They were standing in the middle of a vast plain, mist obscuring the ground, the sky dark but free of stars. Wan Shitong, Kuvira bowed. I am humbled you would seek me out and summon me like this. Her gaze flicked involuntarily to the other figure who smiled back at her. Your manners remain excellent, Kuvira. Wan Shitong ruffled his feathers. However, you were not brought here to meet me. Wan Shitong looked significantly at the figure beside him. The stranger, the pale man, was suddenly right beside her. She had not even seen him move. He smiled at her. It is a pleasure to meet you, Kuvira. He bowed. I am Vato. Check the description for the links to the author.